Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga from the Philippines. I'm Nico Vitug and welcome to the second day of SALIKSIK MUSIKA 2022. The first thing about this conference is that it has a great team behind it. Central to the concretization of the vision of Dr. Christine Muico and the desire of the University of the Philippines College of Music Dean Vern de la Peña for integration and creativity and criticality are the sturdy hands and hearts of Pat Dizon, Crystal Rodis Concepcion, Desiree Peralejo, Tusa Montes, Aji Manalo, and myself. Our hearts were kept by the faculty, some of whom, Dr. Joy Guadalupe, Dr. Raul Navarro, Dr. Jonas Baez, Dr. Jose Buenconsejo, Dr. Arwin Tan, and Dr. Patricia Silvestre helped us as conference reactors, and our hands were aided by the staff of the College of Music and the Center for Ethnomusicology, Eva Cadiz, Romel Goho, Jack Bautista, Hubert Fucio, Sol Trinidad, and Loen Vito. I would like to send a special note of thanks to Dr. Fidel R. Nemenzo and the Office of the Chancellor, as well as the College of Music Administration headed by Dean de la Peña for their invaluable resources that have helped SALIKSIK MUSIKA get up and running. I appreciate the fact that the childhood dream to study at UP Abelardo Hall is heightened with the opportunity to learn from Philippine National Artist for Music Ramon Santos, whose grace and works are available in this conference, have been made available for this conference, that Professor Josefino Toledo, who directed the very first Philharmonic Orchestra concert I watched, conducted the Philippine National Anthem sterlingly rendered by the UP Symphony Orchestra, which played just a while ago and even yesterday, and that I have had the chance to help put together an organization of music graduate students, which we called UPGSM, University of the Philippines Graduate Students of Music. It is my hope that the organization continues to grow through the support and participation of our constituents, that more musicians contribute to the work of scholarship leading to creative and performative innovations that are just and liberating. With every piece, dance, performance, we as musician scholars and scholar musicians, designations coined by former Dean Mauricio Borromeo, can write new narratives that empower and enliven. Musiko ng bayan, panulat din ang hawak. Musicians of the nation hold the pen for a new story. Thank you very much. Now, please let me introduce the keynote speaker for our second day of SALIKSIK MUSIKA 2022. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Donald Boyer. Recently retired from a full-time career in higher education, Don Boyer has taught at every level from pre-kindergarten through doctoral programs in the United States, the US Virgin Islands, Sweden, and Malaysia. Active in the fields of composition, music technology, and performance, Boyer has published more than 100 pieces of music, developed an educational computer system that has been used in at least 120 countries, and has performed as a trombonist in 50 countries. Among other performing credits, he spent 5 years playing trombone on 11 cruise ships in the Caribbean Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Gulf of Alaska. The first 10 did not sink. Dr. Boyer and his wife also served as foster parents, having provided a home to 18 foster children between 2003 and 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, may we now call on Dr. Donald Boyer.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me mute my speaker so we don't have any echo. Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to Dean De La Peña and Dr. Muico, the two people I've had most contact with working leading up to this, and also to all of the terrific graduate students that I've seen behind the scenes, both last night and tonight. Well, last night my time. It's I know it's morning where you are. Right now it's just past 7 p.m. where I am in Alabama in the United States. But I hope to stay with you at least till your lunchtime. And if I miss things after midnight, please forgive me. Like I said, it's delightful to be here. I've never been to the Philippines, but I'm really hoping that we can come visit the Philippines sometime this year if COVID permits. I wanted to talk to you a little bit. I'm going to change my view, if that's okay, and show you a slideshow with me down in the corner. I wanted to talk a little bit about, I'm on the wrong slide. Sorry, let me change that back. Now that's the right slide. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about arts scholarship and higher education, because that's really what this conference is about, research in music. And then I'll only focus on that for a few minutes, and then I want to show a case study, essentially, the way that I have approached one particular piece of art scholarship in my own life, my own career, something I'm currently working on, in fact. So if we can go forward, what is the purpose, very briefly, what is the purpose of higher education? Have you ever thought about that? I believe the purpose of higher education is to serve society. And we do that through a lot of different ways, and there's a lot of people who might debate that's not the true purpose, but I was delighted to discover that the University of the Philippines agrees with me completely. It's right there in the vision statement. I copied this from the UP strategic plan 2017-2023.
Dr. Boyer.
On your website.
Dr. Boyer.
Global university in an environment that sustains 21st century learning,
Dr. Boyer.
knowledge creation and public service for society and humanity, the larger sense of society. If you break that down, and I've highlighted some key words there, the three things that we always ask university lecturers, university professors to be responsible for are teaching, research, and service. It's right there in the mission statement or the vision statement: learning, knowledge creation, and public service. It couldn't be more clear than that. And in my opinion, this is one of the, I've read a lot of mission statements over the years, and I really think this is one of the clearest and best thought out, the one that agrees with me the most. So therefore, I like it. Anyway, moving on, let's talk about the portion of that knowledge creation, which equates to research in the sense that we're using it in this conference. Or my accent is going to be terrible, but I'm going to try SALIKSIK. I hope that's close. If not, you can all laugh. It's okay. I don't mind if you laugh when I badly pronounce things. Knowledge creation or research, essentially it's contributions to the sum total of human creation, human achievement, human accomplishment. And I think everything we do in the arts falls into that category. Not simply, obviously we know that there are music academics who do traditional research in music, the kind of research that scientists do, that social scientists do, and also I was about to say real scientists, but that's not fair. Social scientists and also hard scientists. But it's also, I think, that contribution to the sum total of human achievement or knowledge creation. We do that when we perform. We do that when we compose. We do everything we do in the arts is knowledge creation. And in fact, I wanted in Canada, a group of arts people a number of years ago got together and thought this through, specifically related to university arts programs, and came up with the hyphenated word research creation, by which they meant everything that we talk about under research, but it also, the other end of research is creation, composing, performing, etc. And that there's a continuum from one end of this to the other, that we're all involved in research at some stage. And that's the slideshow I'm going to give you on my own research, which is actually creation. In the United States, we don't use the term research creation. I got familiar with that because I was in Malaysia, and for my first year there, we had a colleague and good friend of mine that I met there, who came from Canada and was instrumental in establishing that Canadian concept of research creation. In the United States, in arts programs, whether it's music or dance or theater or visual arts, we typically talk about teaching creative activities and service. We substituting that phrase, creative activities, for research. Personally, this is just me, it goes no farther, but I really like to use the term scholarship or scholarly activities. I think what we do as musicians or other artists is scholarly activity. So let me try to give you an example, and that's the rest of this this presentation. Audience participation in classical music is a paper I've been working on. In fact, I've delivered this presentation once before, and I hope to polish it into a paper soon. But it provides an example of how I've approached one particular, well, several actually, composition projects in my own life, which have been informed by research I've done. Before we can talk about audience participation, I think we need to very briefly touch on aleatoric music. Audience participation really is a subcategory, in my opinion, of aleatoric music or chance music. If you, somebody's just beeped me, am I? It was that, please turn off virtual background. Are you not seeing my virtual background? Let me read the chat. I'm sorry. Pardon, talk among yourselves.
Yes, Dr. Boyer, we cannot
turn
see
off your
backdrop.
virtual background. Are you not seeing me?
Yes, we cannot see
you're
you,
not.
sir.
Ah! All right, let me go to Zoom. See, we had this off before. You're not seeing my slides or anything, are you?
Yes, sir.
None. How about that? Now you are.
Perfect,
Okay.
sir.
Well, forget the previous slides that you missed. Let's just back up to right here. Because I guess you didn't see any of that, but that's okay. It's all right. Is it okay to continue? Sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
So I have to close that screen so I can see you behind it. All right. Now, audience participation in classical music, as I said, audience participation, the way I'm using it, and I'll get to a definition later, but it's a subcategory under aleatoric music. If you've taken a music history class, and I believe most of you are graduate students or faculty in music, so I'm sure you've had more than one music history class, you will remember that aleatoric music, also known as chance music, has existed in Western art music for centuries. I'm going to show you a very short example of a popular version that involved dice back in the 18th century, and at least a couple of these compositions were attributed to Mozart. In fact, let's look at this piece by Mozart that involved dice, and you see the sheet of music on the left of the screen with notes. Each measure is numbered, which is not uncommon in music. On the right, you see a table of measure numbers and combinations between 2 and 12. I don't think you can see my mouse, but that's okay. No, and it's, of course, if you roll 2 dice, you get a combination of between 2 and 12. And if you spend any time in casinos, you know 7. That's anyway. We're not going to get off on that. So this composition by Mozart is designed so that every time it's performed, before performance, somebody rolls dice and puts the measures in order, and it's performed, and it works harmonically. It works melodically. I have like a 30-second demo or a 49-second, I think, video I want to show you that includes. It's a modern performance, obviously, but it's a group of people who rolled dice and performed Mozart's piece. The audio is in German. I apologize for that, but you can follow it. So you see they've selected the measures to be performed, and they end up with this big, long string of measures. It's a short piece. And now this piano player will play a little bit of it. And we see that that works. That was, oh, I have another message. No audio in the video, I'm sorry. Anyway, trust me, it worked. It worked great. Technology, it works great when it works, and sometimes, anyway, we'll get that fixed. I can turn on my audio back on. In the 20th century, aleatoric music made a big comeback in Western art music. A lot of composers use aleatoric elements or chance elements. The idea is to have a different performance every time something is performed. Couple of the ways that composers did this in the 20th century and continue to today. One you see on the left is a composer has put snippets of music on a page and told the performer, choose any one of these and play it 3 times, and then choose a different one and play it 4 times. I don't remember the specific instructions, but that sort of thing. Another example here of graphic notation, where the performer is to respond to graphic indicators that indicate approximate pitch or tuning. I have another video. It's very short, another 40 seconds. Let me turn my audio back on so that I think you'll be able to hear it this way.
In his piano concerto, Lutosławski uses this technique to allow the pianist a high degree of rhythmic flexibility so that every little phrase has room to breathe. I've animated an example I particularly like in the opening, where 3 flutes jump between different loops to provide a background texture for the pianist to play over. And what's interesting here is how all 4 musicians are able to work together despite being rhythmically independent from each other.
So with that background on aleatoric music, let's talk for just a minute about audience participation, which is not new to me, by the way. Audience participation in this presentation, I'm defining it as the intentional use of audience input to meaningfully influence the performance of a piece of Western art music. I don't mean just singing along, and everybody knows the latest. I don't know pop singers. I'm sorry. If I give you an example of a pop singer, it's going to be somebody you laugh at 15 years ago. Anyway, I'm talking about specifically meaningful influence in the performance in Western art music. And I've traded in the 20th century. I can go back at least as far as the happenings of the 1950s and 60s. There were a group of musicians, artists, dancers, theater folks, poets, etc., who got together in the 50s and created these happenings in the New York area and outside New York. And they were essentially art performances that, quote, required the viewer to actively participate in each piece. These were not concerts, because they involved also artists painting, and they involved somebody reading a poem, or a dancer, or acrobats, etc. In fact, there's a good description here of one of the happenings. Once people arrived at the 2nd floor loft space of the Rubin Gallery, they were given a program of events and instructions on how to behave, including when to take their seats or move between the 3 spaces, or when applause was appropriate, at the very end only. Lasting for 90 minutes, the 18 simultaneous performances included painters painting on canvases, a procession of performers, readings from placards, the playing of musical instruments, and ended with 2 performers saying single-syllable words like "but," "well," as 4 huge scrolls fell from a horizontal bar between them. The end of the event was signaled by a bell ringing twice. I'll show you just a short video of a recreated happening from 2010. in the interest of time, I'm going to move forward. One of the musicians involved in the happenings of the 50s and 60s was a well-known composer, John Cage. I'm sure you're all familiar with John Cage. And if you know one piece of his, every musician seems to know his 4 minutes and 33 seconds, which is a 3-movement work, by the way. Not every musician knows that. And those 3 movements don't include any notes at all, any musical notes. The performer sits on stage for 4 minutes and 33 seconds without making sound. And all of the sounds that you hear are the audience. And I acknowledge that in the very first performance, and maybe some of the others, the audience didn't know they were part of the performance, which probably made it very special. I'm not going to play a performance of this piece, but I should say, not everybody thinks of this as audience participation, but in my opinion, it really is. But I want to skip it to the next decade, I think 1969, another piece by John Cage, because I have a video of this that's more interesting. This is a composition called 33 1/3 from 1969. And for this composition, the instructions are to have 10 record turntables in the gallery or in the space where the event is, and stacks of records. And I think a few years ago, if I'd have told this story, most students would have scratched their heads. What is a record? It's my understanding that I have a bunch of them, by the way, behind me. It's my understanding that vinyl is making a comeback, so hopefully you know these are vinyl records. And the instructions to the audience are, there are a bunch of records up there, there are a bunch of turntables, go up and put a record on the turntable at any time. And with 10 turntables, we could have 10 different records playing at once. And if you go up and they're all playing, take something off and put something else on. And that's truly the concept is complete audience participation. Let's hear just a short, I don't know, 30 seconds or something of this. I'm not sure why they're all wearing suits. I think that was just typical in that time period. Oh, I'm getting more messages. Soft, almost no sound. I can turn it up. Sorry. And those last two actually were pretty soft also. So Bobby McFerrin is another example. This video is another example of audience participation of a different sort. Bobby McFerrin gets the audience to sing, but they're not just singing along with him the way so many concerts are these. Well, not just these days, for a long time now. Bobby McFerrin, of course, he's started out as a jazz singer and was a very well-known jazz singer, and then branched out into other kinds of music. He gets the audience involved in the performance, teaching them to sing, and he sings something else against what they sing. I think this is probably a minute or so. Let's see a little bit of this. Okay. They knew what to do. And here, this is better. What scale is this? So he's incorporating the audience in a meaningful way, in my opinion, in his performance. Now I want to get into something more personal in that this was my personal introduction to the concept of audience participation. In 2008, I was at a conference, And one of the performances at that conference, this was live, this is before COVID, a live performance in this conference of a piece called Grassroots 2008. That was part of the title also. And it was composed by two people who are now good friends of mine. I didn't know them very well at the time. David Williams, who was a professor at Illinois State University, and Taylor Harding, who I think was somewhere else then, but is now the Dean of the College of Music at the University of South Carolina. They composed this piece. One more thing I have to tell you. Back in those days, 2008, was before smartphones, or at least before they were common. And some universities, some large research universities, were experimenting with clickers. If you're not familiar with clickers, it's basically like what you do with your smartphone if you've used Socrates or something like that, where the lecturer will ask a question and you've got A, B, C, D, and E, and choose one of the answers and tap within the time frame. There were dedicated clickers that looked like TV remotes at the time, and you know at the beginning of a class you would pass them out to 200 students if you had a big finance class or something. And it was a way of communicating back and forth with the students in a large group. David and Taylor got the idea of using these for audience participation in a performance, and so they wrote this piece for computer that had visuals. The computer also had a soundtrack and 3 live musicians who were on the stage. You see, by the way, David and Taylor are the two on the left of this picture with laptops in front of them, one of them running the video, one of them running the audio, and it was all synced together. And 3 musicians on the right. And all of this was based on the 2008 presidential election in the United States between Barack Obama and John McCain, I believe. And so the way the piece worked, there was a section of information on the screen while the computer played some music and the musicians played with it. And that was all fixed. And then there were a series of questions about that. One of them was foreign policy. One of them was domestic policy. One of them was economics and so forth, different sections, and a series of questions that were all multiple choice. And each, depending on how the audience answered a question, determined which line of music the 3 musicians chose, whether the top line, the middle line, or the bottom line. And I'll just show you a short excerpt from this, and I think you'll get the idea better. But so the questions were all, well, they were really statements. Strongly agree, somewhat agree, neutral, somewhat disagree, and strongly disagree. And so in a group of 150 audience members, even though there's a wide range of answers, there's usually the group has a certain lean on each question. And by the way, I was in the audience for this in 2008. In 2012, they updated it for the presidential election that year, and I was very lucky that I was invited to play one of the 3 instrumental parts. In fact, that's me on the stage up on the corner with a trombone. But so I have personal experience with this. So based on how the audience answers, I'm watching the screen and I have to choose, the agree line or the disagree line or the neutral line. I probably talked more about this than I should have already. Let's play just a short excerpt from this. So the musicians choose the agree line of music. More of a spread. So, one more thing I was going to say about that. In 2012, I had the chance to perform that with them 4 or 5 times, and it was very interesting to me that a question that I thought would always be answered the same way different audiences had very different political leanings. And that's, I should have known that, and we should all know that. That's, people are people. After I saw that in 2008, I got very intrigued by the idea of involving audience participation in a composition of mine. And the first thing I came up with was this composition called Time Zones. And I didn't want to use clickers because I just didn't want to steal the idea that my friends had done. But I wrote this for trombone, one instrumentalist, with computer audio and computer video. And audience participation was through their phones. Phone, not necessarily a smartphone, didn't need to be, just phone calling. And so the way this works is, and I've done this many times since then, and it's been different every time, but there are certain constants. But it's a metaphor for my life, the time zones of my life. And each day in my life, I expected, at that time, I'm retired now, by the way. At that time, each day in my life, I expected to spend some time on administration, some time on composition, performance, technology, teaching, and family. And those were the 6 time zones of my life. But as happens to all of you, this is a universal constant, I believe, there are always unplanned interruptions. And they were represented in this piece by my cell phone ringing. And so my cell phone number is on this projector screen throughout this entire composition, through the entire performance. And the audience is invited to take out their phones and call me. And every time my phone rings, the music skips to an unplanned section, which if it's a very short unplanned section. And after doing the unplanned interruption, it goes back to where it was. And you can see, I don't know how well you can see this piece of music on the screen, but that's the administrative section. So it's, I don't know, what is that, about 20 measures or so. And you see in the middle of it, in the middle of the second line, there's a coda sign. It's not really a coda. That's just an indicator to me, because the computer, if it reaches that point before the phone rings, and then the phone rings in the measure after the coda sign, after the interruption, it goes back to the coda sign. If the phone rings before that, it goes back to the beginning. It's just a way for me and the computer to always be in sync. It's not important. I played this piece. If I go through it with no phone calls at all, it takes about 11 minutes. The typical performance is 14 or 15 minutes. I've done it well over 20 minutes. And theoretically, it could last for days, because every time the phone rings, we go back to the beginning of that section or the middle of that section. Anyway, let me demonstrate how much time do we have. We don't, just a few seconds. I think it's about 27 seconds of one of the performances of this. Okay. Immediately. Anyway, you get the idea. And this, like I say, typically what happens is in the first 5 minutes, I get about 30 or more calls. In the last 5 minutes, I get 1 or 2 calls. Eventually, there's one guy in the audience who wants to keep calling, and everybody else glares at him. Let's move along in the interest of time. This one was composed around the same time. In fact, the day I was supposed to premiere Time Zones, the premiere got delayed by a month or so because of a tragedy on our campus. As you know, if you follow the news at all, there are too many guns in the United States. There was a shooting on my campus in which 2 of my colleagues in another department, not in music, 2 of my colleagues were killed in a tragic shooting. And it was very, everything was canceled for the weekend. We planned a big memorial with the community 1 week later. And of course, the memorial, as so, the way humanity gets through any kind of trauma is often involving the arts, and especially music. And so we had lots of musical performances in that memorial the following week. All of our music faculty volunteered to perform. And I decided, even though it was a short window, I decided to compose something very, very short for that memorial service. And it was this piece called Unity, which was for just 2 people, myself and a timpani player who also hit triangle sometimes. And the audience was to sing a unison D. I don't know what a D is, but I don't have perfect pitch. Anyway, a unison D while we're playing, and get louder and louder towards the end. You're not going to hear the audience in this recording because that's not where the microphones were. But the concept was to demonstrate that the only way that the university will get through this tragedy is with the support of the community, which, and we had thousands of people in the audience for this. So it was a very moving ceremony. And so I have just 29 seconds of this one, I think. Yeah, we need to move along. I've got two more pieces. This one was from during the pandemic, so about a year and a half ago in the fall of 2020. It's not important to this story, but I'll just mention it. My wife was out when I was in Malaysia at the time. My wife and I were, except my wife was visiting family in the United States when Malaysia closed its borders. In fact, we knew something was coming. This was in March of 2020. And she changed her flight to come back early. She got as far as Tokyo, and they wouldn't let her on the next flight because while she was in the air, Malaysia had closed its borders. I don't mean to get sympathy for that. We've all had our own tragedy, or tragedy isn't the right word, our own inconveniences throughout this pandemic. But essentially for the first 105 days, I know this because I played trombone on my balcony or my rooftop every night for those 105 days. My wife, I was in lockdown with my wife in the other side of the world. But basically what I did on the very first day of our lockdown, I was living in a very nice apartment up on the top floor of a tall building, and I had a rooftop access. I went up on the rooftop and played trombone in a Facebook live stream for a few minutes, and did that every night. I committed to doing that every night until the lockdown ended. My wife, and the lockdown actually ended in about 90 some days, but my wife was coming back 2 weeks later, and I thought I would keep playing until she got back. Anyway, I played a lot of different things during that time. In fact, in the year and a half from the beginning of that until we left Malaysia, I counted them up. I think I did about 285 or 290 rooftop trombone performances. So I was looking for different music to play at different times. One of the ideas that we came up with in the fall of 2020 was this concept of improvisatory images that involved some audience participation. The audience in advance was invited to submit photos, JPEG files or a PNG or any kind of photo that you have on your phone. Although in this case, it was all online. So I asked them in advance to email them. And then I had a friend who took 10 of those photos, put them into a PowerPoint presentation without letting me know which photos or in which order. And my job was to improvise, reflecting what I see in the photos. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to do that right now. We've got just a minute or two left, but it was a lot of fun. Each slide played for 20 seconds and then went on to the next one. And I would change, try to change the improvisation to match it. But like I said, let me skip forward to the last piece I wanted to talk about, which is called Trombone Rhymes. This one actually was from March of 2020, right after the lockdown began. I had been working on these pieces. It's 6 short pieces. They're each about a minute long. And I wrote the lyrics to them back in 2008, I believe, as part of a set of art songs I wrote for soprano and piano. And they're silly. They're children's rhymes that I made up. And over the years, I thought about doing something else with them. And this is what I finally have come up with is solo trombone, where the trombonist plays a little bit, then speaks the first part of the rhyme, plays a little bit more, and then the audience has to join in to speak the second part of the rhyme. And then at the end, the trombonist has the joke. Actually, in this one, I think the audience joins in twice, 2 different pieces, or 2 different parts of the rhyme. And I'm going to take you on your word that you're going to do the audience participation with me on this, because I won't hear you, but I'll give you the first line. It's very short. It's Merle. The Earl of Burl was a squirrel named Merle, who had a bushy tail that would not curl. after I do it once, I'll play some more, and then I'll cue you, and you join me on that. So here we are going to do some live audience participation from halfway around the world. Trombone. This is the first of the trombone rhymes. It's called Merle the Squirrel. The Earl of Burl was a squirrel named Merle, who had a bushy tail that would not curl. Together, the Earl of Burl was a squirrel named Merle, who had a bushy tail that would not curl. He did not care his tail was just a lump of hair. He did not care his tail was just a lump of hair. Until he met the girl squirrel, Pearl. And that's Merle the Squirrel from Trombone Rhymes. And I really hope that you participated because it's more fun that way. Anyway, thank you very much. I think I've run out of time. It's 7:44. I know I'm supposed to stop. So thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer questions and stick around and see how things go. I'm looking forward to seeing your presentations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boyer, for your very engaging presentation from ranging from compositional ideas and techniques that are more formal, even in spontaneity. And now it's for you, I guess it has become more fun and even more spontaneous. So that was very much fun for us. Thank you very much. But I'd just like to just to get the ball rolling, sir, I'd like to ask a quick question, and then I'd like everyone else to give in their questions before our next panel, since we still have time. Dr. Boyer, is fun an ethical thing for you? Having an audience be concerned about fun and enjoyment, is that an ethical concern for you? And are there ethical concerns that come into your compositional process? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I'm not sure what you mean by ethical, but let me skip over that a second. I believe that serious art music doesn't have to be fun, but I believe it can be. I don't think it has to be not fun. Does that make sense? And so I don't consciously start out thinking, okay, what's going to make people laugh or have a good time? But it is something that I care about. I want people to enjoy concerts that I'm involved in one way or another. But again, I don't. I know other composers, very good friends of mine, who are very serious and don't want anybody ever to smile or laugh or anything, and that's fine. That's who they are, and that's their music. I do think in my music, not everything is funny. I certainly, but I like to put some humor in where I can.
Thank you, Dr. Boyer. I'd like now to invite other members of our audience to ask their questions.
No questions.
There's a question from Dean. You can read that.
Yes.
Okay. There is a remark from our Dean, Vern de la Peña. Thanks, Don. I watched some of your rooftop concerts in Facebook. May I know how your neighborhood in Malaysia reacted to this? We hope to see you in Manila soon.
I hope to be in Manila soon. I'm ready. I can come tomorrow if you'll let me in the country. Anyway, that's a great question because I was very concerned about that when I started. And I initially kept the performances very short. I did them before dark. In fact, the first 4 months or 105 days was at 5 p.m. Because I thought, make sure nobody's trying to go to bed or anything like that. and I was all the way up on the rooftop, not leaning out over the edge. So I found out that my neighbors knew something was going on, but they couldn't really see it, and they could only kind of hear it. And they started asking me to get off the rooftop and go on a balcony that was one floor lower and lean out over the balcony, which I started doing periodically. And I, you know, it's a large apartment complex. I'm not going to fool myself and think that everybody loved it, but I didn't get any negative feedback, and I got a lot of positive feedback. And in fact, at one point, they asked me if I would consider doing it outdoors in the courtyard instead of up on my balcony. And I dragged all my, it was Mother's Day, I think. I dragged all my equipment in May down to the courtyard and set up and did a longer show. In fact, it was about 30 minutes altogether. So most, at least, of the residents seemed to really appreciate it, and that gave me a lot of positive feedback. I also should mention, I didn't mention this earlier, and I should have. All of you probably noticed this. The big news, you know, Southeast Asia got COVID a little bit later than some parts of Europe, many parts of Europe. And in earlier March, we were all hearing news stories and seeing video clips of people on their back in Italy, Italy was in a lockdown before we were, obviously. And you might remember people singing on their balconies in Italy, and that had a big impact on me. And I thought that's really what I was thinking on March the 18th. I can't forget that date. March the 18th, when we locked down and my wife got stuck in Tokyo, I went out and played and you know, dedicated several times, including that first night, to the healthcare workers that were. I also lived right next to a hospital, so the healthcare workers could see me if they wanted. Anyway, it was frankly, it was a big part of my own mental health during that period. And I know every one of you has a story to tell. We could goodness, we could do a large volume of books on everybody's experiences in the pandemic. It's still going on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boyer. We have a question from the technical head of SALIKSIK MUSIKA, Aji Manalo. I just like to ask Dr. Boyer, do you think that the mastery of Western music performance skills is something essential, that you needed to master these skills and knowledge in order to be able to come up with your own compositional works now? So for the thing that you're doing now, do you need that kind of mastery, sir?
I think for what I'm doing, yes, but I don't think that everyone needs. I mean, not everyone wants to do what I'm doing. I think that it's possible to compose in many, you know, in styles of music that are completely different from Western art music, and to compose those things, you don't necessarily need a mastery of Western art music. But for the music that interests me, and you know, it's the world I grew up in, I do think that mastery of music theory, you know, and I taught theory for years, and you know, a lot of 18-year-olds don't really want to. They don't see the augmented sixth chords in the music they listen to on the radio, so they want to know why they have to. In fact, these days they don't even see more than 2 chords in most of the music that's on the radio. And so they're thinking, why, if I want to write this kind of music, why do I have to know Western art music theory? And I think if you're going to write music that is descended from Western art music, then I do think it's important to have that background, even if you choose to not use all of it. And I certainly I don't consciously use augmented sixth chords, German sixth or a French sixth when I'm composing, but I do know how they work. And I do know that that largely they function most of them function in a dominant setting, and I know how to accomplish that also with tritone substitutions in a jazz setting or something, and accomplish essentially the same thing. Sorry, that's too much detail. Yes, I think in some cases it's important, in others maybe not.
Got it, sir. Thank you very much. And even for somebody like me, I still confuse the Neapolitan sixth for pizza. So anyway, we use what we can use in order to do what we have to do. So Dr. Boyer, there's another question from one of our professors, Dr. Arwin Tan, and he's asking, how is it that we can entice our audience to participate more and make them feel that they are part of the music making? So that's from Dr. Arwin Tan.
I think that's a very good question. I'm certainly not the only composer writing audience participation things. As you saw, I stole the idea from friends of mine who, and later discovered that there were people, before I was born, John Cage was doing stuff like this. I think I would encourage composers to think about, and not just composers, conductors and orchestra planning groups to think about, how do we get the audience involved? Did my camera freeze? I'm sorry if it did. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you, sir, but yes, the camera froze. So,
yeah,
but please continue.
And it froze on such a great pose too.
That's right. That's right. When we started talking about pizza, yes.
Exactly. Anyway, what I was saying, I do think in some way we need to involve audiences. We need to get audience interaction, whether it's actually interaction in the performance or not. Somehow we have to get on it. And a lot of orchestras do this, and not just orchestras, bands and elsewhere, but with pre-concert talks, where someone will come and talk about, this is very common in the orchestral world these days, or meet the principals kind of cocktail party the day before a concert or something. I mean, there are a lot of things like this happening, and I think we need more things like this. By the way, I can switch cameras if you want a different view that isn't frozen. Let me see. Go ahead. Does that answer your question?
I think that answers Dr. Tan's question. Thank you very much, sir. So if there are more questions, feel free to put them on the chat box. And now we can see Dr. Boyer again. So Dr. Tan, thanks you, sir. And please let me say that we enjoyed your improvisation on the trombone, sir. That was a lot of fun. That really was. So anyway, I'm just checking if we have more questions for you, sir. Okay. From our graduate programs director, Dr. Maria Christine Muico, your keynote just opened to the world of graduate programs, our world here, to the creative aspect of scholarship. And we thank you, Dr. Boyer. How do you see the audience improvisations with technology involved shape the curriculum of graduate studies? So, sir, I suppose that has to mean that what's the role of technology in our improvisatory work?
Well, that's a very good question. I haven't thought nearly enough about, but I think technology is clearly an important part of what we do in education these days, of what we do in music, and we need to, if we're going to prepare students to be musicians or music teachers who are also musicians, by the way, or to work in any aspect in music, I think we need to prepare them to understand technology. And I've been hearing all my life, this current generation of students, they're the digital natives, they're experts in technology, and some university students are, but I've discovered an awful lot of those experts in technology are experts in Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, and maybe Facebook, although not so much Facebook anymore. But I work with students. I used to teach music technology. I guess it's been 10 or more years now. But in any group of 30 students, I would have if I see the start menu, I would have somebody raise their hand and ask where the start menu is. So not everyone is born to technology, and that's okay. We can fix that, but we do need to approach that with our students in terms of using technology. First of all, I think there are ways to involve audiences that don't involve technology, and if this were a live performance, we would have done the trombone rhyme. I would have done the trombone. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Sorry. I would have done the trombone rhymes without any technology at all. I mean, there's no technology needed for that audience interaction. But certainly the technology is needed for the time zones, for the photos, the improvisatory images, and I think clever people. We have lots of clever people in music schools. Clever people can figure out new things that I haven't thought about. You're all clever. Just think outside the box.
Thank you, sir. There's one more question, but I think you partially answered this question from Father John Bakok. His question has to do with how do you involve people in relation to on these online performances? How do you get their attention? Because there's lack of physical presence. I think mindfulness of time zones answers that particular question partly, but are there more ways you engage people online?
Well, like I said, with the images, the improvisatory images, I would tell people tonight that I'm going to do this piece next week, and between now and next week, send me pick a couple of photos on your phone or wherever you store photos and send them to me, and I'll have somebody choose 10 of them. So if I have 100 to choose from, you have a 10% chance of being included. But I never had 100 to choose from. There was another, I skipped over another piece I did at the same time, improvisatory images, and I also did improvisatory poetry. And the audience interaction was a little different in that one, in that I asked, again, I would say on Tuesday night, next week, I'm going to do this improvisatory poetry. Send me a short poem, either that you've written or a poem that you love. And if I will, basically I did the same thing, except I would play some trombone, then I would read the first stanza of the poem, play some more trombone, read the next stanza. And again, the audience isn't participating in the performance, but the audience has submitted the photographs or the poetry and feels some connection that way, I hope. But it's much easier in person. Sorry, much easier in person.
Great, Dr. Boyer. Actually, one of the things I've personally been thinking about is how composers consider the concept of affordance. I think that's a psychological concept by James Gibson. And I think based on what you're saying, you're doing it by making connections with them, by communicating with them ahead, getting their photos, and doing other things and being more mindful. So that's great, sir.
But I shouldn't give you the impression that all of my compositions now involve audience participation. I still compose other things. I still write pieces for jazz ensemble that don't have any audience participation other than tapping your foot. I've got a short piece for orchestra that's going to be recorded this weekend, by the way, that doesn't involve any audience participation. It's, I'm still very interested in other kinds of music. It's just this project is important to me right now.
Okay, sir. So may I ask? I'm so surprised that I'm the one asking questions. But the thing is, I'd like to ask. So for you, sir, being principled or ethical as a composer does not. It always has to come into play with being playful and being open to other possibilities. So creativity is paramount for you, and all these possibilities.
Certainly creativity is paramount. Yes. I certainly don't want to copy music that other people have written and not be creative. I will confess, however, that I sometimes steal music from myself. I mentioned the orchestra piece that's being recorded this weekend. It's a very short piece. It's a record company that's doing a set of recordings of 4-minute pieces that could be openers for concerts. And so I contributed a piece to that. And the themes that I used for that were themes that I wrote for Rooftop Trombone. They were solo trombone pieces that I wrote. And I took two themes from 2 of those, melodies from 2 of those, and orchestrated them. And so I don't know how that fits in with your question about creativity, though. Sorry. I have a bad habit of over answering, so stop me anytime.
That's perfectly fine, sir. It's part of being spontaneous and improvisatory, I think. So I think that's just as much fun. Yeah. Anyway, are there more questions from our audience, or maybe they'd like to react to some of the things you've said?
Tell me I'm wrong.
Anyhow, while we're still waiting, sir, I'm just curious because I'm still learning more about your own body of work. Did you ever have to confront composition with a bathtub and a blender? And because I remember that there's a John Cage piece in which there is a whole living room and a dining area wherein there's a blender, and I think there are candies and eggs. And I had so much fun watching that, but I didn't understand. It was better than 4 minutes 33 seconds.
Yes. Well, I think no, I haven't. I haven't used any household appliances in my compositions yet. But I think John Cage's aesthetic. I'm far from an expert on John Cage, but my impression is that his aesthetic was that music essentially is organized sound. And that's probably, you've all heard that definition. I don't think he came up with it. I don't know if he did, but sound doesn't have to be recognizable pitches played by instruments that we're all familiar with. And so that's what leads us to 4 minutes and 33 seconds, or the cacophony that happens with 10 record players playing at once, or the noises from a blender and a toaster and a bathtub. My question, I haven't seen that piece, by the way, I've heard about it. My question is, why was there a bathtub in the same room with a toaster? Because that doesn't seem safe.
Okay, well, yes, definitely that does not seem to be safe at this point. So I think at this point, Dr. Boyer, we have enjoyed your talk so much, and we are about to move into the next our first panel for the day. So we would like to thank you for making time for us and crossing the time zones in order to present many possibilities for us, Dr. Boyer. And I am really hoping that one day you can come and visit here in the Philippines, and maybe when you talk about improvisation and being spontaneous, you'll find a lot of things here, and we will learn a lot of things from you as well. So thank you very much for your time. Salamat po, sir. And we will see you here, Dr.
Thank
Boyer.
you. Yes, I hope so. Thank you. And I'm going to stick around and hear some of your papers.
Fantastic. Bravo, sir. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for everyone who's here in the first segment. We'll now take a break, and we will resume at 10:10 for our first panel of the day. So please stick around. SALIKSIK MUSIKA 2022 will be back very soon. Thank you. Thank you very much for waiting. Welcome back to SALIKSIK MUSIKA 2022. And now we are about to begin our music and technology panel, where our three presenters have prepared very exciting presentations for you. And we will be also hearing our former dean, Dr. Jose Buenconsejo, give his reaction later to these presentations. So let me do a quick introduction of our presenters one by one. First is Faraway Lakdao. Faraway Jazzy or Far Lakdao is a continuing student of Bachelor of Education Studies, major in Instructional Design and Technology at the UP Open University. Lakdao is also a global organizer of and performer for International Jazz Day celebrations in partnership with UNESCO and the Herbie Hancock Institute of Jazz, and a past co-organizer, participant, performer, writer at the Philippine International Jazz Festival Organization, and a member of Vocal Jazz Educators, a Facebook group composed of mostly US-based teachers, instructors, professors of vocal jazz, and authors, composers of vocal jazz literature. Mr. Lakdao is a Manila-based jazz singer who has also been given an invitation to perform internationally for the Phuket International Jazz Day 2020. Our second presenter for this panel is Hannah Ruth Season, a multimedia artist who is also in the academe, taking multimedia arts at De La Salle College of St. Benilde, Master of Arts in Communication, major in Applied Media Studies at De La Salle University. She now is taking up her PhD in Media Studies at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her research interests are all about virtual new media and, of course, the nexus between media and her love for music, games, art, and more. She has been a part-time faculty of the College of St. Benilde, teaching MMA since 2010, and she has been working as a freelance multimedia artist since 2007. Thank you very much for that. And then we have our third presenter, who is Crystal Rodis Concepcion. Let me just give me a moment to access her bio note. Just a moment. Okay, Crystal Millerose Rodis Concepcion, started the flute at the age of 10. A year later, she was accepted as a scholar at the Philippine High School for the Arts under the tutelage of Professor Enrique Barcelo. In 2003, she participated in the Interlochen Art Camp in Michigan, USA, and was a Fine Arts awardee. She graduated with high honors as well as class valedictorian. She was also the recipient of an Artistic Excellence Award as well as the Maria Scholarship for her college education. During her college years, she was a member of the Southeast Asian Youth Orchestra and Wind Ensemble. During the years 2005, 2007, and 2008, she received her bachelor's degree from UP, magna cum laude, and she completed her master's degree at the University of Texas Pan American in Texas, USA. She is also a three-time NAMCIA National Music Competitions for Young Artists winner, and she garnered first prize for woodwinds category A. She was a former member of the Metro Manila Concert Orchestra and performs with other orchestras such as the MSO, Manila Symphony Orchestra, and the PPO, Philippine Philharmonic. She is currently pursuing a PhD in music at the University of the Philippines and is a faculty member at a number of colleges in Metro Manila. So ladies and gentlemen, let us watch the three presentations before we hear our reactor, Dr. Jose Buenconsejo. Thank you.
Hello everybody, hello to all the participants to this SALIKSIK MUSIKA conference. I'm very honored to be part of this gathering, right? And so my name is Faraway. You can call me Jazzy. I have that nickname because I perform on the side, and I'm a full-time academic here at the UP system, right? So what is this app that I'm going to be talking about today? Basically, I've designed an app that's intended at both formal and informal learners of vocal jazz, and primarily it's intended around appreciation of jazz during International Jazz Day celebration. So UNESCO has established April 30th of each year as International Jazz Day. So it's basically a cultural, political, socio-political, I would say, kind of force, right? And that's it. However, I need to clarify that at this point in time, this app that I've designed is in its design phase, meaning that I have yet to develop it. So I'm gonna be presenting to you, okay, some kind of an idea. I'm gonna be talking about how I visualize the app. I've already gotten, I would say, a perfect score from my professor for what I've written so far about this app, and I hopefully want to develop the app before I graduate. So right now I'm part of the instructional design program of the UP Open University. I'm an instructional design and technology major. So basically I've designed an app, and so what is this app all about? Basically, it's an app that I can use in my phone. So it's downloadable as a native type of mobile application, right? It can be downloadable primarily on Android and iOS mobile phones. So both Android and iOS, right? Now, if I were a student of vocal jazz and I have my phone with me, let's say I'm in the Philippines, right? I can just go ahead and go to a local jazz bar. Let's say it's April 30th, and then I'm wanting to hear some live music performance. So I go to this place called Tago, hidden. That means hidden in Filipino. Tago Jazz Cafe. It's somewhere around Quezon City, and I will be able to observe a stage performance. Now I can use my app to sort of take a video of that performance, and then the app can actually process that video material with its artificial intelligence, and the app can tell me about what's going on in the stage, right? You see what I mean? So it has an artificial kind of intelligence that will tell me that, okay, you're listening to a bossa nova kind of performance, and the singer is scatting. When I say scatting, it's like, singing with nonsense syllables that have musical relevance, right? So the scat syllables are basically Filipino in terms of their phonetics and how they sound. So the app can tell me things like that, basically. More importantly, the app can actually let me stream that performance to an audience internationally. So what the app captures on video, right, can actually be processed internationally, be evaluated and appreciated by an international global audience. Yep. So there you go. That's the basic overview of how it's supposed to work. And formally, right, the app can be used by Berklee Online Jazz Voice course students for International Jazz Day Appreciation. So I've written stuff about the Berklee Online Jazz Voice course program before. And in the Philippines, the app may be used by the UP College of Music, the UST Jazz Studies Program, and any other educational partner for UNESCO and International Jazz Day, both in the country and abroad. So publicly, eventually, the app can be advertised on IJD. When I say IJD, I mean International Jazz Day websites or social media accounts for use by any vocal jazz enthusiast anywhere in the world, especially during the celebration of International Jazz Day, right? So in general, once the app is developed, it can be piloted with the jazz voice course students at Berklee Online or UP College of Music or the USC Jazz Studies Program, or everyone from those schools that I've mentioned. Also, I can have it utilized by primary, high school, college students taking up any sort of music appreciation or art classes. And eventually it can be made available for everybody interested in jazz singing without any background in music theory. Right. The activities deemed doable through the app are basically aligned with Bloom's taxonomy, especially in terms of application, evaluation, and creation. And the app, of course, has a very socially dynamic kind of nature to it. And that's rooted in, I would say, social learning theory with emphasis on observation, imitation, and vicarious reinforcement. So the app can also let the user sing something. If you're using the app, for example, and I just observe a performance and I want to do some singing myself. I want to imitate what I just observe on stage, right? So the app can let me do that, and then that performance coming from me, right, can be decoded by the app, and eventually it can be evaluated one way or the other, right? So it can be uploaded to an online community, and then people can tell me that, okay, you sound good, you sound really well, and then maybe you can improve on this part of your performance. So, stuff like that. If I don't have anyone communicating with me through the app should be able to also, by itself, provide me feedback, right? So it can tell me if I'm sounding like, let's say, Ella Fitzgerald, or if I sound like Betty Carter. These are legends in the vocal jazz idiom, right? If I'm scatting using, the right pattern, a 2-5-1 pattern and stuff like that. If I'm scatting with a certain kind of mode, right? If it's a Lydian mode, if it's, a Dorian mode or something. So the app should be able to be able to perform some kind of a self tutoring kind of robot, right? So there you go. I just want to make sure that the app would be able to appeal to students wanting to learn jazz singing further, and also people that just want to know more about jazz singing. So let's talk about the specifics, right? So again, this app is primarily intended at appreciating vocal jazz during International Jazz Day celebrations for the time being. I'm part of the International Jazz Day community as an organizer, right? So that's why it's primarily intended at the Jazz Day celebration. But eventually, it's really about getting people to know more about jazz singing and helping them improve on their jazz singing ability, right? So let's talk about the specifics of the app's attributes, right? So first of all, the app must be designed to spark interest in jazz singing, both appreciation of and performance of jazz singing. And it's got to be hyperlinked or deep linked to vocal jazz online communities of practice, such as vocal jazz educators on Facebook, the one that I'm part of that, by the way. So I have people that can help me further improve on this app. These are educators mainly based in the US that specially teach vocal jazz. And the app should be hyperlinked, of course, to the International Jazz Day website. And it should allow the user to take, videos or audio recordings. So it's not just videos, but also audio recordings of jazz performances. And such performances can be streamed or uploaded to an online jazz community or academy for evaluation or appreciation. Now, let's talk about the menu of the app, right? There's going to be a jazz where you're at portion of the menu, and that portion can let the user upload or stream a local performance of a singer or group of singers, or the user's performance, himself or herself, especially during International Jazz Day celebrations. For example, it's April 30th and I'm in, let's say I'm in France. I'm a student of jazz in Paris, right? And I'm just at a local jazz club over there. There's a lot of jazz clubs in France, by the way. It's like a jazz capital, right? So I'm using my app, right? And there's somebody singing there, somebody singing in French. And then the app will tell me that, okay, you are listening to a French kind of jazz music, right? It can tell me about, the kind of musicality associated with French music and how it combines French sensibilities and jazz music sensibilities in general. And then it can let me upload that French kind of performance to the wider audience, digital audience internationally, right? So I can discover something unique happening in France, which can be appreciated further by jazz voice enthusiasts in America or Japan or the Philippines, right? That's very active learning, right? Okay, basically, there's going to be a chat option in the menu as well with other students, learners, jazz enthusiasts from universities and from other organizations across the globe. So people can really have a chat or conversation. It's about conversational learning as well, right? And also, of course, the app can be hyperlinked or deep linked to free online vocal jazz sessions from seasoned jazz vocalists. So the menu is very much, I would say, interactive and can provide options for the user. It has a jazz where you're at, and then it has a chat option, right? And it's got to be linked to online communities of vocal jazz practitioners and enthusiasts, right? So technically, the app must have artificial intelligence to identify with the local jazz club's cultural orientation, own breed of jazz performers, and must be able to decode local cultural traditions and aesthetics. For example, if I'm using the app here in the Philippines, I'm at Tago Jazz Club that I've mentioned earlier. So I'm going to use the app to record a performance, and it can determine, it should be able to decode that, okay, this performance that you're listening to right now, it employs certain vocables that are unique to the Filipino language, right? So the scatting, for example, the stuff like that. So the app can determine that, okay, maybe it's something Filipino, like the linguistic aspect of it. It's indigenous to the Philippines. So there you go. I mean, that part can be appreciated by students in the US, in Japan, in Europe, right? As the material gets uploaded and eventually appreciated by digital users online. So yeah, I just want to reiterate that the main menu of the app must be divided into number one, of course, jazz where you're at for the local capture of material, video or audio material. And then it has a chat with jazz experts. It also has a connect to the jazz world. That's where you can, like probably upload your captured material and then share it with online users of the same app, right? And the user of the app himself or herself can also upload his or her own performance, right? If you want to sing a jazz song, you can use the app to record yourself singing it, and then it can be uploaded to an online group that can assess your singing and maybe give you feedback as well. Maybe I can connect Cheryl Porter as well, the so-called number one vocal coach in the world, right? And also I know a lot of jazz vocal teachers that can really be connected to the app one way or the other, right? How do I develop the app? That's a very good question now. So I'm going to employ what we call the iterative design process for the design and development of the app. And basically, there will be 3 iterations, right? So from the very beginning, I'm going to be involving the important stakeholders here. So who are they? They could be students from Berkeley Online or students from the UP College of Music or the University of Santo Tomas, UST. And I will involve them in designing, like the interface of the app, like how it can be aesthetically presentable and how it can be appealing, and the functions of the app have to be discussed as well. So during each iteration, I have to make sure that the participants are able to provide me feedback, right? And once we've come up with a final blueprint, then it can be developed already by a software engineer. So I'll be working with technology experts, software engineers, app developers. So I'll provide them the input from the 3 iterations, and then we'll come up with a prototype, right? And then that prototype, of course, has to be used by everybody that has participated in the design and development of the app from the beginning. So I'm going to use a software usability measurement inventory, right? It can help me ensure that the app can be really satisfying, enjoyable, entertaining, and creatively and musically rewarding for the user, right? So there you go. Why did I create this app? I would say, why did I want to create the app? Because, like I mentioned, it's still very much in its conceptual design phase. So why did I want to create the app? It's basically because I want, number one, to promote vocal jazz music and jazz music in general. Jazz is a music of peace, of intercultural dialogue. It's a multicultural kind of art form. It includes everybody. So jazz has the potential to promote local cultures, right? So users of the app can actually do some kind of e-touring, electronic touring where they're at. They can upload and promote unique material, right? So what I video here in the Philippines and upload to the wider audience can be something that US-based jazz students don't really come across, right? So we can have a contribution from where we're at, right? That's very much important. And I want to make sure that vocal jazz learning can be conversational, right? So that's why there's a chat option, right, in the app. I wanted, the Lorillard conversational framework, so to speak. So it's more about a dialogic kind of space, right? And that's about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Hannah Season and I'm from PhD Media Studies. I may not be quite an expert at music, but I want you to see my presentation through a media perspective. The title of my concept is Language for Development, Music, Media, and Social. So when we talk about development, of course, it's a progression, it's a change. I show here the relationship between media, music, and social. When media develops, there is also a development in music, and there is also a social development individually. Now, when we talk about language, we talk about it in a communication sense. Of course, language, there is visual, what you see, so symbols. We have the alphabet. In music, we have the notes. That's considered a symbol or a visual language of communication. In auditory sense, of course, our spoken language. In music, the things you hear. I mean, music is a universal language. You don't have words for it. You already know its meaning. You already know the feeling it conveys. It communicates something to you. So that's what we mean here about language. So according to Dew's Mark Media Life, media is sort of invisible to us. What do we mean by invisible? He quoted there some of the very common theories, theory, which is also debatable, to tech determinism, convergence, meaning how old media converges into new media, how new inventions keep on converging. Like, for example, the telephone and then the computer, and now they are in smartphones. Tech determinism, on the other hand, is the advancement of technology has changed the culture, has changed our lives. While there is another theory by Marshall McLuhan, which in he regards media technology as an extension of ourselves, and that Media Life by Mark Hughes has talked about the invisibility of media, how it is already part of us, how it is attached to us. You don't notice that your phones are attached to you. So basically, media, you bring it to you everywhere. Media is now part of our life. That is how media progressed from the old days, that media is separate, and then it developed into something that we all have right now, which is part of us. It's invisible. It's basically us. Media is us. Everything in media, from the smartphones, from our social media, from the content, it's already a part of our lives. Since I am talking about development, I talked about development of the media. Let's talk about the development and the relationship of media, music, and social. Of course, I'm going to be focusing on music and specifically piano and piano sheets. So, in the old days, of course, we have that upright piano, or if you're very rich, you have the grand piano. And we learn through teachers, and we study and read our music through sheet musics, printed books, magazines, manuals. We have TV, we hear music. I was young and I was learning piano. Part of my social development is learning. We have their print media. Eventually, media has progressed, media has developed. We are introduced now to internet, and then to CDs, and then to printing. Before, we have to like buy books. Now we can actually search Google, print sheet musics. We can also buy CDs and listen to them, or if you are one of those people, burn CDs. Okay, so what does this do in our social development? We get more exposure, a lot more music, more learning because we have more access to more sheet music, and then we develop our preferences, growth in our learning. Yeah, if you remember the iPod was invented. Of course, there was a Walkman and a CD and those big stereo that you can bring anywhere. But now iPod is directly from your computer. The USB was invented. Now you can choose specific music or even thousands of music to put in your iPod. Then now there's social media, there's Friendster, there's Multiply. Facebook was just beginning. These were the times that you sort of explore genre. You just listen and exchange music with a lot of people, be able to be exposed to more kinds of music with the thousands of music in your playlist that you can put in your iPod. Okay, so that is the new media technology that we have experienced. I know a lot of you experienced that as well. Technology has progressed. We have smartphone, we have YouTube. Now we can watch music. There is now social media, Facebook. We are now part and slaves to likes and follows. During this time, our social development is sort of hinged or related to these new norms, the likes, the follows, or standards. Okay? We sort of like show representations of ourselves in social media. Hence, there is anxiety. The smartphone is a revolutionary kind of media and technology. YouTube, you are able to access music, even watch music, even watch concerts, lessons. But there came standards, anxieties, insecurities. Here starts the objectification, okay, self-crisis. Now, of course, with the prevalence of smartphones, there came apps, there came a lot of programs. Okay, so some of these are Shazam, where you can Before you have to figure out what that music is. Now you just Shazam it, and now you already know what that music is. Now there are streaming platforms. An example of this is Spotify. You now have access to millions and millions of music, and even Netflix. You get to watch a lot of shows, be exposed to music from those shows. So there's sort of a, from insecurity, now there is a renewed passion when it comes to social development. And of course, being able to access music through streaming, different music from all over the world, millions and millions of music, it has sort of been like a music therapy to us. And aside from that, of course, you get to meet new people, you interact with them, you share shared interests, and there is a growth in one's individual social development. Now there are tablets, digital sheets now available. Of course, in your tablet, you don't have to print your sheet music. You can just put it on your tablet or even your phone. In the absence of printers or in the absence of books, have digital sheets. And there are even programs that provide digital sheets or downloadable sheets. Some you can buy, some are free. Now you can create content on YouTube, and a lot of people are creating content. You see them make music, play piano pieces on YouTube. Of course, you see them and then you see how great they are. You sort of feel socially pressured or a little bit insecure or probably competitive. You see the standards once again. Then another progression came in media. Now there are new kinds of symbols. Some of the new symbols consist of just blocks, falling blocks, like synthesia. These are made for those who really have no idea on how to read notes, how to read the language, or an introduction to them into learning. The progression of media, the progression of technology has made music learning available to more people. It is not just limited to a small group of people. Now, that's good in a sense because music is a very beautiful thing that should be shared. It's love. Now, there's also the invention of auto transcriptions. This time, you just put the song into the auto transcription and it will automatically create the sheet music for you, and even these falling bars for you. It's so easy now. You don't have to play the piano based on your hearing or look for sheet music. You can just auto transcribe. Now, these are sort of visual learning. So a lot of content creators on YouTube do a lot of this synthesia tutorials. They do get a lot of likes and follows, and somehow in your social development you get inspired. There is a music learning expansion for you, and not only for you, even for those who want to enter into music, those who have no idea about music. They see this, they get exposed through these kinds of learning, and they are introduced. They want to start studying. They start by doing these synthesia tutorials until they get a proper learning. During the pandemic, we cannot have face-to-face classes. Now there's Zoom for those who want to learn professionally. It's great that even through Zoom you can do a piano performance and a piano lecture because you have apps like GarageBand, which you can play music or piano digitally, and then you can also record it immediately. If you have a digital upright piano or an electric piano, you can just put a chord and put it in your tablet or in your computer laptop, and then it will automatically record for you without all the buzz, the extra noise. So this is sort of a learning, a new kind of learning, a development in your social learning on a virtual space in a time of a pandemic. After everything that happened, a lot of us may have had friends who departed, family that departed, or it just basically stressed with all that is happening. Music has been there to provide spiritual therapy, that solace, um, happiness, individual growth, and media has played a big part in this. The only thing that can lift you up is music, but you can only hear music through media and technology. So that is how it is all related. What is to come next? Of course, for future references, there are now virtual concerts or even game characters who do concerts in real life, AR. And then there are projected AR pianos, projected AR synthesia. So the language, the media, and the technology has developed. And alongside the music learning, the music consumption, and the music expansion has been growing, is also developed. And that helps in your individual social growth as well. No matter what you're going through or whatever you're feeling, it differs. It continuously develops and changes. So basically, that is language for development and music, media, and social. That is just the concept I'm presenting to you. It is an autoethnographic study about how music has helped me develop through media and this beautiful language that all of us can understand, might understand differently, but still understand, um, has been a great help to one's individual social growth. And that's it.
The impact of media in wind band competitions in the Philippines. Introduction. Wind bands, also referred to as marching bands, are musical ensembles composed of woodwind, brass, and percussion instruments. The band tradition has been an integral part of community life in many provinces in the Philippines since the Spanish colonial era, with the very first all-India band, Banda Zabat, formed in 1820. Most of the wind bands are found in Luzon, most especially in the provinces of La Union, Bataan, Pampanga, Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, Cavite, Batangas, Laguna, and Rizal. Today, the Pambansang Samahan ng Mga Banda sa Pilipinas, or PASAMBAP, the oldest band association in the Philippines, estimates that there could be as many as 3,000 bands all over the country. With their blaring loud music and colorful costumes, wind bands, or banda in Filipino, are most visible during parades in town fiestas and during processions commemorating important religious occasions. Wind band competitions, whether formal or informal, continue to be an important part of this tradition. Since the 19th century, wind band competitions have always had the same format. Two or more bands in the same location would assume a stationary position, perform their music, and show off their musical prowess to an audience. However, the development of the World Wide Web in the late 20th and 21st century has exposed Filipinos to a wealth of media from all around the globe. This has challenged the format of wind band competitions in the Philippines. Restrictions brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic has also motivated bands to take advantage of media platforms. This paper will now explore how the media is continuously changing the landscape of band competitions. A brief background. Band competitions are largely set in the communities. These are held annually during the eve of a fiesta. Hilarion Rubio described the old band competition practices in his writings. The Banggaan involved bands competing the whole night. This tended to morph into the Tambakan, where bands would play day and night. This would last for several nights. When Pasambok was founded in 1953 by a group of band conductors headed by Felipe de Leon, one of its objectives was to eliminate this practice, which they considered to be debilitating to musicians. These practices have now become obsolete. Today, band competitions, known as serenatas, last for a few hours only. During the serenata, as many as 4 bands take turns playing a set on adjacent stages. The bands play varied repertoire such as classical music transcribed for band, marches, and popular music, which they refer to as quote-unquote modern music. This modern music may also include film scores arranged for band. The bands also feature soloists to display their virtuosity. All this time, the audiences cheer for their favorite bands. There is no formal jury nor a formal criteria, and the winner is determined solely by the individual listener. Serenatas can sometimes also be in the form of formal competitions. The repertoire may include a contest piece in the form of a classical overture transcribed for band and a piece for solo instrument with band. For formal occasions, there is a formal criteria. A panel of judges deliberate and choose the winners. Some towns hold annual band competitions. These competitions are highly anticipated among the band communities. Bands travel from faraway provinces to participate. There have only been a handful of band competitions outside the local government after the 1950s. From 1978 to 1981, San Miguel Corporation held an annual Balikbanda competition. This was later revived in 1982 to 1984. The competition aimed to raise the musical standards of the group. In 2016, the National Music Competitions for Young Artists, or NAMSIA, opened a youth symphonic band category for the very first time. This has yet to recur. The changes in band competitions. Both the formal competitions and informal competitions during serenatas have declined in number and in scale. For some serenatas, the number of participant bands have dwindled to as little as 2 bands, which the musicians refer to as harapan. It is also becoming increasingly common for a serenata to involve 1 band only, in which case it ceases to be a competition at all. Like many traditions, band competitions have adapted to the changing times. The age of internet, which has paved the way for easier access to information, is changing the dynamic of band competitions. More exposure to popular media has also influenced band costumes. The traditional Western military-esque uniforms were sometimes abandoned in favor of costumes that derived inspiration from movies. These include Roman warriors and military uniforms from non-Western cultures. Video sharing platforms such as YouTube expose Filipinos to bands from other countries. A particular type of band, which are locally referred to as show bands, has piqued the interest of Philippine bands. These bands, which are internationally referred to as marching bands, are most visible during halftimes in football games in the USA. It is this American style of marching band that would become the model for Philippine bands to imitate. Show bands play popular music and incorporate visual elements and storytelling. The musicians could no longer play in a stationary position. Show bands entailed musicians to perform music while executing complicated drills, formations, and choreography at the same time. Non-instrumental roles within the band have also transformed. Majorettes, who traditionally dance and twirl batons as the band performs music, now do their choreography in accordance with the musicians' movements. More non-instrumental roles adapted from American marching bands can now be seen in Filipino marching band competitions. Color guards, which were absent in the old band tradition, now play an important role. Color guards, who perform choreography while carrying flags, not only add to the visual aspect and movement to the band's performance, but also serve to give signals to the musicians. For some bands, majorettes have become color guards, while other bands have both majorettes and color guards. Another new role adapted from the American marching band is the drum major. Out in the field, the drum major serves as the band's leader. The drum major keeps the beat and gives signals to the musicians through specific body movements. Due to the higher entertainment value of show bands, band competitions have started to veer away from the old concert-style band competitions in favor of these newer formats. Pasambap has been instrumental in promoting and improving marching band competitions. The organization has observed that the focus on the visual aspect of bands has resulted in a decline in the musical quality of performances. Pasambap aimed to help bands achieve a balance between the visual aspects and the musical. The organization has been active in going to the far regions of the country to give workshops to different bands. In these workshops, Pasambap not only brings in experts on music making, but also show band designers or marching masters and experts on color guards and majorettes. Nevertheless, Pasambap also encourages band competitions not to do away with the traditional serenata format to maintain the musical quality of the bands. In Cavite, the city of Bacoor wanted to promote itself as the marching band capital of the Philippines. In 2011, they organized their first marching band competition. This continued annually until in 2016, the local government organized an even bigger band festival and competition known as MUSICO, one of the events of the centuries-old annual Bacood Festival. After the competition was incorporated into the Asian Marching Band Confederation and the Winter Guard International, the city then launched the very first international band competition in the country in 2018, known as the Bacoor International Music Championships, or BIMC. 11 foreign bands from neighboring countries and 23 local bands competed. The next year, there was no international competition, but Musico continued with 3 categories: drumline, street parade, and marching show band. In Tagum City, Davao del Norte, Musikahan sa Tagum was held annually. Among the many events is the Avenida Musica Brass Band Competition. It has 7 categories. The first 4 are musical categories: drum battle, symphonic or serenata, street parade, and marching show band or display. It also recognized the growing importance of the non-musical roles by having separate categories for color guards, majorette ensemble, and baton twirling solo. This annual competition was highly anticipated by the bands in Mindanao. The popularity of show bands contributed to the increase in the number of school-based bands in the region. Filipinos have also adapted this medium to the local setting by performing folk songs and band works by Filipino composers such as Lucio San Pedro. A notable example was from the 2016 Bacood Festival. The first prize winner, Digo City National High School Marching Band from Davao del Sur's winning performance included an arrangement of Antonino Buenaventura's Mindanao sketches. In the performance, they included aspects of Manobo culture not only in their costumes but also in their dance movements. Majorettes traded their batons for rice stampers, and their movements emulated the motions of pounding rice. Band competitions came to a halt in 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic enforced global lockdowns. Around the world, music competitions migrated their platform online. The BIMC followed suit. Technological capabilities in video sharing, as well as the World Wide Web's capability to disseminate information, enabled more competitors both nationally and internationally. The increase in the number of competitors also enabled the addition of many more categories. In 2021, there were a total of 24 categories for both solo and ensemble. These categories included baton twirling freestyle, majorette dance twirl, percussion and battery percussion, ensembles for woodwinds, brasses, and mixed winds, as well as solo instruments. These categories were further divided into subcategories according to age, making a total of 57 categories. There were a total of 354 solo and group competitors from 15 countries, a new record for any band competition in the Philippines. The virtual awarding ceremony was streamed via Facebook, giving a much wider geographical reach. Conclusion: band competitions in the Philippines today is a mixture of old traditions and new innovations. While the traditional serenata still remains, popular media and online video sharing platforms have influenced wind band competitions in many aspects, including repertoire, costumes, movement, and the inclusion of visual and theatrical elements. The COVID-19 pandemic has led band competitions to adapt and further take advantage of media, allowing it to diversify even more. Looking forward, Pasamba's former president Arnaldo Custodio believes that even when live competitions will be allowed once more, online competitions will remain prevalent because of the ease of propagation and dissemination of information. As a result, Filipino bands will continue to be exposed to media from across the world, and band competitions will continue to evolve.
Thank you very much to our three presenters, Mr. Lakdao, Ms. Season, and Mrs. Rodis Concepcion. Now we would like to have speak before us our reactor, Dr. Jose Buenconsejo, who is a professor of musicology at the University of the Philippines College of Music. He has researched on Agusan Manobo spirit possession ritual and looked at it from a particular historical point of view of the materiality of communication. He has published an essay on the cultural history of the 19th century Ilustrado piano music in Philippine modernities, which he also edited and was published by UP Press in 2017, which won the best book in the social sciences in 2018 by the Philippine National Book Development Board. His interest in ethnographic research was what brought him to media representations, particularly producing, directing, and writing documentary film projects, one of which is Seven Dances of Life, nominated for the Best Documentary Film category in 2018 in the Gawad Urian Awards. An alumnus of the University of the Philippines, the University of Hawaii, and the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Buenconsejo earned his PhD in anthropology from the last university mentioned in 1999. He is currently exploring the transformation of traditions within affordances of recording technology and continues a long-standing theoretical interest in memory and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Jose Buenconsejo.
Thank you, Nico. The three presentations in this panel on music and technology aim at different goals, and consequently, they diverge in terms of content, method, and scope. Hannah Sison's presentation is a general introduction to music, media, and society, and confirms the impact that music technology has made in the development of music experiencing. Taking on cues from media studies literature, particularly mentioning the technological determinism of Marshall McLuhan, she surveys the various ways by which music technologies have transformed societies. Many post-McLuhan studies on media and social development, however, have tempered this celebratory technological determinism with a counter-argument that technology, being a mere means, only provides the necessary but not sufficient condition for change or development. This counter-argument is familiar in the example of Thomas Edison's invention of the cylinder recording technology that was not invention at first to be a machine for music reproduction, but a gadget for preserving the human voice and aid to business, stenography. Another famous example of indeterminacy in technology as means was the use of old LP records, DIY loudspeakers, and broken turntables in breakdancing and DJing in street parties among the disenfranchised immigrant youths of South Bronx, New York, that led to the hip-hop style in the 1970s. Sison's mention of convergence in technology that leads to development is a more fruitful area to explore. I assume that convergence here would include the notion of agency and or political will, because this is what I believe is the sufficient cause why development can occur. I assume that convergence here would, without understanding the uses of that particular technology or without reflecting on the human ends and values to which that technology is put, then we are headed to a wrong path. The twin of technology, which is media representation, is a topic by Crystal Roddy's Concepcion. This paper is basic research in the humanities, and it is also resonant with the name McLuhan, who coined the first, "The medium is the message." Rodis talks about the changes in the experience, aesthetics, and categories of wind band competitions in Bacoor, Cavite. What is good about this presentation is how the ethnography of wind band competition has been historicized. In the past, wind band competitions that celebrate fiestas were a playful or competitive test of friendship, endurance, and showmanship. In recent years, it has morphed to visuality, owing to the televisual exposure to American bands in football matches with new categories such as drum lines and entertaining spectacular acts. The context and social process is clear, though I wish Crystal had, given more time, elaborate on the notions of folk festival and tourism that are more and more the messages that the band as a medium, like TV, has become. The last paper by Faraway Lakdao is on a possible globe-trotting app for jazz enthusiasts. As a musicologist, I am intrigued by this project since this is not really my field. This is applied research, the goal of which is to create an interactive online platform where live scat singing is shared virtually. The concept of convergence would operate in this context since we are now quite well used to the technology of learning in chat rooms and telepresencing. What is not clear to me, though, is how the app will be built. It was said that an automatic or mechanical transcribing component, a situated robotics or artificial intelligence in the app, will provide feedbacks to the singers. I surmise this aspect in the build will be very complex given the nature of improvisatory indeterminacy that jazz scat singing is. Will the dynamics of interaction be like a fun game? In what possible ways will the artificial intelligence motivate a jazz enthusiast learn to scat? How will the admission to the network be managed? I suppose there will be rules regarding consent among the participants. An app like this would definitely move experiencing music to an uncharted realm, and I suppose it will converge existing technologies. However, the question of how useful this app will be to the sociability of users in the future needs to be carefully addressed and considered. After all, technology is a mere means to an end that is always human in nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buenconsejo, for your very astute and thorough reactions to our presentations. So now we have come to the Q&A, or the question and answer portion of our this panel. Now, there are a few questions that have been offered for our participants. Okay, and let me just begin with reading some of them for us today. But before that, I remember that in our chat box, there have been requests for some papers. You may contact the presenters themselves directly because their email addresses are located in our program. Thank you very much. So anyway, the first question for Faraway Lakdao comes from one of our presenters, Hannah Season. So this can be the beginning of an interaction between our presenters. You mentioned that one of the purposes of creating the app is to promote jazz music. Who are your primary, secondary, and tertiary users of the app? And what will drive them to download this app as opposed to simply using the social media apps that are out there? So let me proceed and read the question this time for Miss Season by one of our SALIKSIK MUSIKA staff members, Pat Dizon. What are your thoughts on live streaming apps like Kumu that allow audiences to join one's live stream to interact directly with the host, not through the comments on the chat box, and perform live? And I'll leave one more question for Crystal. This is from one of our PhD students and an administrator from the College of Electrical Engineering, Dr. Rowena Guevara. To Crystal, what do you foresee as the future of band competition in the country in terms of venue, purpose, and repertoire? So 3 questions for each of our panelists. Thank you. Let's begin with Mr. Lakdao.
Yeah, hello everybody. Am I audible? You hear me out?
Yes, you are audible.
Perfect. First of all, I'm very honored to be part of this conference. Thank you very much. And I want to acknowledge the presence of my professor, Professor Roy Sambenaventura of the UP Open University. He's around. And this was actually an assignment of mine in his course called Mobile Learning last year. So thank you, Prof, for being with me today. The question was, who are going to be the primary users of the app, secondary and tertiary users as well, right? Was that the question?
That's right.
Okay. So first of all, let me provide you a bit of a background as to how I came up to, thinking about creating this kind of app. Last year, I was communicating with International Jazz Day. Will Ramsey is basically the person that I talk to every now and then. So he was trying to ask me if I have a project, because he knows that I'm pursuing instructional design and technology at UP. As well, I'm performing for International Jazz Day. So I told him that, okay, right now I'm taking up an M-Learning or a mobile learning course at UP with Professor Sambenaventura. And then Will said, okay, if you want to create something for International Jazz Day, go ahead. So technically, as an instructional design and technology wannabe, I would say, I need to have a client, right? And in this case, my client would be International Jazz Day. The question is, how is International Jazz Day going to promote this application, this mobile application? So my suggestion would be, first of all, to apply the use of this application among, number one, Berklee Online Jazz Voice course students. The reason for that is because I've worked with Berklee Online in one of my papers in the past, so I can communicate with Berklee and then tell them to, hey, can you let your students use my application for some kind of a test run or something? Yeah. And then secondarily, right, I'm targeting, I would say, informal learners of jazz music, because my app is intended not only at formal students of vocal jazz, but also people that have interest in singing jazz. So it's not designed to be really academically oriented. Like, you don't have to have a formal kind of background in music theory, as long as you can identify what a blue note is, like if you can scat a little bit. And by the way, it's not just for scatting. Scatting is just part of jazz singing. We sing with words as well, right? But when we want to sound like an instrument, that's when we scat. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we proceed with Ms. Season and her answer to the question?
Hi, thank you for that question. I would like to also, like the first presenter, say that I'm very honored to be part of this panel and this conference. And hi also to my professors, Professor Dr. Moiko, hello. um, you know what? I don't have Kumu app, but my belief or my concept in such streaming apps, no matter what program it is somehow we have a physical space. You know, we had that pre-pandemic, and then we have virtual space, which is like this one, Zoom or Kumu, where people interact with each other. And, you know, people say there is a lack of communication, or it's very much different if you're not together physically. But the virtual space, the virtual reality is somehow, if you notice these past years while we are having online classes, even if you are strangers, you sort of become friends. If there are any players here, players here in games, you might realize, you might have, what do you say? How do you say this? You might have experienced being together with a stranger and becoming best friends with them, even without the physical presence. So in Kumu, that's the interaction between you and the people. Might be strangers, might be your friends. It might be people watching. I mean, let's say in a music sense, people watching you perform. It still is indicative, or it still shows, or it still, sorry, what's that word? It is still like a performance as it is in the physical space. Only the physical barrier is removed. The virtual is still a space. You are still all together, like us right now. We're all together here in Zoom. We're all together listening to each other, communicating with each other. We're not together physically, but doesn't mean that we are not together. We are traveling and transversing, entering this mirror, this computer mirror, and actually being part of our own world, being part of the virtual space. Not our physical bodies are not, but cheesy as it may sound, but our souls, our minds, our hearts, we're all together. Something like that. So Kumu performances, Kumu concerts, it sort of gives that feeling. Yeah, and the interaction, well, I guess in a sense, how do they send money, they send stars. You know, that's a different aspect na. But I guess it's like you're throwing money at performers, I guess. But in a more advanced technological way. Yeah. It like Dr. Buen Consejo has mentioned before, it has converged now. It you know, you're like a performer in the street and people give you money or people pay you. That sort of, I'm not saying it's like that, but it sort of imitates that kind of concept, but virtually, you know, not our physical bodies may not be there, but we are still in a capitalistic way for the performer. They get stars and money, but you know, it's still the same physically or virtually, whatever space you're in. That's it.
Thank you. And then we'll hear the answer of Mrs. Roddy's Concepcion. And then as a way to wrap up this session, I would just like to ask maybe for a short comment from all of you in relation to the reaction of Dr. Buen Consejo. I think Mr. Lakdao reacted in relation, had to do with how to make this sustainable. In relation to Ms. Season, it had to do with, I believe, agency and political will in relation to these new technologies. And then I think for Crystal, it has to do with I think folk traditions, and maybe touch on media aesthetics as well. So how it affects the differences of the aesthetic in the live performance of wind bands and also the performance in media outlets. So after Crystal, let's have all of you wrap up our session together. Thank you.
I would like to address Dr. Gibbs' question one by one because she had several. She had a question regarding the change in venue, purpose, and repertoire. So in terms of venue, the band competitions are still really largely set in the communities, but because of the change of the concert serenata into much larger competitions, there is a really bigger need for space. So from the plaza and the basketball court, which were the usual settings of competitions, they have now moved into large open fields, which can accommodate a lot more people, but also means that the bands have to be larger in number. So like in the bands in Mindanao, you have bands with as many as 400 people doing intense choreography and really a massive sound. In terms of repertoire, well, the Philippine bands are still trying to find their footing in this new medium. It's not yet set. So especially in the early stages, they would perform these shows which were called halo halo because you string together different songs and make a program out of it. But now they are starting to learn how to weave their story into a much bigger theme. So now you have stories based on movies, and you have stories based on larger concepts. Like one particular concept was the fiesta. So there was a band in Bulacan who did this whole concert. Who did this whole set about the fiesta, and it had a lot of elements of Philippine culture. Like they had a giant bahay kubo and a giant lechon, and of course it was and then they played all Filipino folk songs, and that became their story. So it's still a work in progress. They are still working on it, and hopefully it improves much more. And also in terms of purpose, this really has the larger visibility of band competitions. In Bacoor, they had this longest marching line in the Philippines, where 300 bands had a really long procession. Can you imagine how many hours that took? And it really sparked interest in bands in other places. So now it has little by little it has started to get institutionalized. I remember a few years ago, I went to Leyte because the local government wanted to put up their own wind band. They were going to teach kids. They bought instruments. So it's some way it's growing out of the community and into other institutions. But at the end of the day, it will still be built on the principles which has kept this band tradition going all the time without monetary compensation, but they are built on the foundations of cooperation and social capital that they share with the other bands. You will always see bands helping other bands. You will sometimes see the same people, and because they have this need to or this willingness to help others just like them. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have our wrap up, and may I ask you to have a reaction to Dr. Buenconsejo's reactions to your works. Thank you.
Hi, it's far away. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. So, Dr. Buenconsejo, right? Doctor, thank you very much for the feedback. I really appreciate your feedback, especially on the sociability of the app in the future. And also about the consent among participants. Yes, I'll take that into account, of course. So sociability wise, I'm thinking about being more careful with who to deep link or hyperlink the app, because I'm thinking right now, yeah, anybody can be in the app, right? So most likely I'll probably make sure that I involve, like people from the academe, like those professors and teachers from the vocal jazz educators, Facebook group, and people that are really, like legitimately into the jazz, idiom, right? And then about the development of the app, I spoke with an artificial intelligence person last night. He told me that it might cost me probably millions of pesos or dollars because it's going to be like Siri. You use Siri, right? The Apple virtual assistant. So you can talk to that assistant, and then it can answer questions that you have. It can tell you about the weather. It can identify songs, and it can even like tell you who the composer of the song is if you let that assistant listen to a piece of music being played externally from the phone. So I may have to talk to the agency that develops Siri, for that matter.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you're aware with IRCAM in Paris. IRCAM, ARCAM.
No, I'm not.
They're in the forefront of what's this signal processing.
Okay.
Way back, like a decade ago, I there was this software in which, a human violinist was interacting with the machine. I mean, it's just like a fun game, but there's that interactive component. But the algorithms for that, I suppose, are I cannot imagine how it's being made, wherein the machine will creatively respond to a human performance, in that way. It might be the intelligence might be too intelligent in the future. It's
Maybe
difficult
too
to compare,
ambitious,
to play with, because all of these are the interaction has to be in the realm of play, and there are many kinds of play, like antagonistic, agonistic, collaborative, or I suppose this is the situated robotics thing, which I hope, and it's good that you're pursuing it, because no one is doing it, the situated robotics thing in UP, at least,
Well,
but
to
in
be
other
fair,
parts are doing this,
yeah, to be fair, in the entire educational landscape, there have been lots of games that are location based. These are mobile learning initiatives, like for example, environmental detectives. So these apps can really, or the situated robotics embedded in the portable gadget, it can really identify with what's external to it. So that partly inspired me to pursue this kind of thing, first of all. So thank you, Doctor.
Okay, Ms. Season, you may proceed.
Hi, Doctor. Thank you very much for the comments. Actually, I do agree with you. That is a great thing to include agency and politics, especially now, how we use music as an agency to actually express our political views, or influence other people in terms of of course, this political crisis that is happening right now. Everyone fighting over our views. I don't know what the views of each other are, but music is a way to express it in a non-aggressive way. So thank you for that. That's a great idea. Since it was an autoethnographic experience, it was done last year, actually, but half a year ago. I was not that politically active yet, but right now I am. So thank you for that. I will include that. A little political thing that I included in the paper, though, is about COVID. Actually, this inspiration, the paper inspiration, came during a time where I had carpal tunnel on both my hands, so I cannot play music, I cannot draw, I cannot even type my papers, and I was in tears. And then my brother died from COVID. Not to dampen the mood here. So music was my therapy. Music was my escape. And I had my qualifying exam in my media PhD, and then writing a paper like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to write. Hence, I guess music has been the therapy, my agency before, but since I cannot, I cannot because I had carpal tunnel on both my hands. I guess the writing of the music became an agency. So I agree with you on that. And talking about convergence and technological determinism, yes, there is actually even more. I know you are aware of that. They're all different views, concepts, and they're all debatable. You know naman the writers and the theorists, they're all fighting. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. Hence, I included them both for but my main inspiration, I guess, is Du's media life on the invisibility of media. Like, it's already part. Again, it's already part of us. This wall, it is already invisible to us. I am together with you, again, together with everyone, or like part of my daily routine, or part of my hands is my phone. It's actually glued to me. So yeah, and that I agree with you that maybe technological determinism is really not the best, but yeah, it is debatable. All of these theorists are fighting one another, fighting one another who the best media concept is. But yeah, I did just put some of them there, so in case, for a basic idea on different perspectives of media development. So thank you very much for that, and I shall include all your suggestions and your wise knowledge inputs. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rodis Concepcion, please proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Jojo Buenconsejo, for your insights. And I have to agree, I am also very interested in the things that you pointed out. Unfortunately, I think to be able to delve into this more, I would have to do more field work myself, because the bands are always situated in the communities. There is not much documentation about it. So this is something that I will need to look into if I decide to pursue this further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Buenconsejo, any final words before we move into our lunch break?
Actually, all the papers were very interesting. So thank you for giving me that opportunity to react to them. But indeed, there are a lot of issues in music and technology, expressions, and society and culture. There are a lot of issues. And I'm so glad that there's a panel dedicated on this large area, because we lived in this world which is saturated with media and technology. And I think in some way, McLuhan was right in saying that, the medium is here, so we are its messages, we have become TV. And that's what we are doing, we are looking at screens. Screens are everywhere. So in a way, there is technological determinism, but yet the humanity cannot be taken away. It's there. So we have to, we're still human beings. So in the end, I'm just playing around with this basic notion of, technology is there. We have to accept it and we celebrate it. Yet we are also human beings. So the means are for us. So we should not let technology really rule over where we should go. And I think the future still remains with the humans like us. But maybe the robots will become more intelligent than us in a very few decades. Because I tried to play chess before, and I can never beat the intelligence of the chess, because the patterns are really well calculated in advance. So I am really at a loss. But maybe we should always think about our humanity, or otherwise technology, the robots will rule over our lives. Okay? So it's not only in the fiction, but really it's real. It's with us. Technology is with us. We have to make use of it to serve our ends. Thank you.
Daghang salamat, Dr. Buen Consejo. And on that very Heideggerian and more note on technology and humanity, we end this session on music and technology. We shall now proceed with our lunch break and the videos entitled 10 by Mary Catherine J. Tranco and the excerpt from the collaboration of the UP Music and Dance majors with University of British Columbia's Laptop Orchestra by Desiree Peralejo will be played at 12:30. So may I request everybody to turn on their cameras so that we can have a photo opportunity with Dr. Ben Consejo and our marvelous presenters. Please turn on your cameras now.
Thank you, everyone. This is for page 1. Keep smiling. Thank you. And one more. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Peralejo. So we shall now proceed with our lunch break. Do have a good lunch and we'll see you at 12:30. Daghang salamat, dakal na salamat to everyone.
Y cuando en noche oscura cuando en noche oscura se envuelva cuando en noche oscura se envuelva el cementerio. Y solo muertos. Solo muertos queden volando. Y solo muertos queden volando ahí. No turbes su reposo. No turbes su reposo. No turbes su reposo, no turbes el misterio. No turbes el misterio. Tal vez acordes oigas de cítara o salterio. Tal vez acordes oigas de cítara o salterio. Entonces, nada importa. Me pongas en olvido tu atmósfera, tu espacio. Tus vales cruzaré, vibrante y limpia nota. Será para tu oído. Aroma, luz, colores, rumor, canto. Constante repitiendo la esencia de mi fe. Aroma, luz, colores. Rumor constante, repitiendo la esencia de mi ser. Repitiendo la esencia.
You feel with your ears and hear with the feeling, steered by the bells of loathing. You lick with your nose and smell with your tongue. Seared by the stream of yearning, you long for the touch of Saturn's long, large finger, and let the morn mourn your passing. Or you live for the love that makes a cold fast, hot as the hope that lays a new world, fresh and warm.
Ikaw pala'y isang higanteng nagbalat kayo lamang sa isang bansot na hibla ng sang ka ng pinalob sa isip nung diwat at damdam ng sinuko. Sa imig tunog at saliw, bayok at tagungguan, titubalunggan, kalsa kutiapig, kudulong ng guwan. Binagtas mo mga kasuk, dulangnan ka ng bingit ng pagkamortal. Patibuk ka na nalangit at pinilit mong abutin banal na kaharian, skatang pagsamba sa tinig at gong. Kahoy kawahiyan, ang iyong payapang pagpana, tumagundog na dagok sa dilim karimlan sa sariling katauhan. Iyong malalasat, papawiring malaya, malabatalang kasasawian ng ininga. Sana iyong idang bisa bawat tulilang diwa, ang imig sa iyot, engkanto ng bagamong musika.
Ang tatay mong kalbo, dalawa, tatlo, apat. Ang tatay mong payat, naligo sa dagat, naligo sa dagat. natuklap ang balat. Ilong na maganda, ilong na maganda. Kamay at papa, dalawang mata, dalawang tenga. Ilong na maganda. Yelo, malamig pag natunaw, tubig. Yelo, malamig pag natunaw. Ang tatay mong kalbo, lumalipas ng takbo, nabasag ang ulo, isa, dalawa, tatlo, apat. Ang tatay mong payat, naligo sa dagat.
At nagkaroon ng mga kidlat at mga dilim. At sumigaw sila ng malakas na hangin. at narinig ko ang isang tinig na mula sa langit.
Sa isa 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 Isa. 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 Isa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Panel 5, Music, Gender, and Identity. I am RJ Balyedos, a graduate student of the UP College of Music, and I will be your moderator. The panel will discuss about their insights, fieldwork, and research about how music plays a role in the topic of gender and Filipino identity. Allow me to introduce our panelists. Ms. Hannah Ruth Season is a multimedia artist and is in the academe. She took up multimedia arts in the La Salle College of St. Benilde, Master of Arts in Communication, major in Applied Media Studies at De La Salle University. She is currently taking up her PhD in Media Studies at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her research interests are all about the virtual, new media, and of course, the nexus between media and her love for music, games, art, and more. She has been a part-time faculty in Benilde, teaching MMA since 2010. She has been working as a freelance multimedia artist since 2007 and working with various brands, events, and companies, mostly graphic design, photography, and illustration. At the same time, she also does part-time modeling on the side. Basically, she is a part-timer, but her dream is to do no work um, and just play music, make art. Our next panelist, Miss Janine Liao, is finishing her Master of Music in Musicology in the University of the Philippines College of Music, exploring music in media and culture spheres. She finished her Bachelor of Music in Musicology from the same university, magna cum laude. She devoted her undergraduate research on the work of her teacher, Agamayo Butokan, a Kulintang master from Mindanao. As an educator, she is also an undergraduate lecturer in the musicology department, handling courses on Philippine and world music cultures. She was also the head of a local community music center in her hometown of Marikina and designed its K-12 music curriculum. Her interests in research include, but are not limited to music and its meaning in society, music theory and criticism, traditional music cultures, and popular studies. Our third presenter, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, is a student in the doctoral program of the College of Music, University of the Philippines, Diliman. She has taken courses in theoretical constructs, research methods, community-based music project, language and politics, and music education. She finished PhD in electrical engineering systems in 1997 at the University of Michigan as a DOST ESEP scholar with the dissertation Modal Distribution Analysis and Sum of Sinusoid Synthesis of Piano Sounds. Her postdoctoral studies were at the International Computer Science Institute, University of California, Berkeley, 2001, as the first Banatao Fellow, and as a JSPS Fellow at Tokyo Institute of Technology in 1998. She is currently on special detail at the Department of Science and Technology as the Undersecretary for Research and Development. Without further ado, we will begin with our first presenter, Ms. Hannah Ruth Season.
Hi everyone, I'm Hannah, and for this presentation, I will be talking about the male acoustics in public and private spaces. Now, for you to understand exactly what I mean, I would like to introduce you first to an inspiration for concept, which is the male gaze. Okay, so the male gaze is a concept by Laura Mulvey. She's a feminist theorist who talked about the prevalence of male vision, male producers, male directors in the film industry and the media industry itself, and how a lot of the things that we see in media, the things we watch, the films, are actually created by men. So what we know of the standards in our lives for example, about the women's bodies and the masculinities, were all concepts and ideas that we got through media, through watching media, and it has now, not to say brainwashed, but it has actually been instilled in our heads that this should be the standard. And it came from the eyes, the vision, the gaze of the male. Now, talking about the male gaze, what about hearing? Okay, because the male gaze is about the visual. What about the auditory? So I call this phenomenon the male acoustics. Hearing things through the ears or through the music of the male created music, focusing solely on composing. Now, I know music is a very universal language, but in this study, I want to show how still this industry is dominated by male, and a lot of the music that we heard of from the films that we grew up with, or I grew up with, are basically created by males. So I will focus first on public spaces because, of course, this is talking about the public spaces and the private spaces. And to limit the study first, I am limiting it to films and games. Of course, the highest grossing films and games from the 90s to 2000s. Okay, so I picked several films and games that are in the highest grossing blockbuster list in Hollywood. Here are some of the movies: Titanic, Matrix, Jurassic Park, James Bond, Man in Black, Godzilla, Armageddon, Star Wars, Space Jam, and a lot more. If you can see under the composer column, it is all male. And I'm sure there are female composers, but of course, since we are focusing on the top films during this time, none of any female composers are included in the blockbuster films. Another one, see, since it's a long list: Mission Impossible, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, My Best Friend's Wedding, Disney, all the Disney shows, and the Ghibli films. Okay, even the Fox cartoons. Most of the all of the composers are male and none in the female. However, of course, in the soundtrack performers, since I really limited this study into composers, but I try to include a little for this part, the performers, there are a couple of males and a lot of women. About the LGBTQ, there are not a lot of open members of the LGBTQ, not that I know of, so I only included 2. And so what does that say? Okay, so everything we know of music, everything we heard of music in media is basically, it's male dominated. So a lot of our influences, or maybe what we know is the standard of music, was created by men, or was produced by men, was done by men. Okay, there are not a lot of women in the industry. Of course, today it's very much different. There are a lot of upcoming or even women already inside the industry. But since this is focused on the 90s to 2000s and the influence in certain individuals like me, there really isn't much female representation. Now, in games, we have here some of the top grossing games, and most of the games are console based and created in Japan. Okay, so if you can see, there is an equal amount of male composers and female composers. Okay. Although, like Yoko Shimomura, she's been composing a couple of times, but still there's an equal amount of being part of the industry. Now, I researched a few of the composers here and how they were able to get into the industry. Most of the men or the composers in Hollywood were able to get in the industry through, of course, not only their skill and talent, but also through connections and a lot of the opportunities that they were able to actually meet people to open doors for them. When in Japan, some of them, example, some of the female composers were working even while they were studying. So imagine that. Immediately after they graduate, they went on to create music classics. Okay, so it's not just about connection, it's purely about skill. Being in a good school, being discovered, working as a young musician. Of course, I also included the Filipino blockbuster films here in the 2000s. But of course, I don't have much info yet on some of the performers and the info on the stories of these composers. But if you notice, a lot of the composers or the musicians, the soundtrack creators of some of the top blockbuster films in the Philippines are male, with the exception of one composer female, Carmina Cuya. Looking at her profile, she did compose a lot of music for a lot of films and series, but since this list only included some of the top blockbuster films, highest grossing films, these are the only two that were included of her. Now, of course, there are a lot of other female composers, Filipino female composers, and my dream is that we are the ones who dominate. Well, I'm not a composer, but I mean females are the one who dominate this industry, not just men. Now in Hollywood, as I mentioned a while ago, a lot of their success, aside from great talent, also came from partnerships, collaborations, and meeting the right people or being called up by friends, called up by partners. Okay, opportunities are given through connections and years in the industry. Japan, however, is a more female accepting nation when it comes to music. Culture differences show that most of these female composers worked already on creating music while they were either still studying or immediately after studying, and their work instantly gained success. In the Philippines, I still have no data, which it's just a challenge for us to know why are the Filipino composers there in the pedestal, the male composers in the pedestal. What about the women? Okay, I haven't seen much data on that yet, but I can progress to that eventually, or some of us can progress to that. So what we know about our society is defined by men, as the media has constructed such as standards. It became tropes, invisible norms, and somewhat of a rule to follow to fit in. This is according to Simone de Beauvoir. And masculinity is power, masculinity produces, and masculinity is being front and center, according to Robert Walser. So these are some of the analysis that I have made in this concept, especially in the public spaces. Now, talking about private spaces. Okay, since we tackled the public spaces, what about private spaces? Of course, we don't know each and every private space of every person. So I'm basing this on some studies, or one study actually, and my own experience. Now, I saw this article about the Hazarajat women, people from Hazara, wherein the women are really hidden from the world, hidden even from their community, and the men are the ones who are able to perform publicly regarding their music. But the influence came from inside their private spaces as mothers do their lullabies. Mothers are the first to introduce music. Of course, we are not excluding the fathers who also introduced music to the children, but I am focusing on the private space. Okay, so it can be a mother, a father, okay, or modern family. Okay, so it was introduced first through lullabies. So hence the influence of the music came from the private space. Now, in my experience as well, of course, this is not me. I just saw a photo of it. Um, the My love for music, what I know about music, I learned from my mother. I learned from inside my home and my passion, my preferences. I learned from my home. Now, talking about the public spaces, what we heard in the music, what we know about it, um, uh, like what Dorothy Smith has said, what we know in our world is definitely derived from where we are in society and how we experience it. So I experienced it differently from all of you. How how did you guys experience it in your own homes? Our development, behaviors, patterns, and socialization are greatly influenced by our family, biological or not. Hence, there is an importance in the private sphere, and everyone begins in childhood and a set of behaviors they grew up with. Okay, now going back to the public sphere, I know that a lot of the music that we heard are created by man, influenced by man, standardized by man. But oftentimes it is filtered through in the private space as well, where we are influenced by, I don't know, either a woman, or if there's no woman presence in your home, still a man, but it's different. If you're a woman at home, you make it your own standard. Okay, we are not limiting it to the standard created by men, but yes, there is a lack of female representation in the public sphere. And while a lot of the females are purely for performance and visuals, um, still there is a filtering wherein in the private sphere we are influenced, we learn the love, we learn the standards, or we create our own standards based on what we experience inside our homes and inside our private spheres. So basically that's the concept behind this phenomenon I am introducing to you, which is the male acoustics in public and private spaces. Thank you very much.
Nicanor Abelardo's Panoramas, Expressive Identity and Colonial and Diasporic Encounters. Nicanor Abelardo, lauded as one of the foremost geniuses in the field of Philippine music composition, is the epitome of talent, grit, and hard work. A young boy from Bulacan who transferred to Manila and became a prolific and respected composer, gained renown in the field, especially for his art kundimans. He dreamed the American dream in the 1930s and took his chances again, or in Filipino terms, nakipagsapalaran. He applied to study abroad with barely any security or guarantee of his admission to the Chicago Musical College, and was admitted to study under the composer Wesley Laviolette. In the span of a year, he was exposed to works of composers from the modernist and expressionist schools. Abelardo adapted quickly and proceeded to create in this newer idiom. With the backdrop of the Great Depression, his alcoholism, and the fierce competition for achievement, he went home after a year without earning his diploma. Truly, the grass is not always greener abroad. Abelardo's story reminds us of a multitude of other stories that Filipinos go through today, taking chances for a better life in a different country. This is experienced by most Filipino families with at least one member living or working abroad. This is an unavoidable diasporic encounter, a colonial, post-colonial confrontation. What is this experience? A displacement that is supposed to help an individual be more accepting of his or her own identity and culture. To provide insight and learning into the life of this genius in a post-colonial, colonial, diasporic struggle, I examine Abelardo's Panoramas, a product during his stay in Chicago, a suite of 7 pieces written in 1932 for violin, viola, flute, piano, and celesta. It is a depiction of an idyllic day in a Filipino countryside, with images of planting rice, devout Catholic practices, and plays of courtship. Due to time constraints, I will be sharing 2 out of the 7 pieces in the suite, Planting Rice as a representation of work, and the Angelus as a representation of rest. It is important to examine how he used local folk materials and juxtaposed these with expressionist techniques. Aside from examining these materials in true modernist tune and expressionist tune, I also framed his music with what has been recorded about his conditions and desires as a nationalist Filipino composer. Some limits. First is the lack of references. Among the folk materials used, I am only familiar with Magtanim ay di biro. Searching through anthologies did not result in any favorable matches. Fieldwork and interviews with local residents in Bulacan may be necessary. Second is the limited access to materials and references due to the pandemic. In Planting Rice, Abelardo used the folk tune Magtanim ay di biro to represent the first hours of working in the field, an early bright start, but it's not the usual cheerful coloring of this Filipino folk song. Instead of painting the ideal, it expresses the emotions and difficulties of a farm laborer. Haste, tiredness, quick respites. It sets the familiar folk song against a foreign chromatic landscape. The Angelus is my favorite from the suite. It is based on a Passion melody, with the celesta taking forefront as the bells from the church heard in the distance. The Andante Religiosa is a contextual and subjective instruction. The Angelus are set prayers during the day at 6 a.m., 12 noon, and 6 p.m. In the context of the countryside farm life, the church bells also denote the work times across the day. While the celesta is featured in its own silent sections, there is a leader chorus form that occurs in the other instruments as they intone a haunting melody. This is reminiscent of how the Passion is practiced in performance. Some key observations. Idiomatic conservativity is expressed in the instrumentation. The piano still functions as a piano with a monopoly on the accompaniment, handling both fills and the bass. The 2 strings give a rich texture for the fuller sound colors needed by the melodies. The flute, on the other hand, lends a lighter tone to these. The celesta is probably the most curious aspect of the instrumentation. As in the Angelus, it represents church bells. In this panorama, the church bells are always there, whether they are ringing or not, just as they are ever present in the countryside, standing as monuments of religion. Can we then understand the presence of the celesta as a symbol of faith and hope that is ever present in all circumstances of the devoted Filipino? As far as I have seen, the expressionist technical tendencies mainly appeared in the harmonic treatment of the pieces. Since the melodies are largely unchanged, traditional harmony is still strong. as the existing melodies restrict or constrict the possibilities of chromatic explorations, since transformations on lengths of melodies are not so simply executed. Is it safe to assume that Abelardo respects the melodies as coming from a traditional Western music background? Or can we extend that thought to believe that he respects these melodies and ensure that they are clear because these melodies are our own? And the newer chromaticism and atonalities he employed are appropriated by Abelardo because it is theirs. Panoramas, therefore, as an undisrupted view, paints a typical day in the farm life of a devout Filipino. One does not hear things perfectly in reality, but disruptions happen depending on where your eyes and ears are focused on. The idea of disruptions in the piece somehow contradicts the definition of what an undisrupted view is in a panorama, since a real panoramic view includes the undesirable and the desirable frames that one can see from a single vantage point, in this case, what one can hear. Overall, Abelardo carried his lyrical romanticism in writing his music, but dressed this in the expressionist sensibilities of harmonic coloring. This lends to an almost theatrical depiction of a day in the countryside. Despite the disruptions, chaos, and struggles in a hard day of labor, the depicted day still successfully proceeds and ends. To further understand this composition, we must consider Abelardo's context in writing panoramas, who must have taken comfort and solace in his memories of the countryside. However, he was already a different man. He was no longer the Abelardo from Bulacan. He was the Abelardo studying in Chicago and learning all these new things while barely getting by. In contextual relationships, there are three major themes that I have observed in the piece that are related to the actual piece, Abelardo's circumstances, and the Filipino experience. These are 1. Endless toil and inadequate rest, 2. The effort and desire for a better life, and 3. Hope and devotion despite circumstances. In the Filipino experience, work is a strong concept, an occupation of the mind and body, and so is the desire for a better life. We work so we can have a better life. We toil and suffer from drawbacks and disappointments daily because we need to survive. What makes it bearable for most Filipinos is the hope and faith that they have for a better tomorrow, whether sourced from plain optimism or religious belief. It is in this same spirit that Filipinos like Abelardo bravely and willingly take chances in a foreign land. This desire can also be seen in the frame of economic instabilities, self-actualization, and issues of social mobility in a third world country like ours. As a lesson not just in history or music composition, but also in aspects of the social and political, this does not discredit the genius of Abelardo, but rather embraces his entirety of being as he wrote music for himself and for his country. Aside from the inherent themes of panoramas, I believe it necessary to address the following external issues: modernity versus tradition, colonial emancipation, and nationalist hopes. Modernity is built on concepts of modernization, on constant progress and change, but this is the Western dialogue. We were merely a colonial property of the West, and even though we received access to Western education and were schooled in the halls of democracy, the imbalance is still too great. Our modernity is a modernity of fraud and imitative coping. We copy because it is fashionable. There is then the proposal of alternative modernities by Dilip Gaonkar. It is a contextual modernity. Our contextual modernity in the Philippines cannot be divorced from its origins in the countryside versus the cityscape, the continuous migration of the labor force from the smaller towns in search for better chances in the big city. This then can be further expanded into the context of Filipinos who go abroad for a better life in chasing the dreams of modernity but never truly achieving it because of the constant change. Because our traditions are not truth, beauty, and goodness. Any systemic distrust that fueled modernization is not even present What we instead have is a systemic exploitation by the richer landowners and the colonizers, and later on the greater powers of the global world, all built on the quote-unquote greed of modernity. In the so-called modernity of Abelardo's work, it is simply unfair to call it modern because of the assimilation of modernist devices in music. It is more than that. It is an assertion of the provinciano who wishes to stand on the global stage as an equal. In his letters from the U.S. to his friend, Abelardo expressed this sentiment. It is not my desire to say that I can write like Debussy, Eric Satie, etc., but I can write as Abelardo and nothing more. There is a certain tinge of pride and yet a feeling of defeat in the statement. Was this an acceptance of his limits, or was it his pride in himself, saying that he is enough? We must then consider the colonial and post-colonial self. We are not industrialized, we are largely agricultural, and a supplier of cheap raw materials and an exporter of cheap labor. Our economy is supported by trading with others. The first leaders of the Philippines were practically begging for independence while asking for free trade from the U.S. We cannot defend our own land. We do not have our own vaccines. We are powerless and at the mercies of others. How do we express sovereignty in this neo-colonial experience? Until today, there is no national music in the Philippines, but is this something we really need? Our artists and composers clamor to construct a national identity through music. Folk songs are then used as materials for composing this identity. Abelardo brought his folk music to the city, elevated the kundiman into an art form, and even brought the passion melody, a local lullaby, and other folk songs to his composition training in the U.S. It is a declaration of his roots, of who he is. This diasporic encounter resulted in an audibly Filipino composition, unmistakably our own. Although his diasporic experience may not be the most successful, as it was worked through suffering and poverty, he held his ground and ensured that Filipino culture was represented where he went. Did he make an impact in Chicago? These thoughts then make me ask, what if he did not go to the U.S.? Would he have continued writing in the art kundiman idiom? Is Abelardo then a modernist? Yes, in the alternate modernist sense. Is Abelardo an expressionist? Indeed, he used new colors to project his circumstances and feelings onto his compositions. Is Abelardo a nationalist? Truly, his respect in the usage of folk materials is evident, coupled with his desire to have a national music in the Philippines, a proof that he campaigned for Philippine music, despite the presence of colonial and global powers. This Filipino-ness persists and are all expressed in panoramas, the value for work and toil, the desire for a better life, and the hope that gives the strength to face another day. How should we navigate this neo-colonial world with our non-emancipated Filipino self? How are our expressions of alternate identities and alternate modernities contributing to the cause of empowerment and actualization? What are we doing today that makes these disconcerting realities bearable and possibly conquerable? Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and participants of SALIKSIK MUSIKA. I'm Rowena Cristina Guevara, a doctoral candidate studying the Duray Agong music. In Filipino society, people put their best foot forward and show visitors what they deem to be appropriate behavior, either for themselves or for their visitors. During my fieldwork in 2012 and 2015, I was not able to follow the usual fieldwork protocol, and instead, I was welcomed as a Filipino visitor and was extended hospitality, cooperation, and courtesy, and I was able to collect 16 gigabytes of data onto Duray Agong music performances in just 1 week in 2012 and 139 gigabytes of data in 1 week in 2015. This presentation describes my experience as a Filipino fieldworking among Filipinos in UP, Maguindanao. In the last week of April 2020, I arrived at the Awang Airport in Cotabato, expecting to see Father Raul Veneracion, who is the parish priest of San Isidro Labrador in UP, where I would be staying. Aside from Father Veneracion, University of the Philippines Regent by Fatima Sinsuat was also at the airport to fetch me. Since the priest had other matters to do in the city, I took a ride with Regent Bai. On the way to UP, I noticed that the long and winding road through the mountain is named Sinsuat Avenue. When I asked Regent Bai if the avenue was named after her relative, she replied that it was her father. Not only that, she was the former mayor of UP, where I will do my fieldwork. She accompanied me to the barangay hall and introduced me to Kagawad Kalima Gunsi, who was already an official when Regent Bai was the mayor. It was only much later, after some reflection, that I figured out that I actually brought a padrino or godmother with me during fieldwork. She was one of the reasons why performers were willing to be recorded. They even came in their costumes. National artist Dr. Ramon P. Santos joined me 2 days later and also accompanied me in my fieldwork. Upon the invitation of Dr. Santos, the Sefegefen performers shown on this slide performed at the Tunugtugan, the first international gongs and bamboo music festival in the Polog in 2013 February. Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, or IPRA, Chapter 6 on Cultural Integrity, describes community intellectual rights of indigenous cultural communities and indigenous peoples, or ICCs and IPs, to practice and revitalize their own cultural traditions and customs. ICCs and IPs have the right to the restitution of cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual property taken without their free and prior informed consent. When I collected data in 2012, I explained to the participants the purpose of my research and asked them if they agreed to be recorded for such purpose. They verbally agreed. Such practice is not enough. While I continue to work on the data from my fieldwork, I need to go through a formal process of requesting free and prior informed consent, or FPIC, from the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. There are several steps to follow as shown in this table. And there are requirements that need to be submitted. When I asked a researcher on bamboo musical instruments about their FPIC application, I learned that it took them 7 months from submission of letter of intent to receiving the certification precondition. The Duray Agong music is performed by 5 players with one gong each. This is how it sounds. The music used to be embedded in their daily lives, signifying the people's relation with their environs and the community. According to Oblates of Mary Immaculate report, UP consists of 23% Muslim, 29% Christian, 44% Tiduray. Hence, the residents of UP refer to themselves as tri-people. It is within this social structure that I am studying the Duray Agong music. The Duray Agong music has been mediated to be performed in events like a Kanduli or Thanksgiving celebration, in international conferences like Tunugtugan, in a farewell program for a pastor, in a community church, for tourist-themed street dancing competitions, and mixed with other musical instruments in celebration of UP's tri-people as featured in the Meguyaya Festival of UP. The picture shows the agongs hanging from a frame with wheels for street dancing. Thus, the study of their music and fieldwork must be contextualized in the tri-people structure of UP. On December 16, 2015, I arrived at the Rotunda of UP at 3 p.m. And at that exact time, the parade passed right in front of our vehicle. My ethnography of the Meguyaya Festival started. Note that the Rotunda has 3 figures representing Tidurays, Muslims, and Christians. The parade featured representatives from the 23 barangays of UP and 4 drum and lyre teams from the 4 local schools. They all gathered at the Central Nuro Elementary School for a showdown of the drum and lyre teams. At 5 p.m., UP celebrated Tatribong pasasalamat at the gymnasium. Tri-people women prepared native delicacies. A representative from each of the tri-people spoke and explained the recipe of the food. Almost all of the recipes called for putting rice in water, grinding it, and adding coconut. After speeches from the barangay captains, the feast started. I was taking photographs of the event, and one of the captains saw me and invited me to partake of the feast. The eating session lasted for about 10 minutes. Since there was a lot of food on the barangay captain's table, the people ended up taking home the remaining food. As for the rest of the tables in the gym, where the people flocked, all the food disappeared quickly. Meguyaya, a Tiduray term for Thanksgiving or bountiful harvest, is an annual festival celebrated in UP every December since 2003. One of its purposes is as tourist attraction for nearby municipalities and provinces. The Meguyaya Festival is a month-long celebration consisting of a trade fair, beautification of the main thoroughfare, kanduli, interfaith services, parade, cultural night, youth congress, talent night, corn eating, street dance parade, street party, and variations thereof. There has been a distinct effort to balance the touristic festivalization with cultural tradition, as can be seen in these two Meguyaya festival schedules from 2011 and 2015. The names of events have been translated to local terms. The Tri-People Cultural Show has been segmented into Gabi ng Kultura for Christian settlers, Magabi Apakalagyan for Moros, and Kayulongonoy Kedatane for Tedurays. The Meguyaya Festival is a metaphor of UP's tri-people coming together, existing in one space, yet maintaining their respective cultural identities. The biggest investment in time and effort in Meguyaya Festival is on the street dancing competition, since the winner will represent UP in the Aliwan Fiesta in Manila. The Aliwan Fiesta is sponsored by the Manila Broadcasting Company, Star City, regional tourism offices, and local government units. 100 performers and around 60 support staff, propsmen, movers, risers, backdrops, and platforms from UP stay in Manila for 3 weeks, and the mayor spends around 2 million for UP's participation in the Aliwan Fiesta. Joining the Aliwan Fiesta has become a tradition for UP, and from 2013 to 2016, they consistently placed among the top 5 winners. For Aliwan Fiesta 2016, UP was represented by the Dr. Bernabe de la Fuente Sr. National High School from Rempes. They also competed in 4 festivals from December 2015 to February 2016 before the Aliwan Fiesta in April. There were 5 trainers from the Tampakan, South Cotabato. They trained UP's Aliwan entry in January and February, spending half day after classes for the dance, the music, the sequence of props and stand. The storyline for the street dance was discussed with the Duray elders and parents in Barangay Rempes, and it was about the arrival of Muslims and Christians in UP and how the tri-people was formed. Since the school is 90% Teduray, the dance concept was 70 to 90% Teduray. They had to make sure the music represents tri-people using drums, kulintang, and agong. There is open dialogue between the choreographer and the music director. The Teduray theme was central to the presentation of UP, while Christian and Moro theme was just added. Since 75% of the performers are Teduray, and the largest Teduray population is in UP. They would have wanted to use the Teduray agongs shown in the second slide, but these were fusaka or sacred, and most of them are old and delicate. The music was not written, they just memorized everything. The team of trainers were housed at Nuro Elementary School classrooms where they, the students, and some parents slept, camping style, and where they fabricated their props. The lead trainer was a Muslim from Cotabato City who was trained in a street dancing workshop and seminar by NCCA on how to mount the festivity. He has been directing street dancing for 17 years. While he has complete artistic freedom, he listens to suggestions, brainstorms with the dance masters and elders for 1 month as they watch the practice. Here was the final product of their preparations. Durais in UP have been negotiating their existence as part of the indigenous peoples of Mindanao, as one of the tribe people of the municipality with the Muslims and Christian settlers amidst the government policies on ancestral domain, cadastral titles, and the Bangsamoro Basic Law. This political and social situation is shown on the left side of the slide. On the right side is the cultural situation. The Philippine Department of Tourism encourages municipalities to hype their festivals to appeal to outsiders, and the hype can include the conversion of indigenous people's musical tradition from social performance to cultural performance. Festivalization of music tradition is one of the effects of Filipino diaspora and globalization. Celebrating tribe people in the Meguyaya Festival and fielding the Meguyaya Festival in the Aliwan Fiesta competition in Manila resulted in mixing of the performance traditions of the Durais, Muslims, and Christians. The Meguyaya Festival, in the words of Homi Baba, is, and I quote, this interstitial passage between the fixed identifications which opens up the possibility of a cultural hybridity that entertains difference without an assumed or imposed hierarchy, end of quote. Performance theory and dramaturgical theory assumes analogy between everyday life and dramatic enactment on stage. Performance reflects culture and vice versa. From 2003 to 2015, the mediated performance of the Duray Agong music in the Meguyaya Festival has undergone changes as festival organizers have a say in all the performances. The approach taken by various agents in the preservation and transmission of the Duray Agong music range from the local government having a performing group, a Christian in the Central District supporting training of young Tidurais in playing the Agong, the inclusion of Agong music in tri-people activities from weddings to kandulis, the efforts of barangays that are predominantly Tidurais in teaching young players, and contests among Tiduray Agong music performers from the various barangays of UP. In conclusion, field working as a Filipino among Filipinos has advantages. First, there is no language barrier. Second, locals will help fellow Filipinos with or without padrino. And this has led to the enormous amount of data that I was able to gather in a short amount of time. Third, understanding the political situation where the fieldwork is undertaken leads to richer data and better access to culture bearers. I look forward to my next fieldwork in UP when I have an approved FBIC. Thank you for your attention.
Right, thank you very much to our three presenters, Ms. Sison, Professor Liao, and Dr. Guevara. So right now, moving on in our program, to give an insightful reaction to our presenters, we have Dr. Maria Christine Muico. She is a professor of the Composition and Theory Department of the UP College of Music. She has received multiple awards, most recently from the University of the Philippines as an Artist 3 for the 2017 and 2019 cycle, as well as the Phi Kappa Phi Award for Excellence in 2019. Her area of research includes the ideology and expressivity in Panay indigenous dance, music, and folkways, and connecting indigenous knowledge to institutions, support ancestral land domain. Moreover, her research works are published by distinguished publishers and journals, including her work Hearing Ginhawa in and Out and Across Cultures in Danyag, Philippine Journal of Social Sciences and Humanities, published by UP Visayas in 2019, and Composition, an update from the previous article of Dr. National Artist Ramon Santos in 2018, published by the CCP, Cultural Center of the Philippines. Her compositional works are performed all around the world, some of which are Diwata for toy piano, which was performed in Korea in 2020, and Alaalang Kundiman for flute, clarinet, and cello, which was performed in Melbourne, Australia in 2019. Without further ado, everyone, let us welcome Dr. Maria Christine Muico.
Thank you, RJ.
So first of all, I give recognition to the courage of our presenters today. JJ Liao, the OSTU Sex, Rena Guevara, and Hannah Season, no? In braving the conference world even before stepping out from the fence of graduate studies and accomplishing all requirements and eventually taking on the world. No? Since yesterday, we've been hearing the word identity from the keynote to the analysis of some reactors. It is a controversial concept and a word that some people die for, no? Not to mention the fight for racial rights and attention, like what this Dr. Castro yesterday mentioned about the resounding Black Lives Matter on their part of the world, no? However, we have a different struggle here. If the West has racial issues, we also have our post-colonial identity issues, plus other issues that will be, this was discussed earlier, no, by the panel. No? So identity from the standpoint of gender in music and other isms, colonialisms, as well as traditional but tourism-mediated identity, no, were discussed. No? We learned in the paper Janine Liao, or JJ Liao, that Abelardo went abroad for a Western training, and his homecoming introduced to many composers the expressionist idiom in composition. So Abelardo has provided the impetus in moving Philippine music to another level, internationalizing the Filipino composers' tools and techniques, but keeping the Filipino soul in the heart of the work's expressions. No? As JJ said earlier, Abelardo used folk materials, local folk materials in his compositions, but juxtaposed this with expressionist techniques. Thus, we see identity anchored in the distinctness of Filipino musicality drawn from cultural specificities and historical experiences. National artist Ramon Santos, in his book Tunugan, sees the Filipino music identity realistically as ambiguous, no? Having a bipolar nature attributed to a millennium of historical diaspora that brought in various degrees and times most of the world's major cultures, such as Asia, Europe, the Americas, Africa, and the Middle East. No? So these interwove themselves in the Philippines' present-day multi-ethnic fabric and the so-called halo-halo culture that we have, and we have taken this to our advantage, having to camouflage also the identity of others. For example, by our OFWs who's working abroad, no, they would say they're very good imitators of other of other artists, no. So I also see that JJ has the advantage of when she was an undergrad, shifting courses from composition to musicology, as she has the attention to details. So she's able to see also the inside part, the analytical part of Abelardo, not just, you know, working on these courses, no? So she has this both technical potential, no? Artistic, creative, and as well as technical. No? But I also noticed that in Abelardo's panorama, the acousmatic weight brought about by dense and heavy chords on the piano keys can also call to mind the factors that what you mentioned earlier, JJS, you know, Abelardo's plight of, you know, hard work, toil, that were possible projections of Abelardo's life. No? But this is part of also what we see as the gamut of expressionism, right? It has this extensive expressionist materials that we see there in substance, hindi lamang, not only with the notes, but also the effect of the notes, no? The acousmatic weight, so to say. No? But so we also see that the folk themes in this music are differently couched, and given the chromatic language of expressionism, sounds that are different from the romanticized pastoral programmatic music of the Europeans, for example. No? We may also allude this to his familiarity of Busoni's A Sketch of a New Aesthetics of Music, which Dr. Sanz also mentioned this, that this has opened Abelardo's world of experimentation on new sources of materials and structures of music. No? So in the context of nationalism, JJ asked how our expression of alternative identity or modernity, as she borrowed from Gaonkar's theory, contribute to empowerment and actualization. No? So perhaps in her ongoing thesis writing, she's already reflecting in this, but we may perhaps want to hear her later on how you have partially answered your question, okay? So on the other hand, Hannah Season's exploration and the acoustic of masculinity, I recall Elizabeth Tolbert, who said that empowerment of the icon of masculinity is echoed throughout the media in order to meet the norms of society's values and to maintain a sense of the patriarchal environment that is enforced so as to keep a sense of structure and allow a collective ideology. It's easily identified in every genre. So this is a kind of an acknowledgement of the masculine pride that in a format that can be a sort of a worldview for them as the male on this matter establish a dominant position in most film and video game music. This is interesting as most gender discourses are centered on female issues, but Hannah on the other hand discusses the male aspect, although it's not really it's still also zeroing on female issues. Of course, they're still involved the female in their lack of participation in this matter, but she was discussing the male lens. So, but to surmise, can it be that aside from connections and network that male Western composers have, the female composers have put their efforts elsewhere, like for example, as far as I know, in some film industry in the U.S., the composer is there, but he has a lot of people working behind him. For example, his orchestrators, arrangers, etc. There are so many cast behind him, Although, of course, eventually he's the one recognized. I just want to explore the term acoustics, which you mentioned, Hannah. We in acoustics, which you have affiliated to maleness, the male sound, we have to consider the concept behind acoustics, wherein there is when you say acoustics, you have to consider the peripherals that go with sound, right? The peripherals that go with sound, as acoustics refers to the shapers of sound, not only the production of sound, but I mean from the main producer of sound, or to say the voice, one's voice, for example. We have to consider the reverberance of place, and other reactions that can go with that sound production. So now I'm thinking of behind this, predominant male, for example, this composer, are all these other genders behind this male composer, who's actually part of the acoustics. The acoustics, the male acoustics, but it's just that they are left unrecognized. So Miss Season talked about the female private space, that when they cross over from the private space to the male's public space, that male acoustics is somehow transformed by the integration of women's soundings. Thus, we ask whether video game music feeds on that male acoustics that consumers got accustomed to, or it's inverse, that the demand for male video game composers exists because of the culture of the male dominance in the industry. So let us take into context the setting. The phenomenon here is that in the West, the mostly, as you said, you showed us earlier as a survey of mostly male composers, but in Asia, we have in Japan, for example, you showed earlier, there are a lot of women composers as well. So you see that these West and Asian divide, in terms of the preference, not just preference, but the male and female priorities in the industry. The factor Hannah's wish earlier, she mentioned, is that the female composer also predominate. Or Hannah, do you mean that the female also occupy? Not just predominant, not really predominant. Otherwise, you also get the extreme, right? That the female also occupy and have a sense of a place, in that industry world. Remember that it is in the extreme positioning of an individual gender, whether male, female, or other categories, that the weighing scale tips off, loses its balance. So this is when problem arises. We have a lot of women naman in the video or film industry. We will hear a different byline. Males matter, right? So it will be a different byline, So here the lesson is that inclusion rather than exclusion is the point in gender empowerment, or gender identity for that matter. On the other hand, Guevara's fieldworking as a Filipino among Filipinos presentation today, presents the author as a voice within the arena of the research as she blended in with her participants. No? With the Tedoray Agong music not really taken out of context from its traditional functions, in not really taken out of context, but in terms of its community function, for example, when they're mixed with Western, mixing with the festivals, for example, like you mentioned about the Miguayayay Festival of Upi, we ask here, where is the Tedora in all these mediated events? Now, do they actually see themselves as Filipinos in the nationalistic sense, or as the ethnically distinct community that serves the purpose of the national agenda, showcasing cultural tapestries? No? Do the recognition of themselves as Filipinos only happen when they participate in nationally organized festivals, when they meet and interact with other groups, or do they also embrace this nation state scope? No? I also would like to reflect on because I just saw the video today. I was trying to access it last night, no, but it was there's some kind of digital lag, no. You have actually a lot of points that I didn't see in the abstract. No, you didn't really raise the research question, but in the end you mentioned that this is mostly a descriptive study. But when I saw the video today, nakita ko yung research problem. No, the mention of the negotiation of identity is there, which is a really good point. No, so I wish you'd put it in the abstract because it is important. And another good point that she raises is that coming in the community without still at the protocols at hand, no. I just reflected on our local Philippine Huya, you know, Pantayong Pananaw, the ones introduced to us by Manuel Enriquez, Prospero Covarzo Salazar, no? Na although our national agencies like the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples asked us to have this validation, the FBIC, before coming in the community, magandang point din yung sa ating local scholars, wherein there is this first pakikipagkwentuhan, ng pakikisalamuha, pakikisama. And then thereafter, the pagtatanong-tanong or the rigid interview, process comes in, no? Nauuna muna yung pakikisama. That's really the sort of local method that I see as a kind of a gap in the way we frame we ask for the FPIC before coming in. Actually, maganda yung experience. No? It's also a good experience. The immersion comes in, and then eventually you ask for the prior consent because you already know them, and thus they will even more understand what you want to do. No? So I think the inverse process is also in a way effective because you have already known your participants, and that the FPC becomes smoothly, because it's more processed well. And it is taking on, with a lot of researchers in the country, the protocols happen sometimes in reverse. No? They do the immersion first, and then they do the FPIC. No? And in a way, it works. No? On the other hand, it's also good to also follow the government process of doing it. No? But the disadvantage is that you don't know the people much well, or they don't know you, and though you might end up with having a disapproved FPIC, no? In a sense, kasi hindi sila familiarity with that Filipino psyche of familiarity. We actually get our work more achieved. No? The inefficiency of our research is even more established. No? So overall, all papers have commonly exhibited that identity, no, is shaped by the character and culture of sound, or better yet, of soundings, not just in their featured musical pieces, but more so in the process of making sound. So the producers of sounds and the shapers of sound are all part of this identity formation. Thank you, and I'll hear from the panelists this time. No? RJ?
Right. Thank you very much po for the very thorough reaction, Dr. Moico. So right now, we will give a chance to our panelists to have a response to the reaction by Dr. Moico. Maybe let's start with Ms. Season, to be followed by Professor Liao and Dr. Guevara.
Hi, everyone. I'd just like to thank Dr. Moico for that insightful reaction. I really expected a lot of comments from her because she is my advisor for this paper and for this my class, and she pushed me. She pushed me to try and go inside this conference. Um, Thank you. You gave me courage, and I learned a lot from the theories. Most of the readings from her class are I also put in the paper. So wait lang, nakalimutan ko. My thank you, Dr. Kuiko. She's an inspirational composer as well. Since I'm talking about composers, I guess you are correct. My terminology is somehow I mean, there are terms that I say differently, but yes, proud classmate too, Robert. Terms I say differently, but I meant differently, like woman domination, not naman dominate, tama, equality, or just same amount of opportunity, same exposure, same same recognition there. And I guess more, yes, there are a lot of women and men all together who are behind the scenes. So maybe, yes, I should have also put the word recognition, publicly recognized for the work. How do I say that? Yeah, so I agree with your sentiments, your insights, and I will definitely do a lot of revisions on my paper. I want to make you proud. And ayan, thank you very much. Yes, I will consider it's a very thorough reaction and comment that I really expected from you, because of course you're my teacher, and I hope to explore more about the divide in the what, aside from the gender, the culture, the West, Asian, and probably explore a lot more here in the Philippines. I mean, I know you are a composer yourself. Maybe if we get more data, hopefully if I get to interview all those composers in the Philippines, but if that's just possible. But yes.
Try to check the PhilSCAP data. You might be able to find something from PhilSCAP. Yeah.
Okay, like more of how they got into the industry, something.
The number of composers, I mean, in terms of gender categories, if you like to really work on gender, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Muiko.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Hannah. So, Professor Liao.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for listening to our papers, and thank you po, Dr. Muiko, for giving such a wonderful reaction that it was so well prepared and it felt like an advising session. So thank you so much. About the work, the paper, I think I can relate to what Dr. Christy Ann Castro said yesterday, that if you do research that is near to you, near to your heart, no, heart, yun, it's easier. It falls into place easier. So, one of my undergrad experience was my stint at Compo, and I've always been fascinated by sound and structures, and to be able to explore that in my Abelardo paper was such a delight. No, in all honesty, I had to cut my presentation because I had so many things I wanted to share, but just wait for the paper. I hope I get it published. So, I was also sharing earlier why I like doing these types of projects, or why I'm enjoying it. I think it's because that sometimes our concept of genius is that it is so detached from the world. It's so detached from reality, but in truth that the geniuses like Abelardo, their genius does not occur in a vacuum. It occurs in the context of their situation, of their experience, and it's important to acknowledge that part of the creator or the composer, and so that we can fully understand what they created, because diba, parang it's also a message, it's also what they want to say, and whatever you want to say is also a part of you and a part of your experience. So I really don't know what to add. Thank you po.
Thank you
I
very much.
asked earlier if you yourself, you have partially answered your question at the end of your talk.
If I've partially answered, I think my real answer was it gave me a desire to explore other composers as well. That's how I don't want to say anything concrete right now, but it gave me an idea to also do something similar with the works of other composers, other contemporaries of Abelardo, or maybe the respected composers that we know, Filipino composers that really founded the compositional history, ika nga, from the American period to the post-American period composers. So because all their works are like the canon of Philippine art music, so I want to explore further. So I don't know if I should say anything concrete right now. No. Thank you. I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Liao. Now let's hear from Dr. Guevara.
Dr. Christine, thank you very much for the comments and the suggestions. Apologies that my video did not arrive within the deadline. That's my fault. And thank you for pointing out that I did not include in my abstract the research problem that I am trying to solve. My reason is that I initially just wanted to talk about the field work that I did, because I thought I was doing it correctly when I went there. But afterwards, I realized that I did something wrong, that I did not apply for an FPIC and so on. And thank you for sharing that different point of view, that pakikisama first, getting to know the people, and just no intellectual discussion first, just, go with the flow, attend their events, join the festival, and just participate and be a good visitor. I think that's what I did. And thank you for describing it in that manner and not making me feel so guilty without the FPIC. And the identity being shaped by the character of the sounds, the way I see the different venues and different events where Teduray Agong music is being performed is that they are accommodating their audience. And this is common in Filipino people, because we were colonialized for a long time, maybe, and maybe because now they are in the Bangsamoro region. This is kind of new for them. Before, they used to be in region 12, which is not part of Bangsamoro, but recently they have been included in Bangsamoro. And so we wonder what will happen to Upi now that they are part of the Bangsamoro region. And when you read, for example, that law, it talks about non-Moros rather than calling them Lumads. So even the law, the language of the law, has some sort of exclusion for them. And you wonder, if they are trying to include Muslims and Christians in their traditional music in the Meguyaya festival, how come in the law they are not included? So these are questions I have yet to answer as I write my dissertation. But thank you for phrasing or in capturing what I did in my fieldwork as just pakikisama.
Yes, also look into Prosper Cobar, Jose Salazar, all these Filipinist local scholars, no, actually, kasi ano yan it can be part of your dissertation in terms of looking at the psyche, the local psyche, no, the Filipino psyche, and how the method, kasi actually part of what you've talked about is actually a method of research already, no? This dilemma between you serve in the government, that's why you have this kind of conflicting, you have this tension now, no? I understand that, but I also see the point of view of our local scholars, the Manuel Enriquez, Prospero Cavar, Salazar, and other Filipinos who wrote about this metodo ng pananaliksik. No, you can look at the references, metodo ng pananaliksik, and this can be one part of your paper where you actually talk about this, and that your dilemma later, you can mention it, your experience of your dilemma later, being a government worker and not having to have fulfilled the policies, right? And it can come later, no? Because in some aspects, really, if you follow the method ng pananaliksik, no, of immersion first, etc., it makes sense. It makes sense in the way the Filipino psyche works. Yeah, and you might be able to sit down with NCIP later and tell them, can you reverse the process? Mag-immersion muna sila bago sila bumalik for some paperwork.
Actually, Dr. Christine, I got in touch with
because you have the power and you're in the network.
Yeah, I got in touch with them because I wanted to get some clearance before presenting in this international conference. So, and they told me, you can apply afterwards. That's fine. We would just take note that before it was a different administration, and now it's a different method for doing it. But I would like to thank Dr. Christine for encouraging us graduate students to join this conference. For me, it made me look at my dissertation again after leaving it for about 5 years. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much po, Dr. Moica, and to our panelists for the very fruitful discussion. Okay, so right now we will proceed na po to our Q&A. Actually, we have been given a clearance to extend up to 2:30 to accommodate some more questions. Okay, so for our first question by Mr. Jose R. Taton Jr., it is for Dr. Cristina Guevara. Mr. Taton said, "Thank you for the presentation. The transformation or hybridization of Teduray music in festivals is interesting. I am just curious as to how the local musicians negotiate the musical aesthetics and conventions with that of the festival framework. My curiosity comes from my experience in festival musicking, particularly in the Visayas, and I can hear a number of semblances in terms of musical soundscaping with the sample that you have presented. I also know that musicians from the Visayas have an extensive network in Mindanao festival scenes. So the question is, how do Tedurais navigate these influx of influences?"
First of all, to the first comment about similarities. If you watch the Aliwan Fiesta, even on YouTube, you will see that the Manaragat, Sinulog, Dinagyang, Bayogan, and even the Meguya Festival, it seems like they sound the same. Because for the majority of the performance, you will hear mostly the drums. And the drums help the dancers, the performers keep time. So they almost sound the same. But when the drums disappear in certain parts of the performance, that's when you hear the music of the people being represented in the performance. Now, as to your question about how do Tedurais navigate this influx of influences, based on what I've seen in my field work, is they compartmentalize. So if they are performing among themselves, they perform differently. So one of the pictures that I showed when they had the Teduray Day in the Meguya Festival, when it's almost pure Tedurais in one event, you will notice that the way that they are playing music is quite different. You will hear some of the improvisations that you will not hear in other performances of Teduray Agong music. But then you will also see that while they say their gongs are sacred and you must not, if you are not at Teduray, you're not supposed to touch it. But in one of my fieldwork videos, I have a pastor playing the instrument, and it was given to him by the Tedurais because out of gratitude for being a pastor for a long time. And so they compartmentalize in the sense that if it's for a festival, they do it differently. If it's for a Teduray event, they do it differently. And as I mentioned, this is maybe part of our Filipino culture that we do accommodation. Thank you for that question.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Guevara. So we have next question for Professor Liao. What do you mean that the Philippines has no national music?
Thank you for the question po, Ma'am Des. We have no national music, meaning we do not have an official national music. So we have a national dance, right? Na kept interchanging between Carignosa and Tinikling, but we don't have national music. We have a national anthem, but I think we just don't. I don't know why. Maybe we should ask the policymakers why they did not assign a national music. We have a national tree, a national flower. I don't know. I really don't know why. Yeah, that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Liao. So right now, while we're still waiting for, there, bagong pasok lang po na question from Mr. Lakdao. It's a question for Miss Season. Would you also be interested in incorporating LGBTQ plus experience into your research?
Yes, of course. Actually, I try to research if the composers I put in the in that chart are LGBTQ, apart members of LGBTQ. However, parang I guess they are not in this industry. They just are not out of the closet if they are, or they are hiding it. But I do want to explore and include it there. You know, for the Hollywood part, I included for the performers. There's the ones that are openly public is Sam Smith and Elton John. The others, maybe they are, but they haven't publicly confessed to it. But I really hope to actually include the data on that, hopefully to expand this paper. For the Philippines, yun din. I'm not sure. Kasi of course, when you search about them, their data, parang, yan, we have to be more inclusive. What are their, syempre now naman, what are their pronouns? What are their, like, if you search their data, it's always binary. It's always just male, female. I hope that they include, if they are not just part of the binary, diba? They're non-binary.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Season. We also have another question from Dr. Arwin Tan. It's again for question for Miss Season. In the operational definition used in your paper, is there a clear distinction between male and female acoustics?
I think the definition I put there is more of hearing things through the ears of men. So I haven't included yet the definition of a female acoustic, but maybe the female influence rather. But the definition I put there is mostly about when I talked about acoustics, or the what you hear basically generally of the whole thing, the whole experience, is hearing it through the perspective or through the creation of the male. So that's the description, the definition that I put there.
Thank you very much, Miss Season. So we still have time for around 2 more questions. So we still have a little over 5 more minutes. Okay, so while we're waiting for questions, I have a question to Professor Liao regarding the presentation. So, what do you think is what can we what can be the main takeaway from analyzing panoramas, and do how can we use those analysis into today's music, contemporary music?
Hirap ng tanong ah. Main takeaway, well, personally for me, my main takeaway from doing that, we were classmates in that course, hi classmate. My main takeaway is that I guess we do not fully understand a work just by listening to it alone. We really have to understand also the intentions or the situation or the context of the composer, because paano ba, growing up with music theory 1, 2, 3, 4 and stuff, and you just try to describe the piece and write down the chords, write down the themes, write down the motives and everything. It seems to be very detached from our experience, because we do not hear notes, we hear sounds, and we associate it with ideas and experiences. We add our own meaning to it. So just understanding compositions on that level, I think, is insufficient, especially in the art scene today in the Philippines, that there are a lot of contemporary music composers, but there are also those popular music composers who work in the music industry, and the styles that they employ in their compositions are very different, right? Like what Miss Hannah is working on, she mentioned some film music, no, in the Philippines, and the disparity between the styles in the industry and the styles in the art scene is quite large, I think. So how do we reconcile those experiences? And diba, we say we want like a larger audience for our music, from the composers and from the performers, no? We want a larger audience, and yet there seems to be two different audiences that are being performed to. So I'm really curious why there is that divide. There is that divide. Does it mean because that to understand Abelardo, you need to have a certain amount of background in music theory before you get to appreciate him? So I find it a bit exclusivist. Sorry for the term, but I find it very exclusivist. So how can we understand the geniuses of these different composers who really did wonderful work, and to make it more meaningful and what's that word? Relatable to the general Filipino audience. So, and I find that the way to do that is to really look at them as composers and not just as producers of art, but as humans, as Filipinos, and not as, machines. So yeah, that's my answer.
Right. Thank you po, Ma'am JJ. So I guess that's there are no more new questions na rin, and it's almost time. So thank you very much. I think this is the end of our panel.
Sorry, RJ,
Yes, ma'am.
there's a quick comment lang from Dr. Tan, no? Maybe you just want to read
Okay
it quickly. Yeah.
Okay ba? Sorry, didn't see it. Okay. All right, here po. Okay, so here's a comment from Dr. Arwin for Doc Guevara. Sir Arwin said that, thank you for coming back, Doc Guevara. Looking forward to your dissertation completion and defense. Regarding pakikisama, first, and then proceed with research. I think Anthony Seeger also described a similar experience when he did his research in the past. He spent several months earning the trust of his research subjects. Congratulations on your presentation. And also a comment by Ms. Crystal. I hope there will be a follow-up to Dr. Guevara's paper. All right. Okay, thank you very much to our presenters and to Dr. Muiko. So we will now be heading to our 10-minute break, which will be followed by, okay, there's no more break. We will, we will be proceeding already to our virtual performance of 12-minute Time Mandala by Christian Joshua Elansale. Before we end this panel, maybe we can have a photo. Can we have everyone turn on their cameras?
Thank you. Ready? Okay. Oops, sorry. Here you go. Smile. One more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations po.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Good afternoon. Welcome to Panel 6, Music and Capitalism. I'm Trixie Lopez Abrera. I will be the moderator for today. Allow me to introduce our three presenters. Our first speaker is Marie Angelica Dayao. She's a graduate of MA Ethnomusicology from Philippine Women's University. She works as a producer and composer for podcasts, while also making music for theater on the side. Before working with podcasts, she taught at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños from 2010 to 2017. She was also a visiting lecturer at Philippine High School for the Arts in 2017 and a lecturer at the Center for International Studies, UP Diliman from 2018 to 2020. Some of her latest works include sound design for Dulaang UP's Nana Rosa, original music for Canadian theater production Muro Puro, original music for Relive Your Passion PH's Huling Bisita, and original score for Canadian podcast story Goodbye Philippines. Our second speaker is Jergil Gael Gavieres, who is a teaching associate and MA Sociology graduate student in the Department of Sociology, College of Social Science and Philosophy at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He worked on his undergraduate thesis entitled Mga Kwento sa Musika, Buhay at Pakikibaka, ang pagbubuo ng panglipunang pagkakakilanlan sa alternatibong musikang Pilipino, under the guidance of the late Professor Laura Sampson. He is currently working on his graduate thesis on the musical mediation of intimacy in the amateur music making scene. Our third speaker is Robert Delgado. He is currently a PhD student at the College of Music. He studied music composition at the UP College of Music in 1983. As a student, he joined the Philippine Madrigal Singers and served as one of its resident arrangers. Since he left the group as well as his studies in 1992, he involved himself in choral music handling choral groups, spearheading international tours, joining local and international competitions and festivals. He was also invited as choral clinician, jury in competitions, workshops, and other choral events in and out of the country. Apart from choral music, he has done musical arrangements and compositions for films, live shows, recording, and state events. Let us all welcome our three speakers.
What you just saw is the Salibanda. It is a festival observed by the people of Pagsanhan, Kalayaan, Pakil, and Paite, marking the end of Christmas season and in honor of Santo Niño. People carry their images of Santo Niño to the streets while water is thrown at each other, similar to the Pista of San Juan. Salibanda is short for Sali na sa Banda, and from the name itself, the marching band is an important part of this event as they provide the music that entices people to join the procession and dance with the Santo Niños. If the people are feeling it, they would even sing to the music of the band. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I am Marie Angelica Dayao. I'm a graduate of the Philippine Women's University, Manila School of Music. The Salibanda is just one of at least 5 events that define my research on the tradition, power, and spectacle in Paite's marching band practices. And in those events, I have learned the ideology, and the forces that affect a band musician's performance and their social relations within the larger community that is Paite. During the Salibanda procession, marching bands play a repertoire of upbeat folk music, and this I mean untitled, untranscribed, with no known author, is passed down through generations of musicians and are usually learned by ear. This music is usually in dance meter. They would also perform folk songs such as Bahay Kubo or Leron Leron Sinta. And these are what used to comprise the repertoire of the band decades ago. Nowadays, when people are starting to fill up the streets, the band shifts from folk music to modern upbeat popular pieces, something that the people can recognize or sing along to, like Voltes 5, Dancing Queen, Ako Ay Isang Model, and many more. Or any upbeat music that is requested by the people. And this makes the Salibanda a communal event. The people can perform with the band. And this is perhaps the reason why Paita Salibanda is also considered to be the largest and the most attended Salibanda in the region, with many people from neighboring towns coming over, even if they have their own Salibandas in their town. Aside from the communal characteristics of the Salibanda, what makes this event integral to my research is the marching band syncretic repertoire. What used to be a repertoire of all folk dance music is modified to include popular music. This is contrasting, however, to another event, which I will explain in more detail later, where the marching band maintains an all folk music in their repertoire even until now. This brings in the question of when do Filipino musicians modify practices of tradition? And what is the ideology behind the decision to modify, resist, or adapt changes in the practices of tradition? Before I answer these questions, let me first establish how I approach practices of tradition. And with this, I use Pierre Bourdieu's concept of the field. I approach practices, whether these are musical practices, artistic works, or practices of tradition, as a product of the habitus and capital in the field of cultural production. The music skills are considered cultural capital, and the relationship to or with the clients or patrons is the social capital. The way of performing, curating the repertoire, inclinations of a band musician are what makes up a musician's habitus. But how do individuals, using this framework, modify practices of tradition? I turn to Raymond Williams's literature for clues. Williams explained how change happens in tradition. For him, practices of tradition is a result of how ideologies work. What has been proven effective is the basis for most decisions. The aspects of tradition that are considered effective are likely to remain. Those that aren't will eventually disappear. But for Maurice Bloch, the ability to determine effectiveness or the lack thereof is affected by the very environment that produced the tradition. At the same time, that tradition shapes this environment. So how can tradition be determined if ineffective if it is practiced for so long that it has shaped an individual's cognition? Can a person even realize that it's no longer effective? Williams is right that a tradition is a result of an individual's working ideologies, but Bloch is also right that it may be impossible to identify the ineffectiveness of an element of tradition if cognition is shaped by the tradition. My thesis is that change doesn't need to be prompted by ineffectiveness, rather by the need to have leverage in the field, which is the space for social activities. Change in music tradition can only happen if the new elements introduced in the process of change is recognizable by the cognitive system shaped by the habitus. For it to be recognizable, new elements must be presented as a capital that individuals in the field can acquire and benefit from. It is introduced in the field where all the social activities are happening, and the integration to the field of cultural production is made possible through spectacle. What is spectacle? For Giddy Board, spectacle is anything that elevates an aesthetic. But it is not a collection of images, rather, it is social relations among people mediated by images. In this study, music, not just images, is a contributor to the spectacle. The board argues that society nowadays is no longer about wanting to have, but rather wanting to appear as. And so, spectacle is a means to create an appearance of having. And this appearance of having positions an individual advantageously in the field. The new elements introduced to the field via the spectacle is recognizable as a capital that individuals can benefit from. But an individual's habitus is also responsible for filtering out new elements that don't support the essence of tradition. For Paite marching bands, the integration of new elements in the traditional marching band performance is advantageous if their habitus recognizes its ability to uphold the essence of tradition. And to support this concept, I need to have a better understanding of Paite's field, of the different forms of capital, and of the habitus of the musicians. I needed at least 3 data sets for those. In my full graduate thesis, I have enumerated more, but for this presentation, I have listed only 3. The artistic ecology of Paite is the data I needed to understand the field much better, and I obtained this through library research, interview, and participant observation. The data that shows the forms of capital are also obtained through participant observation and interview method. And to understand the habitus, I obtained data on the performance processes and their aesthetic sensibilities through music, performance analysis, and interview. With these data, I was able to have an in-depth look at the wider sonic landscape where the marching band is part of. Looking at the wider sonic landscape helped me understand how and when band musicians adapt, resist, or modify practices of tradition. For this presentation, I will be focusing on 2 Paite events, the Holy Week processions and the Salibanda. During the Holy Week, the marching band is a constant presence. They are commissioned by a camarero or caretakers of the poon to play music alongside their poon during procession. Because hiring a band is very expensive, the wealthy camareros are the usual clients. The band musicians play a repertoire of punebre music or traditional music for the dead. These punebres has been played by many generations of band musicians and are learned by ear. Musicians are not allowed to rehearse this music because they think it brings bad luck, so they learn it on the spot. So playing the punebre is basically an oral tradition, and all band musicians experience this before moving on to learn more complex music. At another part of the procession is another poon carried by a korosa with a built-in portable sound system playing modern religious music. For some camareros, a PA system is preferred over hiring bands because it is cheaper. A repertoire of modern religious music, which includes Lead Me Lord and Tanging Yaman, are played on loop. In contrast, with the marching band, they only play religious folk music or traditional punebres during this procession. When some of the band leaders were asked if they are open to performing a new original punebre, they expressed their willingness but is confronted by 2 things. First is the lack of urgency to do so, and second, by the confusion of whether to treat that new music like a traditional punebre. Should they learn the piece ahead? But it is still funeral music, so rehearsing it might also bring bad luck. They are trying to make sense of this new music with how they traditionally treat punebres. The bands have not changed their repertoire for many years because of this confusion. This is a kind of tension that happens when individuals are presented with something new that is produced outside their habitus. In this case, resistance to new elements happen. The sonic landscape of the Paite Holy Week procession then is made up of strictly religious folk music played by the marching band and of modern religious music playing through the portable sound system attached to other carrozas. Some people may even sing along with Tanging Yaman played through the PA system. Bands and PA system, in addition to the people singing and the ambient noises, makes up the syncretic sonic landscape in which impressions of economic and social status are also created. Considered by the board as social relations, the spectacle of Holy Week processions in this case isn't only composed of religious images, which the town is most known for. Music is also essential in forming this spectacle. In another event, which is the Salibanda, the marching band seems to do the exact opposite of what they are doing during Holy Week processions. They are mixing their folk music repertoire with modern music. When I asked the band leaders and locals what the essence of the Salibanda tradition is, their answer is devotion to the Santo Niño through merrymaking. The marching band is responsible for keeping the procession delightful and engaging, which serves as the expression of devotion. So incorporating modern popular music in the band repertoire is a means to support the essence of tradition. Pop music keeps the audience engaged and entertained, which is how the devotion to the Santo Niño should be. In this case, it is actually the essence of the Salibandra tradition that allowed the integration of new elements in the band repertoire that was initially composed of all folk music. From analyzing the music of Paite bands in two festivals, we can say that the marching band not only contributes to the syncretic music landscape of Paite, but it also plays a role in creating an image of economic and social status within the field of cultural production. For the band musicians, the essence of tradition remains at the core, and it serves as an evaluative tool in determining the need for adaptation, resistance, or modification of practices of tradition. And lastly, spectacle has been the main avenue for modern elements to be integrated in the practices of tradition. At this age of modernization, the essence of tradition is still honored, even if practices of tradition is modified to incorporate modern elements. These are my references, my video and image sources. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gael Gavieres from the Department of Sociology in UP Diliman, and I'm here to talk to you about my study entitled Likha sa Ramdam at Isip ng Kabataan, Exploring the Post-Capitalist Ethics of Atali's Composing Era in the Music-Making Practices of Amateur Music Organizations. The capitalist imperative of maximizing profit by mass production of songs and building a culture of individualist consumerism continues to be the dominant mode of production. Songs have inescapably been commodified, but in its attempt to marry consumption with identity making, late capitalism produces a trace of ideas that challenge the capitalist ideology and makes way for the possibility of alternative social imaginaries. In his book Music and Capitalism, Timothy Taylor explored a case of an independent record label that produces music, not for profit but for building a reciprocal relationship with local artists. This passion for music as a motivation is an example of a non-economic regime of value. Other than music itself, the feeling of belongingness in a community becomes important in their music-making practices. Fyodor Adorno and Pierre Bourdieu had a similar observation on academic institutions. Adorno talked about the potential of serious music, while Bourdieu talked about the symbolic capital of scholars for being in a cultural field that is relatively autonomous to market relations. These are some examples in the classical and the more recent literature in music and capitalism. that I want to use as a springboard for exploring Jack Attali's notion for the stages of music in history. According to Attali, music can be used to understand the current social order. In the dominance of capitalism, we are in what he called a repeating phase, where music is all about the consumption of replications. Songs have no need for meaning as they are simply commodities to be stockpiled by consumers. With the lack of meaning, music loses its power to influence social change. But on the flip side of this situation, Attali argues that music can also anticipate the historical development of society. He proposed that the stage of composing, that despite of its commodification, the meaning of music emerges not from its consumption, but from the activity of its production. Artists regain their autonomy not by creating meaning in a product catered to a market of listeners, but in finding composing a meaningful activity in itself. By taking pleasure in doing musical work, Attali argues for composing as a mode of production that liberates the artist from capitalist imperatives that puts everything else secondary to generating profit. Amateur student organizations have been promoting musical activities for individual expression and have a unique placement in the academe. My aim for this explorative study is to thickly describe how post-capitalist values are embodied and enacted in their music-making practices within the fringes of neoliberal capitalism. To be specific, I want to answer how do amateur organizations potentially herald the social imaginary of Attali's composing era. Because of the pandemic, my methodology was limited to digital means, and my primary source of data comes from an online focus group discussion, digital ethnography, and having privileged access to certain official documents and references available to the founding members of the organization. So, the organization I took as a case study is UP Lyrica. UP Lyrica or UP Likha sa Ramdam at Isip ng Kabataan is founded in 2015, and it is the first duly recognized singing-songwriting student organization in UP Diliman. The reason why I focused on an in-depth study of UP Lyrica is because of their advocacy to promote songwriting as a medium of expressing one's ideologies, perspectives, and/or emotions, which had been a maintained objective despite continuous revisions of their organizational constitution. I will also be discussing their core values as it relates to the three main themes of my study, which focuses on their membership process and organizational structure, the music-making practices and challenges in music production, and the music stylistic tendencies of their members. Despite being a singer-songwriter organization, the membership selection of the UP Lyrica is very lenient. It is open to all students who are interested in music. In fact, musical skills are deemed secondary to musical enthusiasm. They are very hesitant in gatekeeping their selection process. Applicants, even in the application period, are technically also members already because we have the same privileges and responsibilities except for the right to vote in the General Assemblies. The thing that I want to note in their organizational structure is their way of embracing change and differences. They encounter frequent structural changes. Even, for example, in the pandemic, they chose to abolish the finance committee to have more people in other committees. They also changed the number of activities they have each year or every semester, and also open to changing the codified structures in their constitution as long as it adjusts to the current needs of the members. The minimum requirement of joining the org is to be a music enthusiast. They are keen to uphold their principle of being in a community. In the FGD, the participants discussed that it is quite problematic to have preferences for selecting applicants because it actually defeats the purpose of achieving membership diversity, which is one of the key ideas for them, or one of the core principles, which is community. In their music making practices and challenges in music production, I found that they tend to promote organic collaborations. In contrast to the mechanistic and impersonal relations in the music industries, the members of UP Lyrica emphasize the value of personal bonds in musical collaborations. In this sense, musical exchanges between the members were voluntarily formed to achieve the compatibility of their musical vibe. When using the term vibe, the members didn't refer to having similar musical style or genre, but rather is more about social intimacy and compatibility of personalities in terms of social interactions. The members do collabs where they produce music primarily to explore more ways of expressing themselves with others, experimenting on different genres, or combining a certain combination of musical instruments. As a young organization, UP Lyrica's main challenge in music production is their lack of resources and limited finances. When it comes to resources, I talk about the lack of accessibility for musical knowledge and at the same time, musical instruments and other means of production for musical recording and performances. However, this is where they highlight their resourcefulness in music production. Despite the financial constraints, the organization collectively decided that they want to maintain the freedom of the members to do commission songwriting for generating the org's funds, as they felt it to be contradicting their organizational principles. This stubbornness to resist commodification has led to their resourceful use of whatever is available to them to produce music, which is aligned to their second organizational principle, ingenuity. Some of these tactics of musical production they used were the use of the faculty advisor's room as a makeshift recording studio, sharing and borrowing of recording equipment, selecting venues that have strategically already includes mics, instruments, and amplifiers, their preferred use of acoustic instruments over electronic ones because of certain limits in access to electricity. And in addressing their musical knowledge, they conduct free songwriting and music production workshops. Not all members of UP Lyrica are fans of the same musical genres. However, in support of their own members' individual musical directions, there is an indiscriminative celebration of musical diversity. Because collaborations tend to be initiated by personal connections, it is also common to find experimentations in mixing genres. What they all have in common as an organizational principle is the belief that music's primary role is to express one's story and experiences through their songs. As UP students, their songs range from being about infatuation, heartbreak, to existential questions and nationalist ideals. Another observable pattern is that they make use of whatever is available to them to write songs. This means that most write songs with acoustic instruments like a guitar or a ukulele, being the more accessible and often popularly taught in musical Filipinos. In relation, there was a noticeable shift to electronic musical productions from the organization during the COVID-19 pandemic because it is the more accessible for online collaboration between the members. For the next slide, I have 3 short audio clips as examples of what the batch of Lyrica applicants created during the pandemic.
Napagsabihan ako ni nanay kung san daw ako lumalakbay. Lakwatsa lang dyan sa kasadang tangkay ng buhay na puno ng sablay.
So I think the problem really wasn't me. Ooh. At sa huli tayo'y magkakaalampas. 'Di ba? 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 At sa huli tayo'y magkakaalampas. '
The three audio clips you've just listened to has three different singers with different musical styles, one of which even used a different language. But the truth is, these three clips are actually snippets that I took from one song, the batch song that the applicants collectively wrote and produced. The song had a running theme about the isolating experiences of the COVID-19 pandemic, but with a hopeful realization for finding strength in surviving the crisis together. This captures the org's core value of rhapsody, or the stitching together of different songs into one comprehensible arrangement. This is an example of how the organization encourages to view songwriting as an encoding of one's identity and personality to their songs. In the experience of its writing, the song has become an inalienable possession of the artist, with its meaning engraved by and for the artist, regardless of who is listening to the song. The consumption of the song becomes a secondary source of its meaning. Whatever interpretations it receives from the consumers, the artist possess its meaning from the activity of its writing. Other than in music, rhapsody or the sense of fluid order is present in the organization's structure because of their non-hierarchical relations and project-based ad hoc committee systems. In the process, songwriting is promoted as a liberating activity to the artist, and by making it accessible to anyone, music becomes democratized. My conclusions in finding the post-capitalist ethics of Atali's composing era draws me back to a reimagining of the meaning-making of music, celebration of musical diversity, a tactical approach to produce music despite of its commodification, a recognition of the inalienability of songs and the autonomy of artists are some of the elements that I've identified to be contributory to the development of post-capitalist ethic in music making. In the end, of course, these counter-hegemonic practices are negotiated within the fringes of the still dominant capitalist mode of cultural production. But as Atali would argue, music has been anticipating the development of history, and despite of its state of incoherence and fluidity, the possibility of a new mode of production, that is composition, is already present. So that wraps up my presentation for today. Thank you again for SALIKSIK MUSIKA Conference and all of its staff. And thank you for listening. Have a nice day.
Good afternoon. I am Robert Delgado, and I'm currently enrolled in this college under the PhD program. My paper is entitled Music, Migration, and Identity, The Case of Ruben Federison. Migration and identity are two global phenomena that have become topics for discussion, especially during the 1980s. It is said that the identity of an individual is transformed or negotiated as one migrates to a country different from where one was born or raised. According to Maria Caterina La Barbera, migrants can lose their social status, family network, or even social networks when they leave their country of origin, thus finding themselves starting anew. Consequently, it is through constant interaction with the host community that a migrant gradually transforms its identity for self-representation. This is a relevant issue among Filipino migrant musicians who undergo the process of identity transformation for the purpose of being recognized and accepted by the host community. Hence, their musical activities are affected. In addition to this, there is a dearth of study on how migration and identity transformation impact the musical outputs and activities of musicians in general. This paper addresses the issue by looking at the case of Ruben Federison, a Filipino composer who initially traveled abroad for personal reasons and ended up migrating to Canada. It is then that I query on whether and how this move has influenced his musical activities and outputs. To answer, I conducted a series of online meetings and interviews with the composer and analyzed the data gathered through various theoretical perspectives that shape my understanding of creative outputs born out of movements between countries. The case of Ruben Federison. He was an active musician when he was in the Philippines. Having graduated in music major in theory, he was a part-time professor at the UP College of Music. He was also working as a pianist and percussionist at the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra and at the Manila Metropolitan Theater. He was a member, resident composer arranger, and the assistant conductor of the UP Madrigal Singers. As a composer, he was being commissioned to do musical works for choirs, orchestra, and theater. However, Ruben Federison is more popular for his choral compositions and arrangements. His compositions, Tinig ng Lupa and Gabaan, are among his most popular works. These have become part of the repertoire of Philippine choirs, especially those that join in local and international competitions. He has also arranged and transcribed a number of Philippine kondimans, haranas, and folk songs in the choral idiom. Despite all these accomplishments and activities, Federison decided to go abroad and ultimately migrate to Vancouver, Canada. At first, he traveled to the United States for personal reasons. This has initially brought him to pursue his graduate studies at the San Francisco State University, but a turnout of circumstances made him travel and finish his master's degree in music at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. While pursuing his studies, he held 3 jobs. He worked as a piano teacher at the Royal Music of British Columbia, as the official piano accompanist at the music department of the Douglas College, and as a music director of St. Faith's Anglican Church. Even after his graduation, he continued working for the above-mentioned institutions until retirement. Apart from the employment, he was also doing some choral arrangements. Through time, he was able to build a collection of his choral works that includes Asian folk songs, transcriptions of German Lieder, kondimans, and Filipino folk songs, particularly Bicolano songs. This in addition to his works prior to migration. In 2014, he created the website that showcased this collection. 3 years later, he published Salampati, a compilation of choral arrangements of Bicolano folk songs. Now, he has already retired from work but continues his musical directorship at the St. Faith's Anglican Church. Analysis and discussion. After having several online chats with the composer, I analyzed his works prior to and upon migration and studied his website. I observed several issues regarding his musical output and activities, in which I will discuss only 3. First, there is a shift in his musical activities. In the Philippines, he was immersed in the performing arts. He was a vocal soloist, instrumentalist, a choral composer, and arranger. In Canada, on the other hand, his activities were more centered in a school environment as a piano teacher and accompanist. He was also doing an administrative work as a musical director. Secondly, I noticed that there is a change in the kind of musical works that he created as a result of this shift in the musical activities. Prior to migration, he was doing mostly Filipino music. These are male equal voiced arrangements of several haranas, a cappella arrangements and transcriptions of kondimans, Filipino folk songs, and several choral compositions, of which the Tinig ng Lupa and Gabaan are mostly used by the Philippine choirs. These musical works, however, were originally created for the use of the Philippine Madrigal Singers, where he was the resident arranger. Consequently, this had changed upon migration when his choral works were more catered to various choirs of size and nationality. For example, he transcribed several works originally done for other idioms, many of which are German art songs. An interesting transcription is the Stravinsky's Dance Sacral from The Rite of Spring. Nobody would have imagined a choral work transcribed from 20th century orchestral works where much percussion instruments are employed. In his case, he imagined it to be sung by a large choir because, as stated in his blog, he realized that, quote, if the piece was rescored as a choral work, it could be as effective as the original scoring for a big orchestra, unquote. Another remarkable observation I spotted as regards his musical works was when I checked on his website. I found out that it was created and published in 2014, decades after his migration. Then, I noticed that the majority of the works listed are arrangements of Filipino folk songs, particularly Bicolano songs. He may have done these arrangements earlier, but his publishing of the website in 2014 and the presence of the majority of Filipino works could implicate his expression of a national pride towards the latter part of his migration. In addition to that, the publication of the book, as mentioned earlier, is a living testament of his sense of national identity. Thirdly, there was a big change in the style and technique of his works. Although the choral works of Ruben Federison always reveal a high level of artistry, whether it be in the Philippines or Canada, these do not destroy the flavor and the genre of the songs being arranged. Having been immersed with the world of music performance in the Philippines, he created his works based on the functionality of the performance and the genre of the song, albeit adapting it to the level of the choir performing it. One striking example of this feature is his transcription of the kundiman Iyo Kailan Paman by Angel Peña done prior to migration. In the original version, the melody starts with an upward chromatic line of 3 notes with the harmony of A chord all throughout the line. In the transcribed version, however, he used a downward chromatic line as sung by the lower voices in contrast to the upward chromatic line of the female sections. Instead of a static harmonic progression, the effect of the two opposing chromatic lines otherwise created a harmonic movement. On one hand, the kudut-kudutan he did in Canada, he employed diatonic passages to accompany the melody of the song, which is to signify the text about the boy and the girl playing the pinch game. He could have employed a chromatic passage instead, but opted to make it simpler so that ordinary choirs could perform it. Also, he did 2 settings of the Mass in Canada, one in English and the other in Tagalog. Both settings engaged the congregation to sing along with the choir. Although elemental, he employed a more advanced traditional harmonization on the settings, unlike the other known settings of Filipino composers where the usual 1-4-5 progression is used. Given the issues at hand, I propose that migration and identity are among the variables that influence the musical outputs of musicians when they settle down to a different country. Initially, they encounter such issues of recognition and acceptance in the community. As inline reference by Lee in 1967, La Barbera in 2015, and Berry in 2009. In relation, J.W. Berry asserts IBID, several strategies of adaptation as a process of acculturation where migrants embrace the cultural values of the country of destination. This assertion furthers the strategy to a fourfold model: assimilation, integration, separation, and marginalization. On the earlier part of Ruben Federison's migration, he initially used the assimilation model by focusing on the culture of the host community. This was manifested by studying in one of its universities, working along with its members, and creating music that would cater to them. His own cultural values went on a sidetrack in the process. However, during the latter part of his migration, his strategy was shifted to the integration model. In this process, he integrated his own culture by explicitly expressing a sense of national identity, as evidenced in his website, wherein the majority of works listed are choral arrangements of Filipino songs, and the publication of Salampati in 2017. His sense of national pride was reiterated in the foreword of the book. This ascertains that Federison had a retransformation of identity in the process of his migration. This colludes with the assumption of La Barbera that identity is fluid and multiple. Also, this illuminates Adelaida Reyes' malleability of identity as she examined the identity construction in the context of migration. Lastly, I asked him his motivations for such a move and if he was aware of the transformations that occurred due to migration. For him, he would rather not disclose, but what is important is that he has been making music all his life, and that what matters the most. Conclusion. It is certain that migration and identity are among the factors that caused the change in the musical output and activities of Filipino migrant musician Ruben Federison. However, there are several variables that can contribute to such an impact, but this study is only limited to the above discourse. Nevertheless, the musical perspective of a migrant can change as he moves away from this country of origin. As Edward Said explains, a person that is away from his country tend to have a variable perspective on what was left behind and what is actually here and now. It is for this reason why a further discourse on the social issues such as migration and identity or global issues as a whole, in the context of the Komarovian neo-modernist study, is vital to the analysis of the works of the musicians, as this would provide a wider lens in understanding their musical outputs. To end my presentation this afternoon, let me play a short clip of the Dansakral, which I asked the madrigal singers to record it for this occasion. Thank you very much.
Placida, Placida, ditang dipili, Placida, ditang dipili, Placida, Placida, ay, Placida, ay, Placida, ay.
Thank you for the presentations. I will now introduce our reactor. Dr. Arwin Tan is an assistant professor at the Department of Musicology at the University of the Philippines, College of Music in Diliman. He edited the book Saysay Hibig, a source book on Philippine music history, 1880 to 1941, and curated its accompanying 3 CD recordings. He has written articles and reviews for Humanities Diliman, Musika Journal, SALIKSIK e-Journal, Perspectives in the Arts and Humanities and Asian Studies. Arwin also performs as conductor of Novo Concertante Manila.
Thank you, Professor Trixie. Thank you also very much to the 3 presenters of this panel on music and capitalism. Each one has shown us how musical activities result from a certain mode of production that are contingent from the presence of both relations and forces of production. In Dayao's paper, we are shown how culture moves over time through her examination of Paete's band playing traditions, which is closely linked to the extra-liturgical practices of the Catholic Church, namely Holy Week and the Feast of the Santo Niño. As described by Dayao, these two represent how one aspect of the band playing tradition has remained unchanged or has been modified through time, specifically their repertoire. In trying to answer the question as to when Paete musicians are prompted to modify their repertoire, Dayao mentions the role of ideologies in the maintenance or modification of tradition as posited by Williams, which is supported with the use of Bloch's concept that social environment is also crucial in determining which parts may continue in the inertial motion of a given tradition. Her application of Pierre Bourdieu's concepts of cultural and social capital, as well as habitus and field, lend a theoretical lens in explaining the 2 musical traditions in which we are given a glimpse of the social relations that are at work in their performances. Dayao's choice of Bourdieu's concepts is appropriate, but it needs to be exhibited in the Salibanda and Holy Week musical practices more convincingly. For instance, the very act of practicing funebre music is rather discouraged because of the belief in bad luck. Such superstition is an important part of the musician's habitus, the analysis of which could help us understand another level of relation that helps define the existing structure. Questions like, does superstition play a role in the resistance to new elements come in? Is there also a superstition in relation to injecting newness, such as popular music in Salibanda? In addition, a more concrete display of how sonic landscapes create an impression of economic and social status could illuminate our understanding of the power attributed to the camarero as a conversion of their economic and symbolic capital into cultural capital. So in general, Ms. Dayo's paper has a high potential in exploring good use theories, and perhaps the two mentioned band musical traditions may also be seen in the lens of Greg Urban's explanation of the presences of a metaculture of tradition and a metaculture of newness that help trigger the movement of culture and tradition through time. Congratulations. In Gavieres' exploration of Jacques Attali's composition phase through centering on the Likha student organization's general structure, advocacies, and music-making practices, he provides us with a glimpse on how a new generation of young Filipino music makers participate in a possible heralding of a post-capitalist economic system. In focusing on building an inclusive community that promotes diversity, organic collaborations, social compatibility, resourcefulness, and liberal expression of sentiments, Likha epitomizes the musician's plight of emancipation from the grips of commodification of music, which is the effect of the mass production that marks the third stage known as repetition. Gavieres' presentation borrows relevant related concepts such as those from Timothy Taylor, Theodore Adorno, Pierre Bourdieu, and Attali. Yeah. In music's his presentation borrows these ideas, and they explain the rampant capitalist practices in music's mode of production. This existing system is being challenged by the very core of Likha's principal tenets of foundation and its music-making practices. Define the high premium imposed on music in Western tradition, which establishes its attainment as a cultural and social capital, where the entrance to that constructed field is highly guarded. Likha's inclusive approach makes its membership free for all who wishes to penetrate that network. Members are able to maintain autonomy in their work, not relying on a market or an audience, albeit they find composing a complete, meaningful activity from which they derive fulfillment and a fully justified endeavor in itself, not measuring its success through sales or profit. Gavieres' thick description on how post-capitalist values are embodied and enacted in their music-making practices through focusing on the three key themes of membership process and organizational structure, music-making practices, and the stylistic tendencies of the members, provide his listeners a good grasp of the subject of his study. Perhaps a way to improve it is to consider the other relations and forces of production at play in the emerging composition phase, such as the role of technology in the production and dissemination of these new creations. Also, the necessary affordance of sustainability, not only of music making, but of the participants or the humans, human participants who are the key players in this burgeoning system of creation. As a whole, this exploratory paper provides an actual case on how a new approach to music making can probably and potentially provide a model for the social order of the near future. Congratulations, Mr. Gavieres. The third paper by Delgado brings us to issues of movement, adaptation strategies, and the formation of identity in diaspora. Delgado highlights Ruben Federizon in exploring how migration and identity formation create an impact in the musical output of a migrant musician. By looking at the three categories, namely shift in musical activities, change in the kind of musical works, and a change in style and technique, Delgado attempted to explain a transformation that may be glimpsed at the musical output of Federizon as an established, academically trained composer in the Philippines and a migrant Filipino musician in Canada. The general argument of Delgado shows that the shift in Federizon's musical output was caused by the change in space marked by new social relations, The formation of his identity in a diasporic community is also at play. This can be enhanced by looking at issues of probably marginalization, race, and acculturation, which I think Delgado has slightly touched on in alluding to or citing Berry in the acculturation, assimilation. The allusion to nationalism seemed to need a deeper exploration. The inclusion of short musical experts, although they showed a certain style Federizon adhered to, do not advance a specific argument or clarify a point. Perhaps the mention of the use of diatonic and chromatic passages could be related to a specific musical style that is only seen or heard in the Philippines. The choral arrangement of Stravinsky's Danse Sacrale, however, from the Rite of Spring could be highlighted as perhaps a source of Federizon's personal developing style, which can bring a lot of theoretical and musical issues that can explain a kind of transformation of both his music and identity as an Asian composer in North America. Another theoretical lens that can probably bring clarity in analyzing Federizon's musical output is the political economy of its production. One basic reason why people move from one place to another is economic. And quoting from J.J. Liao's paper a while ago, and I quote, "This serving or desire for a better life," end of quote. And perhaps looking at this angle can also help explain the consistency of Federizon's individual mode of musical production. As a whole, this exploratory paper has a good potential and a deeper look at Federizon's musical output as a diasporic cultural agent can manifest the ways in which he negotiated and interacted with emerging forces that were present in his adapted space to create a modern transculturation and cosmopolitanism in his compositions. Congratulations to the three paper presenters. Very interesting papers. And now let's welcome some questions from the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Arwin. There are already comments in the chat box. I will read them. The first is from Jan Charlene Mangandan. Sometimes we could hear some bands playing Stabat Mater Dolorosa by Puccini or Requiem since it's related to the Passion or the Passion and Death of Christ. I think this is in response to Marie Angelica's paper. Would you like to respond?
Yes po. Good afternoon po. For Miss Jan po, thank you for pointing that out. As for Requiem, I haven't heard Requiem in their repertoires during my field work, but it is possible that part and parcel of if you're talking about Mozart's Requiem, it is possible that part and parcel of that composition may have been modified or created from before by band musicians or band composers from years before, from decades before, and because it has been transferred to younger generations by ear. So oral, walang transcription. It could have been modified so many times that it's no longer recognizable. I'm looking onto that possibility because there are some punebres. There's one punebre that sounded like chardas, Vittorio Monti's chardas. So I'm looking at the possibility of how was chardas an inspiration for that punebre, and they just didn't realize that it came from B. Monti. So it is possible that for the Paite band musicians, one of their punebres may have come from those compositions that you have mentioned. So it's something that worth looking at. Thank you po.
So I'm gonna add, seen it. Yeah, because I'd like to share. When I was in doing my research in Cebu, that was an observation. There used to be a tradition of literacy among the band musicians and the church musicians, and then somehow that kind of died off. So they rely on musical memory to play, and it sounds like it's from the air, but it actually might have come from written music that they had forgotten that came from these pieces. So it's possible that that could be a similar experience. Anyway,
Can I respond to that too? Can I respond to that? I agree that it's very possible because there was an article written by Yamomo. She wrote that during the there was a time when ecclesiastical musicians are employed to accompany opera singers. So these the skills of these ecclesiastical band musicians, they only know religious music from their towns, and upon being immersed, or when they were immersed in opera music, they begin incorporating the aesthetic of that in their playing in their town. So it's highly possible.
Thank you. So we have a question again for Ms. Dayao from Janine Liao. Thank you for your very informative presentation. Were there no gatekeeping or conservative factions who did not agree with the incorporation of the newer repertoire?
During my fieldwork po, I did not see any instance of gatekeeping. But if there is, I believe it happens during Holy Week processions. It's because and I have observed that the spectacle for religious professions, especially the Holy Week profession, has a specific emotional response, and that specific emotional response is one of awe or piety, and because of that, the music that the bands perform are very simple in a way that it's usually homophonic. The format is just ABA or ABB. And it's easy to learn on the spot. So it's not really the music, the kind of music that they're playing during those processions are really simple, and that is because they don't want it to be complex or maraming borlolo or maraming solos, kumbaga, walang ganon, because they don't want to take away the attention from the poon or the sacred. So the music should be for the sacred. It's not for entertainment. Yun po. So kung gatekeeping, yun nga po. It maybe it happens during processions, Holy Week processions, and siguro po ang masasabi ko that the gatekeeping or the resistance siguro po actually already comes from within the marching band group, because sometimes they feel that it's not what they when tulad po ng nasabi ko kanina sa presentation, when they ask them if they are open to the possibility of playing new religious music for the Holy Week procession, they said they are willing. They said they are willing, but there's confusion. There's a confusion. So ano to? I-rehearse ba namin to way ahead? But again, there's the superstition, that the element of superstition that they're taking into consideration. So and they kind of looking at they're trying to make sense of this new composition as if it should be played like how they play traditional ponebres. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. The second question is for Mr. Gavieres. How is Lyrica different from UP Music Circle that produces original music? Case in point, UP Music Circle alumnus have entered the mainstream Philippine music industry after winning a televised singing competition last year.
Okay. Thank you for that question. How is Lyrica different from UP Music Circle? Now, I want to emphasize here is that if the focus is on producing original music, both organizations are producing original music, and perhaps it's not rare to Lyrica or in fact on any other amateur music organizations to produce original compositions. It's been an ongoing thing with every organization. The difference that I wanted to highlight is that emphasis on post-capitalist values or that impression that the purpose of your music making is on self-expression rather than using it as a springboard for example, economic gains or economic interests. While I want to highlight here is that doesn't mean that this post-capitalist ethic is unique to UP Lyrica. It's not supposed. The idea here with Atali's notion of the composing era is that there are traces of values even within the currently dominant capitalist mode of production that encourages a different way of looking at music making. So it doesn't mean that UP Lyrica or just one amateur music organization has that trait. So of course, it can also be observable in other organizations. The point is that we are observing it now. We can already see it happening. In the case that an alumnus has entered the mainstream Philippine music industry, I don't think it's avoidable in the sense because it is still capitalist mode of production is still the dominant way of producing music in the country. And if you want it to be a profession, it is inevitable to participate in that industry. However, it doesn't. What I want to highlight is that even within the members of UP Lyrica, there's not really that. There is no conflict for them when it comes to participating in music making for an industry and participating in music making for self-expression. Now, the thing is that this is not this is a new development in the music making practices, which cannot be observable in, for example, Tin Pan Alley music making and the music making of those who are particularly focused on mass producing songs, which are as Adorno and Atali mentioned, is that it's a consumption of replications with no inherent meaning anymore for the songs. At this time, even with their participation in the industry, there is still that thought, that value that I should be expressing myself in this song, in each song that I make. And what's particularly unique with the case of UP Lyrica is that even with the threat of losing financial resources, there's this highlight that we should still uphold our creative freedom, the creative freedom of our artists. So I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
I forgot to mention the question was from Pat Diesel. Okay, another question for you guys is from Janine Liao. How are the alumni of Lyrica faring after graduating? Are they actively songwriting and able to sustain this as a self-expression even after? Or do they aim to enter the industry as well? Or is it limited to being a member of a university org where they can express themselves in the midst of heavy accolades and requirements?
Thank you, Ms. Janine. So, how are the members faring now? I think it's too early to tell. Like, the organization is very young compared to the other music organizations. It started as recent as 5 years ago, 2015, or 6 years now. But what I can say is that just like the music circle, for example, as an organization, the composition of the members, they're not really music majors. Most of them are engineers, architects, social scientists like myself. So they come from very diverse crowd of professionals, and most of them practice their music making as a form of hobby, or as a special interest when you do after you do your work. So it's observable even in all the scene-based music production. So is it still sustained as a practice of self-expression? I would say yes. So in fact, I haven't observed anyone who have entered the industry yet. Although what I want to, just like what I said earlier, is that doesn't mean that it removes the value for self-expression when they enter the industry. It's more of even if they enter the industry of music making or music production, they're still upholding the notion that my songs should highlight what I feel, what I experience, what emotions I have in my life. So another part of that question which I want to address is that they can express themselves in the midst of heavy academics and requirements. The thing is that since they particularly highlight the community, they are actually quite lenient when it comes to making music productions, especially when it's in especially when it comes to the Hell Week, as we refer it to, when there's a lot of submissions for academic requirements. They actually avoid making more productions, since they appreciate that every members are coming from a diverse crowd of specializations. Some have really heavy academic requirements. So they actually are very lenient when it comes to making music productions in that sense. But what they do instead is that they actually hold study sessions together. They have this alternative bonding activities, so that they don't remove they maintain the social cohesion of the organization. So that's one part of what I wanted to highlight, is that the music making of the organization is actually a bit secondary to the idea of building a community of people who are interested in making music and expressing themselves through their music. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have one more question, Mr. Gutierrez, from Jose Taton. Your exploration of music making in UP Lyrica is an interesting prospect in terms of the in-group socialities happening in amateur music production. While your discussion did center on how members engaged within and among themselves through music as a response to capitalist modes of production, can you expound more on how they navigate their socialities within the broader industry? Are you suggesting of an indie, quote unquote, for the lack of a better term, aesthetic and value? How do they circulate their modes of production? And to what extent are these circulations happening?
Thank you, Sir Jose. That's a very loaded question. Let me just think about it for a while. So when it comes to the mode of production, how how do they navigate to their socialities in a broader music industry, suggesting. When it comes to this aesthetic and value, I'm coming from a theoretical perspective of Atali. So for Atali, the idea of the composing era is that um, when the repeating phase of music production due to the capitalist imperatives removes the meaning from the songs themselves, the composing era introduces another way of looking at where meaning should come from. And the idea here is that the meaning comes internally from the composer, who is appreciating the process of music production itself. So what I'm trying to say here is that regardless of the output and the opinions of the consumers, they are producing music for the heck of it, for the sake of enjoying themselves in the pleasure of music making itself. So there goes the idea that the type of music that they're producing is quite diverse because there's no limit to a certain sense of aesthetic, like for example in rock or pop or any certain genre, because genre itself is being disregarded. Doesn't mean that that they cannot fit in a certain genre, but the point is that they disregard the idea of genre distinctions when it comes to their music making. So their aesthetic is quite spread out to different kinds of music. How do they circulate their modes of production? And here comes the value of that community building. So since the idea here is that we should support the music of each other, the primary consumers of their music is the organization itself. And since they uphold the idea that we should appreciate music as a form of self-expression, the appreciation comes from the meaning that is intended by the composer in the process of producing the song, which is not really emphasizing the opinion of the listeners. So regardless of the opinions of the listeners, the composers are enjoying the process of music making itself as their own resource for self-expression. Yeah, I maybe you can just follow up on that if I didn't answer the question.
All right, we have one question for Robert from John Bacco. Do you see any typical style or techniques applied by Federison in his compositions, both in the Philippines and Canada?
Before I answer the question of John, I commend the organizers for having this kind of a discourse because it has enabled us to exchange our ideas and bringing our experience and tacit knowledge of music, knowing that music is a multidisciplinary field. So we are able, like for example, the panelists today, they gave a different thoughts and ideas on how music is related to their work. Anyway, and also of course, but Trixie, is there a possibility that I can react to Dr. Arwin's reaction, or I'll do it later? I'll answer first the question at hand. Yes, for John, I have listened to the typical or the style and technique of Sir Ruben Federison. And of course, you know, having been a member of the Madrigal Singers, I have taught and I have sung his compositions and arrangements, but not the time when he was already migrated to Canada. But I can see a very typical, as I mentioned in my report or in my paper, that Ruben Federison always provides a high level of artistic inputs in his compositions and arrangements, whether it be in Canada or in the Philippines. However, in Canada he was able to adjust it to the level of technicality or level of difficulty so that the ordinary choirs can perform. But in general, he has his this kind of musicality that innate in his works.
Okay, Robert, you have the go signal to respond to Arwin.
Yeah.
We have until 4:10. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And also thank you. I would like also to thank Dr. Arwin for giving that insightful reaction, and also for giving a recommendation that this course can be expanded into other areas such as political economy of music production and marginalization and other stuff. But apparently, when I was interviewing Sir Federison, he was quite, when it comes to, because as we know, people migrate to other countries because we want our our lives to be, to have better quality of life. Sad to say that in the many people who leave the country have this mindset. So his economic mindset. I think there's another panelist who discussed this, but apparently, Sir Ruben Federison was quite hesitant to answer the economic motivation because, as musicians, it's quite difficult to discuss money matters and our economic aspirations. So I was really going into that direction, but he refused to answer. But what he answered was, as long as he has been doing music all his life, and that matters the most. So I hope probably with other musicians, probably who are younger than I am, I can discuss the political economic reasons or motivations of their migrations. But to Professor Federison, who is much more older than me, I could not insist on such a discussion. Thank you.
Okay. So Gail has also requested to respond, and we have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Tan, for your reaction. So I just wanted to highlight the two themes, which is on technology and sustainability, which is something that I actually noticed in the questions that have been given to me. So although I said that there's a spread of type of music, I also highlighted that there's a pattern of their music stylistics when it comes to the tendencies of the members. So one of which is that the highlight on accessibility, which touches on technology. So for example, is that during the pre-pandemic activities of the organization, they often use acoustic guitars and ukuleles as instruments or a cappella music making because electricity, especially within the organization, is very hard to come by. You need to pay for it. You need cords. You need amplifiers. So since the org is prioritizing the idea that music should be accessible to everyone, that music should songwriting itself should be something that is used by everyone to express themselves. There's a pattern of music style that we can see from them, we can observe. So pre-pandemic, that is the more of acoustic style of music. Although that is the dominant style, it is not really the only style that can be found in the org. And during the pandemic, the highlight now is more on the use of electronics, even the productions, workshops that they organize is focused more on how to produce music, how to use recording technology. So that is really a good point, which I really appreciate. When it comes to sustainability, as highlighted by the previous questions, it is something that is still a challenge because, as we can see, the biggest hurdle that they encountered is limited finances, limited resources. And as long as we have a dominantly capitalist way of producing and this post-capitalist ethics of not wanting to make money out of your music, it's really an ongoing struggle. So, and it is in fact found in the theories of Adorno and Bourdieu. Although they highlighted the relative autonomy of the academe, there's this, there are neoliberal policies, there's a need to generate income to continue the funds for music production. So it's, I just highlighted these amateur music organizations since as students, although their students, they have this relative autonomy from those neoliberal tendencies in the policies of the academic institutions. They have relative freedom to those institutions when it comes to their extracurricular activities. But as emphasized by the others, once they go out of the academic institution, they're entering a new field of challenges on how they can be able to produce their music. So, but still, the highlight, as Atali says, composition is already present. The ideas, the values for making music for expression is already there and already explorable by social scientists and musicologists alike. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all the comments and responses. Congratulations to our speakers and thank you to Dr. Armin Tan. We will now proceed to our picture taking. Please don't forget, we need to take our pictures. Kindly turn on your cameras for a few seconds.
Thank you for that, Miss Patricia. Here we go. Ready? Oh, let's wait for everyone to turn on their cameras, please. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. There will be a 5-minute break before the next panel.
Hello, good afternoon. Is the sound okay? So magandang hapon and welcome to our last panel for SALIKSIK MUSIKA. So we're here at the end and it's been an exciting, colorful past 2 days. Thank you for staying with us, thank you for joining us, even those who are watching via YouTube. And we have a very interesting panel. This is another creative forum that deals with two quite different performance practices. One deals with Philippine traditional music, and the other one is contemporary dance. So I am delighted to introduce this afternoon our presenters, and we only have two today, this afternoon. So kapit lang guys. But once again, thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you are safe wherever you are. So our topics today are, if I can just read the titles of their presentations. The first one is by Mr. Francis Peñaranda, and his presentation is on the Aquianon Bukidnon and their bamboo instruments, borderless identity and differentiation of use. And the second one is by Desiree Peralejo, and the title of her presentation is Dance, Music, and Multimedia, a collaboration between the University of the Philippines music students and University of British Columbia, or UBC Laptop Orchestra. So we actually were able to witness the performances that are connected to the presentations this afternoon. Now, first, I would like to introduce the presenters. First, Mr. Francis Peñaranda has been a music and art teacher of Paref Westbridge School Incorporated in Iloilo City for 5 years now. He studied music education from West Visayas State University and the University of San Agustin Conservatory of Music. He obtained his bachelor's degree in secondary education from Northwestern Visayas Colleges, Kalibo Aklan, where he was awarded the best thesis on his undergraduate paper entitled Bamboo Instruments of Aquianon Bukidnon, Functions and Practices. He is currently working on his master's thesis entitled Rediscovering Kaentahon, Transcription and Analysis of Aquianon Folk Songs towards a degree Master in Music Education at West Visayas State University College of Pescar. He is also the founding chairman of the Music Educators Guild Incorporated, a non-stock, non-profit, SEC-registered pioneering organization of professional music teachers in Western Visayas. Also, he is the resident arranger and composer and violist of the Metropolitan String Quartet and a violist at Iloilo Chamber Orchestra. He has composed school hymns of various public and private schools in the region, and he also likes to add that he loves to hike and bake, and he's also a plantito in the making. And our second presenter is Ms. Desiree Peralejo, who is a senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines College of Music Dance Program. She earned her Master of Arts in Art History and her Diploma in Creative Performing Musical Arts in Dance at the University of the Philippines, and her undergraduate degree of Fine Arts Cultural Studies at York University, Canada. Desiree is also, Desiree also took the 3-year intensive teacher training program at Canada's National Ballet School and graduated in 2006. She acquired her teaching certifications with the Royal Academy of Dance, or RTS, AISTD, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, Cecchetti Ballet Society of Canada, as an associate through NBS. Since she has moved to the Philippines, Desiree has upgraded her teaching status with Cecchetti Ballet Australia and obtained both her associate diploma and licentiate. She is currently working on completing her licentiate diploma and her fellowship with the Cecchetti Council of America while taking her PhD in music studies at the University of the Philippines. Desiree has presented her papers in local and international organizations. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present Mr. Francis Peñaranda and Ms. Desiree Peralejo.
Panay is one of the two indigenous people of Panay Island. Scholars call them Tumandok and Suludnon. These terms are merely used for scholarly purposes. Lowlanders call them Buki. However, during the earlier time, these terms had a degrading connotation, for it portrays the Highlanders as unsophisticated and naive. However, they are now recognized with a sense of pride because they have preserved their rich culture and customs. Panay Bukidnon didn't have the concept on how they are being identified by the outsiders and even among themselves. Thus, they recognize themselves according to the nearest body of water and according to prominent landforms, the Halawudnon, the Panayanon, Iraynon, and the Akyanon. These four subgroups are homogeneous with similar cultural characteristics. Each community, however, has its own cultural formation, particularly on how they make meanings about their cultural expressions. For example, in music making, bamboo instruments such as tikumbo, subing, tulali, and litgit, which are common in these communities, are utilized for various functions and differentiated at least in respective villages and signified with local specific meanings. Utilizing the indigenous methods of pakikipagkwentuhan and pagtatanong-tanong and storytelling, this study explored the differentiation in the utility of the bamboo instruments as practiced by the Akyanon Bukidnon. I assert that the cultural ownership of the bamboo instruments as borderless cultural identification markers among Panay Bukidnon in general, despite their communities have been divided by rivers and separated by artificial lines such as socio-political and geographical borders. I conducted my fieldwork among Akyanon Bukidnon of Libacao and Madalag Aklan. As a subgroup of the Panay Bukidnon, Akyanon Bukidnon shared some cultural practices and expressions along with the other subgroups. For instance, they also tell stories, histories, lessons, advice, and practical guide to life through ambahan, containing a message or testimony. They also express their thoughts and feelings through dance and music making with their bamboo instruments. As a large community, Panay Bukidnon are scattered throughout the high ranges and the lower forest, forming separated self-contained groups. However, in the Panay Islands, cultural expressions permeate across cultural communities linked by kinship and socialization. They consider themselves as a single indigenous group or unang tao, establishing a distinct socio-cultural geography. It is only when the Minuro was enlarged and renamed as barangay in 1960s. The Minuro, nonetheless, remained related with small settlements of blood-related families who intermarried over time began many centuries ago in the interior mountains of Panay. Likewise, the passage of the Republic Act 1414, which divided the northern part of Panay into two, that the northern Panay Bukidnon Minuro were divided by an imposed state border. The northeastern part was retained by Capiz, and the northwestern part was established as a new province now called Aklan. The imposition of this political structure and division plays some government-related operations fluid and flexible. According to Tay Idyong, 78 years old and resident of Sitio Kaluktugan, Barangay Dalagsaan, Libacao, Aklan, they don't mind the distance and boundaries, especially if the Gyao is needed. Muiko, in her book Si Bud, stated that the Panay Bukidnon does not mind the distance when they gather for a patawili. Akyanon Bukidnon celebrate a good harvest by inviting their kins and fellow farmers from neighboring Minuro to join them in a drinking session with the tuba. The Panay Bukidnon possesses various bamboo instruments. Among these instruments, Akyanon Bukidnon has subing, litgit, tulali, and tikumbo. These instruments are communal in terms of practice, such as mimicry and play, to achieve a sense of wholeness as a person and as a member of the Panay Bukidnon indigenous community. For example, Akyanon Bukidnon releases anguish through playing the bamboo instruments. To illustrate, the git-git is connected to expressions of pains or paghidluka. The squeaky sound of the instrument portrays one's sorrow, pains, and sadness. According to Tay Idyong, git-git became a storehouse of memories he loved to cherish. He plays this instrument every time he feels sad and lonely or napungaw. These were tested by Muiko in her study, opening a cultural memory, the bamboo instruments of Panay Bukidnon. According to her, Panay Bukidnon's disappointment and grief are connected to the playing of the litgit. The instrument is also associated with supernatural creatures and hunger, the favorite instrument of lovers in communicating plans of elopement, expressing love and sending other messages. While there are common instruments found in various communities, Akyanon Bukidnon uses them differently and assign different meanings. For example, Akyanon Bukidnon would find the aid of the wind useful during the rice harvest season through winnowing. Winnowing is a process by which chaff is separated from the grain, follows bayo kaglinas or threshing in grain preparation. When the wind is scarce, they believe that pagtayhap, atulali, which gasubad or mimics the sound of the wind, would bring it to them, since the instrument will send the message to the nature to provide it, a form of communication with the supernatural presence and spirits. Akyanon Bukidnon expresses their thoughts and ideas about nature and supernatural realm. They created musical pieces that mimic and imitate, or kapanubad or gasubad, the sound of the wild birds, animals, the sound of the wind, the murmur of the waters, as well as supernatural creatures and imaginary beings. Panubing or playing the subing is best described how indigenous people of Akyanon Bukidnon express themselves with the nature. They create hypnotic buzzing sound that makes them feel understand the forces of nature. Despite these similarities, the Akyanon Bukidnon have numbers of instruments that other communities do not have. During a lunar eclipse, early Akyanon Bukidnon people believed that a serpent-like dragon Bakunawa was trying to swallow the moon. They played the katong-katong and the bagto with the enchanting rhythm or kadol, so that the Bakunawa will spit out their moon. They shouted, "Ulion ra among buyan, hay abo pa kami iya sa kalibutan," as a form of a noise barrage. The katong-katong is mainly used for communication. In the past, this instrument was used to deliver messages to the player's family members from the neighboring Minoro. For instance, there are specific rhythmic modes if someone died, a call for help, a group of people, or pangayaw, or a group of buyang or daredevil from Irainon Bukidnon approaching, and if there is an ubusan at Yahe or clan wars. Katong-katong was last seen and used by the people of Dalagsaan during the Japanese occupation, where their grandparents used this instrument to alarm the community that there was a strange and armed group of people approaching. As a result, Akyanon Bukidnon is very particular with the time and instances that the instrument needs to be played. In addition, the bagto and katong-katong is also used to accompany the inagong dance. Inagong is a collection of dances that imitates the different living creatures in the dense forest of Panipyason and Medina, Madalag, Aklan. Today, katong-katong and bagto are one of the prominent indigenous musical instruments used by the competing tribe every Ati-Atihan festival. Akyanon Bukidnon of Barangay Manica and Dalagsaan utilized the usa-usa or bamboo leaf harmonica to imitate or mimic the sound of the wild pigs and deer. One non-musical function of this instrument is palpable by using the sound it produces in taming wild animals, so they can go near the prey, a hunting method similar to pakirugmon. Aside from oral tradition that contain advice and practical guide to life, the bamboo instruments are also used to transmit indigenous knowledge. As an example, the subing and usa-usa serves as preparatory instrument for the young before they were introduced to more complex instrument and became a skilled player or kantiguhan. For instance, Akyanon Bukidnon shared some cultural practices and expressions along with other subgroups. They also expressed their thoughts and ideas and feelings through dance, oral narratives or rambahan, and music making with their bamboo instruments, which are common across Panay Bukidnon community. Despite commonalities, Akyanon Bukidnon utilized these bamboo instruments for musical and specific non-musical purposes. Through play or hampang, Akyanon Bukidnon developed a sense of musicianship, understanding, and connection to their indigenous knowledge. In the highlands of Panay, borders are imagined social construct. Through kinship and socialization, cultural expressions pervade throughout all cultural communities of Panay Bukidnon. Thus, culture is borderless cutting across geopolitical division and socio-cultural delineation set by local and national agencies.
Dance, music, and multimedia, collaboration between UBC's Laptop Orchestra and UP College of Music students. Music technology and dance are further developed when countries work together to produce exploratory projects. In February 2020, right before the COVID-19 pandemic enforced lockdowns on countries, the University of British Columbia Laptop Orchestra, also called Sonic UBC Sounds and Sensors or subclass, took a huge leap geographically and culturally to be immersed with and team up with the University of the Philippines College of Music Composition and Dance students. This team up created a new platform for creation, composition, and cooperation that will be forever marked in the history of Canada-Philippines art history. The UBC Laptop Orchestra is an ensemble in which students code their own computer instruments and audio and video processes. Those systems are then controlled through gesture tracking dance or traditional instruments, such as piano or strings, or by using webcams, Kinects, accelerometers, game controls, custom circuits, Arduinos, iPhones, iPads, or other tablets to generate data. Students compose solos, small ensemble, and full group works, and are expected to perform or provide technical support in all works. Since I was only recently exposed to this kind of collaborative technology, I wondered, how is a specific movement mapped to a particular sound? How many bodies can the machine read or track? Will this really create an ensemble harmoniously? What impact or message does this project have in mind? And what further developments or improvements does this project have for both music and dance? Doctors Pritchard and Hamill explained the technology involved in the collaboration in the use of motion tracking. In this project, students were divided into 4 groups that represented the elements of earth, fire, air, and water. Dr. Pritchard remarked that you cannot assume that the gestures on one piece will be the same thing in the next piece. Mapping a movement that correlates to a specific sound is not set in each work. This gives a diverse variability and freedom among the creators of a specific project using the laptop orchestra. Although the composer and the choreographer are the ones in charge of how they match a sound to a movement, movement and sound are naturally assigned to normal body and sound language. If the movement is on a high plane, then the sound produced will usually be on a higher pitch or range, as well as when the movement is low, the sound is also low. Dr. Hamill clarified that this natural association of high movement matching a high pitch may not be necessarily true all the time. That is the mapping question, but logically that happens. The process of manipulating the software system with sound and movement is just like working in an actual orchestra. There is a huge amount of technology happening that one could not readily see. In some ways, that is like going to see an orchestra. Most people do not understand what goes with making each of those instruments, how difficult it is to make them, and then at some point getting the control of the communication of those instruments. Relatedly, a laptop orchestra controls computer data in order to create music, movement, and visuals. These are all connected and orchestrated by the laptops. Earth. For this piece, the dancers were reacting to the sound as well as having to control the particles that were being shown on the screen. Dr. Hamill described that the dancers in this piece must think more on what they do as they were making those particle systems on screen. The hand gesture has visual effects. It is also then becoming another component of the performance. Most often, the practice is that the dancers are given the music and a set choreography to dance to. In this case, the dancers are both reactor to the sound that they hear and contributor to the visual effects that they make through their movements, which has a big effect in the overall piece. Not many dancers are comfortable with creating their own sound. Now, the chance to compose while dancing was literally in their hands. Air. This group of dancers were given a 5-minute piece, which was divided into 5 sections, creating their own improvisation. However, there were limitations due to some computer issues. Some of the computers could only track slow movements. The tracking was slowed down, which resulted in their movements being slow instead of fast. This have changed the visual idea of a fast wind or a tornado-like movement. Words such as blissful, delirious, and stormy were compromised due to the technical delay. In the end, they mostly did improvisation and reacted to the music. Communication and technical ability are key principles in this process. The choreographer might have the idea of rapid wind and lots of turns to represent a tornado, and the dancers can execute that. However, since the system can only track slow movements, the idea of having fast movements were not presented. Water. For this group, dancers were both making the sound and responding to it as well. Dancers were being tracked, but the Connect sensor could only track 2 dancers at a time. There were 5 dancers and 1 main musician, the cellist, in this piece. In such a circumstance, the software makes decisions as to which dancer it will track. It is going to search to see which person has a complete skeleton of data. Prior to the performance, 2 of the dancers jumped up and down and lay down on the floor to ensure that the system recognized them and that they would be tracked. The process of choreography in this piece was structured improvisation. The dancers were carrying out an interpretive dance based on what they were hearing. Fire. This group worked on their separate programs and then coordinated with each other on how to incorporate them into the performance. Through social media, their group was able to troubleshoot and coordinate the technicalities in terms of music and technology. In choreography, the UBC team elaborated that the sounds would be based on the levels of movements the dancers will create. The difficulty was when they could not hear the sound cues created by their movements. The dancers then focused on the time segment in sequence for the entire 6-minute piece. The musicians then expounded to the dancers that as fire, the dancers should gradually increase the dynamics of their movements all throughout the piece. The goal of the UBC-UP collaboration was to break down barriers in terms of specific responsibilities. Whether you are a dancer or you are a musician, you make music and you make dance. The dancers were dancing, but they were also performing sound, and they were also doing choreography. Even the cellist was also dancing, and she was part of the piece. She was not just doing what a normal cellist would do. She came out on stage, sat down, and played the cello and danced as well. During the concert performance, musicians were part of the drama as dancers were creating the video. The movement of the arm was creating the processing of the sound. Everything was jumbled up to a beautiful piece of work. Dr. Pritchard noted that the goal was to have a holistic approach and that everyone was equal. Indeed, the collaboration reflected a globalized community. With this recent collaborative experiment, we are awakened by the many possibilities of art and technology. It excites us in thinking, seeing, and hearing new ways of how to create and appreciate music and movement. The use of multimedia and new electronics, gadgets, and even networks, both internet and intranet, brings us to a new place of possibilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peñaranda and Ms. Peralejo, for your presentations. And again, as I've mentioned earlier, yesterday we presented a short documentary that was prepared by Mr. Peñaranda on that showcases some of these Aquianon instruments. And earlier today, we also showed you a short an excerpt of this dance piece that Ms. Paralejo has presented today. So if you also have questions about that, or if you want to share your thoughts, don't hesitate to do so later. But before that, it is my honor to introduce the reactor for this session, Dr. Patricia Brillantes Silvestre. Dr. Silvestre is an associate professor and chair of the Department of Musicology, College of Music, University of the Philippines. With a bachelor's degree in musicology, a diploma de español como lengua extranjera from the Universidad de Salamanca y Centro Cultura de Filipinas, an MA in Spanish, and a PhD in Philippine Studies from the UP Tri-College program, Dr. Silvestre merges her interdisciplinary passions in research, which examines music, culture, time, and place through the lenses of musicology, social history, language and media, literature, and cultural studies. She has written on diverse aspects of music in colonial and contemporary Manila, Phil-Hispanic music and culture, the colonial press and music journalism, and music and semiotics, identity, and nation. Her work has been published in a number of anthologies such as Quiapo, Heart of Manila in 2006, The Life and Works of Marcelo Adonai by the University of the Philippines Press in 2009, Philippine Modernities, Music, Performing Arts and Language, 1880 to 1941 by UP Press in 2017, and Saysay Himig, a source book on Philippine music history, 1880 to 1941, also by the UP Press in 2018, and in the journals MUSIKA Journal by the Center for Ethnomusicology in 2009, Diagonal by University of California in Riverside 2008, and Pero Verde by the Instituto Cervantes in 2016, and the Cultural Center of the Philippines Encyclopedia on Philippine Art in 1994 and 2018. She is currently working on a second volume of the life and works of Marcelo Adonai, the first volume of which garnered the Best Book on Art Award at the 2010 National Book Awards, and hopes to produce a second critical edition of new scores with a new set of essays. On the creative and performance side, Doc Pat, who was conferred the Teresa Achievement Award in the Arts in 2020, and who was also recently awarded as UP Artist 1, was formerly with the Philippine Madrigal Singers and Awit Vocal Chamber Ensemble. She sings and is on the creative team of Himig Undaya, and has curated, annotated, and written for various concerts, and worked as producer-host for the College of Music's radio program Tunog at Tinig of the campus station DZUP. Ladies and gentlemen, our reactor, Dr. Patricia Brillantes Silvestre.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Am I coming in clear? Thank you. First of all, it's a privilege to serve as reactor to this last panel with Francis and Des on board. But before I begin, I'd like to commend Dr. Chris Muico, the grad coordinator, for being able to see this vision of her grad conference through with the help of all the grad students and staff who made this a reality. Congratulations to everyone, and I hope this happens again soon. Now, the two creative presentations, Francis's The Bamboo Instruments of Akeanon Bukidnon, Functions and Practices, and Des's Dance, Music and Multimedia, are inherently different. One is an ethnographic anthropologic study, which is organological in nature, while the other is on dance, multimedia, and technology as components of modernity. However, both share certain aspects in terms of method and perspective. They have commonalities. Like, for example, one, both deal with technology, indigenous technology to produce the instruments, and the other deals with computer technology and the laptop to produce music and image. Second, both share features of ethnography. Well, Francis' work is clearly ethnographic, but Des's presentation shows potential for an ethnographic approach. I'll get to that later on. And third, both deal with borderlessness and crossing of boundaries, which is Francis's concept, which he used to talk about his instruments. Boundaries, in terms of the methods that Francis used in his work, the Psikolohiyang Pilipino research methods, which breaks down barriers or walls between interviewer and interviewee. The formal relationship is broken down. Second, you also see this in the blurring of cultural identity among the Panay Bukidnon groups, as he described. Also, we see this in the instruments that cross out from Akeanon Bukidnon space, that cross over from musical to non-musical purposes, and that cross over from indigenous use to Roman Catholic religious folk practices, such as the Ati-Atihan, which we saw. In this presentation, border crossings or boundary crossings may be seen in the dancers who also cross over to become composers, in their steps, which become images, crossing over from physicality to visuality or mental imagery. You can also see this in acoustic sound crossing over to become digital sound or digitized, and in the human body becoming an instrument. So those are the commonalities. Now let me get to Francis' paper first. First of all, thank you and congratulations, Francis, for that very interesting presentation and for the video yesterday on the Akeanon Bukidnon music. This gives us specific and basic local knowledge about Akeanon Bukidnon instruments and their functions and practices. And what makes this great is that this is apparently from an insider's view. Francis coming from Western Visayas, tama ba? Yon. So, which of course matters a lot. Thus, your working methodology, Francis, of using indigenous methods taken from Psikolohiyang Pilipino, which was developed by Virgilio Enriquez in the 1970s, are a perfect fit. You use the methods of pakikipagkwentuhan or storytelling, pagtatanong-tanong or dialogue and inquiry, which reflect Filipino native or local values. Kasi we like kwentuhan, we are very sociable, we are highly participatory and relational. And these methods can also be seen as a kind of mutual interview wherein the researcher finds himself also answering questions from your informant. I guess this happened a lot. These two methods are integrated with other indigenous methods of inquiry. Yung Dr. Muico was talking about these earlier. Paaligid, aligid, or observing, or casing, and pakikisalamuha or interaction, which of course have different levels or parameters. What's important though is that trust is built through pakikipagpalagayang loob. And the ways and means of getting answers are all anchored on cultural sensitivity and people-orientedness. Now, the overarching concept for all this is kapwa. It's the core value kung saan hindi ka naiiba sa kausap mo. And I see this kapwa as that which threads Francis' paper on the Acyanon Bukidnon and their instruments and his idea of borderlessness as applied to this. Now, let me raise 3 points on this. First, as much as Francis' work is particularized or localized, it is also in a way generalized and unconfined to Acyanon Bukidnon space. The instruments and their uses and practices are a manifestation of shared Southeast Asianness in a shared Philippine indigenous instrument tradition from the Luzon Highlands to Mindanao. Other cultural groups in continental and insular Southeast Asia share common instruments and uses as well as practices like rice cultivation, kinship systems, communication with spirits. Acyanon Bukidnon instruments are used in common contexts and categories of practice such as expressing feelings, relaxing, working, courtship, merrymaking, signaling, trail calls, messages. In this regard, Acyanon Bukidnon is not distinctive. But you have laid the groundwork in this survey and study of the group's instruments, which is very, very important. Kasi getting that knowledge out there is first and foremost. And thank you for bringing all that out. Now, where do we go from here? To move the study to the next level, perhaps we can ask other questions like, are there insights into how gender and power are embedded into these instruments? How do indigeneity and Roman Catholic religious folk traditions fuse together to produce new contexts in light of ati-atihan perhaps being emblematic of Aklan? Who makes these instruments? Is it a dying industry? Or is it flourishing? Or is it persisting in the hands of younger generations? Kasi how has the technology of these instrument making changed through time? This is important since instrument makers are often downplayed, but in reality, they contribute a lot to maintaining local culture and preserving it. Do you see the Acyanon Bukidnon instruments as part of world music? Now that's a contentious but very much used label, potentially one among many musical consumer goods and part of global music tourism in which tourists themselves play a role in shaping cultural heritage. And one last question. Finally, how do the instruments acquire new lives and convey new meanings after crossing borders out of its own space? So ang dami kong tanong, pero these are just the things to think about. Now, you mentioned in your presentation that Aklan is officially a separated province from Capiz as declared by RA 1414. So, but it is very natural and inevitable that the processes of cross-border flows and cultural diffusion will take place, brought on by migrations, movements of people and goods, and that includes instruments and worldviews. Second point, you mentioned texts for Acyanon Bukidnon get-togethers with music wherein kin and fellow farmers from neighboring Minuna cross over to join in the social occasions like the Dagyao and the Patawili, Bayon Patawili. No? Kahit malayo, it's not a problem. Kasi it's in this context of identity, kapwa is certainly a practiced core value here. Borderlessness is very relevant for collective identity is shifting. It's not static. It is fluid. Outsiders refer to Panay Bukidnon in ways other than how the groups identify themselves, which is through adjacent bodies of water. Third, and I think this is the last, the commonalities and music sharings you mentioned between Acyanon Bukidnon and Capiz, Iloilo, and Antique are natural occurrences and easily happen since these provinces are all clustered together in one land mass, undivided by any major body of water, which encourages borderlessness. But if you cross the Mindoro Strait and the northern end of the Sulu Sea, you'll find yourself in Mindoro, and we have similar instruments. They have the Hanuno Umangyan have the git-git. They also have the ambahan and the subing, the barimbao, which is like your katong-katong. They also have nature-derived instruments that mimic nature sounds like the buray dipay and the kalutang, etc. So, oh, there's one more point, the fourth. And I'd like to make a case about music instruments having lives of their own. As they live localized lives in Acyanon Bukidnon space, these also acquire regional as well as global lives as they are swept up or propelled by a tide of forces brought on by different structures that are not only cultural, but also political and socio-economic. So as Acyanon Bukidnon instruments cut through boundaries of its local space, crossing over not only to neighboring related cultures, but also to remote spaces of urbanity and modernity, and even into compositions, perhaps by students from the College of Music, where they find new contexts and uses outside of their culture-specific meanings. When this happens, in a sense, these instruments are reborn. And it would be interesting to look at this in the context of, I'd like to quote, objects as not what they were made to be, but what they have become. Taking that from Nicholas Thomas, yung kanyang Entangled Objects, Exchange, Material Culture, and Colonialism in the Pacific. So with that, congratulations, Francis. Thank you for your presentation. It holds a lot of promise. Thank you for bringing all of this information out. And congratulations once again. Now let me go to Des. Hi, Des. Congratulations again, Des. This watching the video brought back memories of that face-to-face experience that happened at Abelardo Hall on February 27, 2020, shortly before the pandemic locked us all in. I remember that I hosted the event, and I went into that concert with my expectations challenged. I did not know what to expect to see on stage. Kasi nakalagay sa poster, laptop orchestra. So, meron bang mga laptop na naka-orchestral arrangement, may seating, tapos may conductor sa harap giving cues. And it turns out it was not like that at all. Traditional ideas were still at the back of my mind. But as I watched the concert, I came to realize a few things. But first of all, I'd like to thank again Dr. Muiko for being the force behind this, bringing the UBC Laptop Orchestra to collab with our College of Music students. Thank you and congrats again. And sana this will happen someday soon. Now, there are a few points I'd also like to raise in light of your presentation. First, the possibilities between art and dance, and technology have been an ongoing conversation since way back. Okay, so it is not like we were awakened to the possibilities. Dati na to. To consider this, we need, however, to look back and beyond as you revel or enjoy in the exciting prospects that the present offers. Your question, how do people gravitate to a new technology without stepping back and observing what this type of technology is capable of, its effects, its contribution to the world? That was your question. No? That calls for checking out past forays into this and considering the many implications and effects of this on audiences and artists and societies back then, especially on dance. There have been, constant electronic and technical revolutions through time. The first major one was post-World War II with the LPs and the tape recorders and the synthesizers. The second major one was in the 70s with computers and digital systems. This was the time when interactive digital composition and performance were being experimented on, and interactive possibilities were showing a lot of potential. The third major revolution is what we are living in now. We're living in, it's the 21st century, wherein constant upgrades, improvements, enhancements are being witnessed in terms of technology. And these are happening in rapid succession. Plus, the development of still newer technology, not just upgrades, but newer technology that are applicable to music and dance. Now, all these revolutions find its roots, I'm being my historical self again, in the 1870s with Edison, going back, and then 1907 with Ferruccio Busoni's predictions, and even way back to the 17th century when Francis Bacon said that in the future there would be all kinds of sounds. But anyway, going back to your question, people gravitate to these new technologies because of many reasons: change, excitement, new ideas, need, the search for new means of expression and making music. And, the effects of all this, as well as its contribution to the world, will all happen after the fact, when history will be the judge of all that. But definitely, there have been a lot of changes. Many, in fact, are quite radical. For instance, the nature of performance or dance itself has changed. The computer is also now one of the artists. Dancer is also composer. The composer's work is not, as tradition has dictated, immutable or unchangeable, as it is subject to manipulation. There's new vocabulary. Dance now is coterminous to creation. Choreography has expanded. And the bottom line is the experience of dance and music has been brought to a more complex, innovative realm of experience. Second point, you might want to think of the performance space as a site of contestation or negotiation, okay, in which humans and machines share the artistic endeavor. In that shared space, with the laptops and visuals, dancers, through motion and interaction, constantly negotiate with their co-artists, quote unquote. In this case, the musical AI of the laptops. Kasi merong power roles na at play here. As you mentioned, Des, mapping is not set in each work. There is logic embedded in the laptop's music, kasi it's science and technology, but there are times when the logic just doesn't happen. As seen in some segments, there are certain limitations in the technical programs. Some programs cost only slow movements to be tracked. There were delays, fast effects were not achieved. Motion trackers could only track a few dancers and not all, so the dancers had to negotiate this by resorting to extreme movements in order to be tracked. Sounds based on movement levels were inaudible, which dancers negotiated by focusing instead on time segments. So that's my second point. Third, you might also want to look at the performance ritual behind this concert. That is, from the very beginning of this all to the end, and what took place after you all dismantled and went home. The rehearsals for this were, instead of the conventional face-to-face engagements, they began as a series of online collaborative advance work that built up to their arrival, to UBC's arrival at AHA, setting up conversations, rehearsals, in situ, to the concert itself. And then there were a lot of lengthy pauses, if I remember, between each number, kasi kailangan mag-reprogram, and it took like more than sometimes 20 to 30 minutes. And the audience was getting noisier. And as I was hosting that event, and I was already running out of ad-lib to say. So there are, in this situation, the two correlative concepts of order and chaos are at play. Order and chaos in musical expression, which are both triggered by factors such as technical glitches, issues, and dancers' responses to these. Order, as exemplified by pre-programming in advance, predetermined choreo, structural improvisation. Chaos, as determined by technical issues, dancers' responses, negotiation of computer sounds gone awry, and things like that, which create opportunities for chance processes. It would be interesting to view this process also as a script, if I may draw from Nicholas Cook, based on an ethnographic approach. You can look at this whole concert as a clear social process of interaction between performers and technology, listeners and audience, dancers and music, or a whole new set of mutual acts. Listening, viewing, responding, communicating, negotiating, and just how everything merges into a whole unified, rich, and sensory experience wherein the performing body functions in itself and in relation to other elements of the performance, and where meaning is produced or drawn from all these interactions. If I may draw again from someone else, this time from Bakhtin's idea of logic, of dialogic, life as dialogic, shared. That is, sa madaling salita, to live and to dance and to make music means perpetually dialoguing. Okay, so performance is process, and to examine this process in the online setting opens a whole new range of ideas and issues. To end, there are, well, a little more points. No? At the end of this performance, what does it mean now to survive in the real world? Is this the real world? Music and dance, is this the real world? You mentioned this in your abstract. You want to examine the basic foundations of human survival, in which a crucial element is mutual collaboration. And as I said earlier, this mutual collaboration was a mix of online and face-to-face, structured and unstructured, live and recorded. A lot of the preparation was done in isolation in the seemingly enclosed worlds of individual laptops, screens, but simultaneously and paradoxically reaching out beyond on a global scale. We can ask further questions. How far or how much further can we push this project? To what other newer directions can this go, especially as this is a multidisciplinary endeavor? It involves not only musicians and dancers and composers, but it also involves engineers, scientists, computer experts, film people, people from digital arts, from visual communication, design, telecommunications, baka even medicine. We don't know. The possibilities of all these can be really stretched, and it is exciting to think about the end result of something like this. How much further can the definitions of dance go, especially now that we have this contentious definition of dance as being virtual and digital? All of these are boosted by the ever-evolving technologies, advancements in the processing powers of machines, and amplified by the global reach of the internet. So in the end, we can ask this last question, which may be quite controversial. Are we producing technologically or electronically empowered, or technologically or electronically subjugated or disenfranchised musicians, dancers, and composers who, although faced with new exciting ways and means of music making, are in reality enslaved or subdued by technology and its immanent qualities, as well as by its profound powers to affect life in general? Can we live harmoniously as an ensemble? That's what you asked in your slides. Did the UBC CMU Collab Laptop Orchestra Concert reveal to us how to live with technology as artists? As much as we humans make it bend to meet our needs, so do we bend to it. What new perspectives can we gain from this about our sonic world and our lives? Again, thank you. Congratulations, Des.
Thank you very much, Dr. Silvestre, for that very insightful reaction. I appreciate how you were able to it's so I'm so I admire how you were able to weave together like these different presentations into themes of like boundaries, borderless ideas of space, and among other themes. So at this point, I would like to entertain some questions from the attendees, or perhaps the presenters would like to respond to some of the points that were raised by Dr. Silvestre. Who would want to go first?
Can I go first? Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Peñaranda.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Silvestre, for that wonderful insights, and that was a lot. And no, so this is an exploratory study, and this was conducted during my undergraduate studies. And this also holds a lot for a number of promising studies. No? So I have a lot of things to talk about in this paper. However, I have to cut down that it's in a 10-minute presentation, and considering the time constraint and the limitation of the study. And again, thank you for your insightful reaction. I will put that into consideration whenever I decided to expand my study about the creative expressions of the academic Bukidnon. In fact, I am applying before in the Office of National Commission for Indigenous People for further study about the music and dance of the Academic Bukidnon together with Sir Jose Tapon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peñaranda. How about Ms. Des?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm glad that you're all still here with us. And thank you, Dr. Pat Silvestre, for a lot of insight. And I took down a lot of notes, but I could not get everything. So I hope that you can just type it later and then I cut and paste. But yes, because I know they're very useful for future studies. And I'm actually glad that you mentioned all those 3 points. And I wasn't just sure about the first question you asked, like how it implicated through time. I wasn't sure that I asked that question really in my slides, but the point of the PowerPoint, or I mean the presentation, was really to discuss the creative process of how they did how they came about doing the collaboration between the musicians slash orchestra with their technologies, with the dancers and some of the musicians at the College of Music. But I wasn't really clear. Um, but anyway, it's a good thought. Then maybe, and it's very interesting, as I do also enjoy looking through history, and putting that into a study would be very beneficial. So I am thankful for that comment. Also, in terms of performance space, I like that as well, because with what and how they have conducted the performance, or where they actually practice, that is really very crucial into the outcome of the production. But finally, actually, in the complete paper that I did, the performance ritual was actually into my paper, like the full page. It was a big paper that I submitted as my 399 research, or something like that, or one of the research papers. But I just didn't include that anymore because I was only given 10 minutes to actually put in together what happened during the laptop orchestra and as a creative process. So I really did not put that in, but it's really good that you mentioned it, because now I know that what I did was actually beneficial. So it's like, oh, something good, that all the interviews I did and all the details I asked the performers, dancers, actually the musicians, the dancers, I did like a lot of interviews, has merit. So I'm glad that you did say that. So that makes me very, very happy. And your final thing is this the real world? Ha ha ha. So this is a very big question. So yeah, we better get into like more research about this and like weigh things. What is the real world, and how do we play into it? And your final question is, which was so actually very heavy. I was not able to write down the entire the entire sentence. All I got was, are we producing technologically empowered dancers? With that one itself, just that bit of segment, it was actually just, you can really write a big paper out of it. So all of these things are very valuable and very informative, and which makes me push to get into technology. Should I shift my studies or my writing into this? So I'm at that border, but it does um, go into modernity, which I am actually writing about Philippine dance, theatrical dance, modernity in the Philippines. But yeah, thank you so much. So maraming salamat po.
Yeah, I mean, forgive me for raising so many points, but I was also inspired by your papers, and I see a lot of potential. And there are so many, sub topics jumping out that can be harnessed and looked at. And even if it was just 10 minutes, I hope you could use some of the points. I can email these to you if you'd like afterwards.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Des. Do we still have time for questions? Meron po bang may gusto magtanong?
I guess everyone's tired.
Yeah.
This is the last panel, but it was a wonderful presentation from both of you.
I agree. Maybe just a quick question to Mr. Peñaranda. Do you actually play these bamboo instruments yourself?
I played some of the instruments during the performance presentation, the one that was posted yesterday as background music, because I have to consider the how these indigenous people played it correctly, because I don't know how to play it. So I played it in their presence, to give reverence to their music, and they agreed that I made it. I did it right. So I am so proud of myself.
Thank you for that. There is a question for Ms. Des from JJ Liao. The other night, she says that she watched the video on America's Got Talent. It was a Drone Delights performance. So the idea of programming robots to perform a lights choreography is an entire new direction. It seems like a new frontier. It's actually a comment. So would you like to respond to that, Ms. Des?
Just a quick one, but yes, there's so many things that's happening now. I just like to share, like while doing the paper with the laptop orchestra, I was also researching about other laptop orchestras around the world. And what's interesting is that one laptop orchestra in LA, what made it successful was that because they choreographed everything the same way. So it was really choreographed, and so that you can really appreciate when one moves their body this way, so a certain sound will be the same. Unlike what happened here in the laptop orchestra here with the UBC, everyone was moving around all different places, so you cannot really appreciate what the sound and the movement, what they're making, even the visuals at the background. But if you apply like choreographic theory, let's say you just do it together in unison or in canon, and then apply that into or embed that into your computer, then the audience would appreciate some more of like what's happening visually. It's more enticing. So that's what I realized. So with JJ's question, a lot of things are being done this way as well. So it's a choreography. So maybe people should not forget that it is a choreography, that you do need to compose it, you do need to embed it, and you do need to talk about it to be able to make a performance that people can appreciate in that. I think I'm just gonna end there. Okay. Sorry, I thought that I'll be talking more about the choreographic process. So I just wanted to put that out and share that with everyone. Thank you.
Can I
And
make
thank
a
you.
comment? Sorry, Ma'am. Miss Tusa, can I make
Sure,
a
ma'am.
comment? Yeah.
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Earlier, Dr. Silvestre mentioned about the concept of the laptop orchestra, and that when she came in the Abelardo Hall, the usual idea of a lot of laptops there as like an orchestra, right? But actually, on the stage, we have actually two long tables wherein the laptops were there, no? So one group with UP, one group with the UBC. So they're actually they're sounding they're sounding, no, like just like orchestra sounding, no. So, but they're hidden from almost the stage kasi the focus is of course the dancers because they're making sound. Des earlier mentioned that the dancers make sound, but you probably when you were watching the video you were looking for saan yung sound nila, no? But actually they are because when they move, nagtitrigger yung sensors. May sensors kasi na that goes to the laptop, to the computer, and the sound is produced, no? So that's how it works. There are triggering mechanisms to make it happen. So it is a laptop orchestra, It's just that it's not the way tama si Dr. Silvestre was saying, Ma'am Pat, na hindi siya yung usual na nakalinya yung mga silya at sila yung nakafocus, no? So the point is that the sensors were actually trying to pick up the and they actually they actually improved this research ni Bob Richard and Dr. Hamel. And they wanted to come back. They were so enamored by the Philippine audience that they want to come back, and also the humor and the of our host Dr. Pat. They were so enamored by everyone else that they want to come back, no? But I said wala pa tayong face to face, no? Because they have done more research, and this time yung gestures, hindi lang yung gestures, kundi yung may mga rays sila, may mga light that are, well, it was mentioned earlier by JJ, yung lights, no? Na, marami silang factor na sinasama. So there's more developing this technology that will allow movements, lights, etc. to actually go with it to trigger sound, no? So that's just a little advertisement for a future concert again. Okay, Ms. Tusay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Muiko. Before we wrap up, I would just like to ask again, do we have questions from the audience, from the attendees? According to Mr. Fabricante, it's like playing the theremin. Yeah. Dr. Guevara has a question for Ms. Des, or a comment actually. She writes that with the computing power and accelerometers and photometers on cell phones today, it may be possible to do real-time sound creation from dance. It would be nice to explore. Indeed. Thank you for that, Dr. Guevara.
Thank you, Dr. Gev.
Okay, any more questions, comments? From Father John Bakok. Hello, Father. This is a question for Mr. Peñaranda. Dear Francis, do you concern also on the transmission of the bamboo instruments, dealing with changes and modifications of the instruments?
Good question. Yes, in fact, there is a collaborative effort of the LGU and the private sector, to observe and to transmit this indigenous knowledge to the young, because as I have observed, this indigenous knowledge are declining because of course, modernization. And their project are actually focusing on to putting up a balay darayunan. It is actually a non-formal indigenous education institution, where the young could learn their indigenous knowledge. So it is a collective effort with the local government and the private sectors, like group of hikers, in Aklan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peñaranda. Actually, I have a follow-up question to that. It just dawned on me. Do you actually incorporate this when you teach music in the classroom? Are you able to introduce Akianon bamboo music?
Good question. However, our curriculum doesn't work that way. But in my practice, no, I try to integrate this bamboo instrument in my class. For example, in just a simple class in rhythm, we use this katong-katong or bagto. However, it doesn't sound that way, the original one, because I try to reproduce the instrument. But yes, I try to incorporate that instrument in my class, including their historical background as well.
Nice, nice. Thank you for that. Okay, and I think we are already extending the session. I just want to ask the team, can we wrap up now? And before that, we mag-photo session muna kami, no? Once again, thank you very much to the presenters, Mr. Francis Peñaranda, Ms. Desiree Peralejo. Very excellent presentations. And of course, to Dr. Patricia Silvestre, thank you for your very wonderful insights this afternoon. So I think magpa-picture taking muna kami, and then we are gonna wrap up this conference.
Yes, thank you. Please turn on your videos.
On mic.
I'm not out on the screen apparently.
Yeah. All right.
Go
here we
back
go.
to sa Q&A screen po.
Yes, it's a different screen. It's
Yes po, it's a different screen. Can we yan.
There you
Sige
go.
po, on the cue. Ready po in 1, 2. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we end SALIKSIK MUSIKA 2022. But before that, I would like to call Dr. Christine Muyko, the coordinator of the UP graduate programs, UP College of Music graduate programs, Dr. Muyko, to give the closing remarks.
Yes, so in closing, I raise the significance of the experiential learning that our graduate students went through today and from yesterday, and all the months that we prepared, no? From the polishing of text in general, to the presentation of it, battling with the discourse, the audience, graduate students gain an opportunity to critically think of the research thesis through this non-passive participatory learning. So Roland Barthes, for example, distinguishes the traditional text that renders the reader passive because the author has control of the narrative. So, but whereas in the non-traditional manner, signifying text involves the people around sharing the production of meaning from the text. So graduate students, participating audience, reactors, and mentors all shape your entry to the scholarship and creative world. Today we have balance, or these 2-day conferences have made us balance the substance of this program towards the scholarly and creative, goals, and the keynote speakers in this conference also aligned with the trust of graduate studies in strengthening the potentials of our students towards scholarly and creative harnessings. So moving forward, do we eventually plan to publish this conference papers? So whatever you learned today, conference presenters, this is your chance to beef up your papers, what you learn from your reactors, your audience, all these people around, refine them as we plan to publish them eventually. So before we end, the backbone of this graduate conference is comprised of all these generous and kind supporters. Our president this morning mentioned Nicolo Vito mentioned about all these sponsors, but I'd like to reiterate, the Office of the Chancellor to the leadership of Dr. Fidel Menso, the Office of International Linkages, Diliman, the UP College of Music with the leadership of Dean Vern de la Peña, the UP Computer Center providing the online platform for the conference, Hubert Fuchs for all his creative designs, Jeff's technical support, Miss Eva and Faye Manuzon helping us with the paperwork, for funding, Romel with his daily reminders in your email, And lastly but not the least, the Graduate Studies of Music GSM Council. Everybody, give them a hand. Ang galing-galing, no? So, of course, Nico, Pat, Des, Tusa, Aji, after months of grueling preparations, emerged victoriously, relatively victorious in the experience of organizing a conference. Ang galing-galing, no? So I think we have already done our screenshot of everyone else, and we look forward to hopefully organizing this someday. I know a lot of people got stressed in organizing. We all have our experiences and learning in this preparation, but it is very, very what do you call this? It is a very productive experience. And of course, I'd like to also mention before I forget that all our faculty members, when we had our faculty meeting with the graduate programs, have all contributed to the idea of this conference. It's not just my project alone, but the whole program and the faculty who elevated the level of the planning from local to international. That's why we all have you from the last 2 days, no? Without all of you, then this won't be made possible. So maraming salamat, presenters, reactors, moderators, the GSM, and everyone else. Okay, so do we still have another screenshot? Group, wala na. Done?
Okay
I think we have time for one more pictorial. Is that correct?
Okay, one more.
For everyone.
All in all of you today, thanks for patiently bearing with us the whole time. Okay, one more daw.
Okay, thank you. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, some more. See, Doc Jeff. One more time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone.
And also, by the way, we have certificates. Now, participants will be emailing them, but also attendees, do request us if you want to also have your certificates. We will send it to you. Okay, thank you and have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Ma'am, si Nico po.
And that wraps up SALIKSIK Musika 2022. Thank you very much to Dr. Moico. Our deep appreciation for your motivation and your guidance for us. Salamat po. Thank you to the agencies and offices that Dr. Moico mentioned, especially the Office of the Chancellor and the College of Music Administration and OIL, Office of International Likenges. I'd also like to just quickly mention our moderators, Josie Antonio, Nathan Manimtim, AJ Villanueva, Bien Constantino, RJ Baliedos, Trixie Lopez Abrera, and Tusa Montes. We have already mentioned earlier this morning our reactor. So thank you very much po sa inyo. Once again, thank you to Philippine National Artist for Music, Ramon Santos, for lending us his music. Thank you to Professor Chino Toledo and the UP Symphony Orchestra for allowing us to use the recording of the national anthem. And to our staff at the UP College of Music, maraming salamat po. And that's it. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
Okay.